but it seems to be that that's the measure the public perceives the player to be, is how many bracelets you've got.
Let's shuffle up and deal.
Colin?
Daniel Negreanu is chip leader.
You don't have patience. You're right. Come on.
It's the one true measure of poker greatness.
The World Series of Poker Europe main event. Come on!
What?
We just had Ace King versus Ace King. Now we have Ace King versus Ace King versus Ace King.
Or just shoot it up. Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez.
Turn this Jack-9 into a bluff. He's going to blast.
Okay.
Looks like he's just going to get
Let's
off
go.
of it. Oh, my. Mufasa. Look him up. He's going to look him up correctly.
King high is good. There is that call.
A massive pot, fresh off a third-place finish in the 50K high roller, now making his move in the main.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe from the King's Resort and Casino in Rozvadov, where a whole multitude of hopefuls have descended upon the continent's biggest moment. Ali Najad alongside Matt Berkey with Mika handling the sidelines, and I hope you're ready for more action based on what Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks were able to bring you yesterday. We should have plenty more in store. All the luminaries, all the faces that one would expect to see have booked their tickets, journeyed across the continent, done what they need to do to work their way into this room. Just look at that. A packed house. As today, we bring you Day 2, 3 days removed from ultimately crowning a champion here in this main event. Get a peek at the broadcast schedule there. And just some of the hopefuls. 6.5 million euros plus the total prize pool. 382 remaining of an original 694. Darko Svesko, 580,000 in front of him. That's good for the Day 2 chip lead. Performing quite well. Shirzat Hisu, 570,000 in front of him. Not far off the pace. Roman Hrabic, 238K brought into Day 2. How about Max Neugebauer? He should be a familiar face. 95,000 though, not performing nearly as well as the remaining who are looking for bracelets. And there are your former champs. Neugebauer, the most recent. Now then, we dive into the feature table. Alexander Shilko, 261,000 in front of him, will be the deepest of stacks. And as you look at that particular lineup, Berkey, anything jumping off the screen? 25 bigs, the leanest stack. We're going to be playing 1K, 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind Annie, I believe, to kick things off.
Shilko, obviously, as young as he is, still very seasoned. Coming off that 25K PCA win a couple years ago. This is not new, unfamiliar territory to him, having 100 big blinds Day 2. Still a long way away, half the field remaining almost, 15% pay. Should be good action.
What I love the most about the World Series of Poker Europe main in particular is, given that online poker didn't suffer through what it did in North America, there has been a continuous opportunity for guys to really call together veteran-like experience levels here in Europe, which is obviously the bulk of the attendance, but people coming from all corners. There's nobody coming for the blinds. Folded around to the Frenchman, Aishan. Ace-Jack. Going to be speaking up. But in the form of a limp here, Matt.
Yeah, I think particularly whenever you have this smallish small blind, you're going to see a lot of limps being played.
Well, you're also going to be seeing King Jack activate as Romania's Niste. Makes it 8K.
This is a pretty reasonable hand to open over a limp. Looks like he's roughly 35 blinds deep.
Oh, is this a limp?
I cannot pay all in.
And a jam? Yes, it is.
He cannot pay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Big all in.
And Thomas Aishan's going to like that as well. Pleasant way to start the day's coverage for him.
4-0.
How about Alex Foxen making his way across the pond? Day 2 starting stack for him, 389K, and his wife Kristen also still in here on day 2, 228,000. She, of course, made a tremendously deep run in the main event this past summer in Las Vegas. We'll keep an eye on those two as we head back to the feature, where we find Israel's Ron Ilani. Ace-10 suited has made it 5K to go. Folded all the way around to the big. Shilko with King-8 suited. Doubt he'll be conceding. Min-raise sizing.
I wonder how much, and this is just me posturing, but I wonder how much that tank is for balance sake. You know, is King-8 suited really doing much else here than call?
Yeah, you know, it is interesting because I think players that have a measured pace about them can often create this shroud of gravitas, this shroud of professional competence, let's call it. Not that Shilko needs that for anybody that's paying attention out there. His resume speaks for itself. But something definitely to keep on our minds here, as Ilani's got top pair, top kicker on his mind. A very straightforward 9K, and King-8, of course, performing quite poorly. Check folds.
Sure.
Even just the manner in which people handle themselves physically, their posture during a pot. You'll see a lot of guys of late will take their hands, completely place them beneath the table so as to prevent themselves from maybe doing anything subconsciously in the live tell realm.
Yeah, I think the level of confidence at which a lot of this younger crowd plays the game as well as presents himself at the table, it really dispels the myth that there isn't an easy transition from online to live. I think when you know the game, you just kind of like know the game, and it kind of carries itself through the way that they take action at the table.
Mm-hmm. Ace-4 suited has Niels Pudel of Germany, sending us to 5K. By the way, I love this 80s soundtrack that apparently is going to be enveloping us for the course of today's coverage. It's the casino floor, which is not far away from the featured table. That's what's bleeding into the player mics there.
You think Rozgadov's just getting the 80s?
No, Matt. But I like what you've done there. It is pretty remote, not quite that remote.
Right, yeah. You know, sometimes they're a decade or two behind with the pop culture.
Well, just a click behind is the pre-flop raiser of this ace-5, which turns into trips here on a 2-club 9-high board. Not really much to take pride in for Poodle.
This is officially having it all. Has the ace of clubs as a nice little backup here as well. Going to see this board c-bet quite often by the pre-flop aggressor. He's not really working with much.
Nevertheless, pair textures do sort of invite c-bets. 2,500, the bare minimum. I know, I skipped a beat there as well. If it really was 25K, I was going to jump out of my skin. Boys in the graphics department there. Clean that up pretty quickly. And I would imagine Israel's Ophir Edmund Ciso will be cleaning this one up rather quickly as well as he chooses to check raise. And you do need to throw a little bit of this in here, Berkey, in spite of, as you pointed out, him having the world.
Yeah.
Can't slow play 100% of the time in that
No,
spot.
no. This board will get check raised pretty aggressively out of the big blind. You're going to have a lot of concentration to the 5. I think with the ace of clubs, it's kind of a nice slow play if you're ever going to have one. But, you know, the 9-5-5 texture it lends itself to maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus. Has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko, a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a King 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9. A whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these 10s are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste.
Hopefully he'll get some consolation from the Sonic the Hedgehog villain.
Was Sonic in the building?
Well, the villain seemed to be his card protector. I don't know if you remember the end boss.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Wasn't Sonic himself.
No,
but
no.
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, the villain.
Oh, there's the villain. If you're Niste, Shilko with queens. And by the way, that's not a man that you want to dress down with more chips if you're at this featured table. Dangerous at any stack depth, but a guy that understands how to operate from in front.
It's got to feel good to be one of the top players in the field too, and just kind of cruise through these early stages with a lot of chips. We saw the Foxens out in the field, both of them obviously both on piles. Why wouldn't they be? Kind of the nature of the beast with the with the Foxens.
So much aptitude in that item. 346,000 deep, 5 of the newly acquired chips. 5,000, of course, being deployed as a min raise from the cutoff with the suited king.
Hopefully this time. I don't need a lot of chips just to win. That's it.
Shilko getting a little cheeky here. Bottom pair outflop by middle pair on a queen high board. One spade out there. Niels defended and checks over.
This is a board texture that may not always get bet, but I think Shilko's hand qualifies here. His bottom pair, backdoor, pretty strong holding versus a big blind defense who doesn't have to flop much of anything here.
3,500, the follow-through sizing. Poodle politely deposits the call. Change made, to the turn we go, and now it's kings up for Shilko as he snags the lead.
Always nice to get there. Kind of unfortunate that there isn't going to be a lot to extract value from. Given the stack depth, you would expect a fair amount of the Queen X to be check raising on the flop. So he is a little bit more funneled into just having an 8. I wouldn't be surprised to see a smaller sizing used here.
So much hand, no flush draw to worry about. And a worry-free turn barrel comes sailing in, slightly north of half pot. And obviously pre-flop raise ranges do interact with the king and the queen quite a bit from Poodle's perspective.
Yeah, I would imagine Shilko would be double barreling this card with quite a large chunk of his range. That's going to force this 8 into a bit of indifference. No fault to Poodle here for continuing. Does unblock the Jack-10, the 9-10s. These are
hands that now beat the 8. Is that what you were going to say, Berkey, as the 9 of diamonds rolls off? Really not a lot. I imagine Niels thinks that he's beating once this river barrel presumably comes in with 43 plus out there.
Yeah, at this point, you'd have to find some pretty creative bluffs. Not sure how much the ace, jack, ace 10 are going to follow through on the turn. Maybe more of like the 10-7-ish, but you block that. I don't really think we have much decision here versus jam.
Yeah, Niels agrees as the 32,500 he was asked for, and he's not interested. And that was a little bit of an expensive exchange with Shilko, who is surging here in the first orbit of day 2. Well, if that face is familiar to those of you soaking up the broadcast here today, Sweden's Nicholas Ostedt made a tremendously deep run in the World Series of Poker main event in Las Vegas. Third place finish, good for $4 million. Did have a lot of people talking after he busted Matt with respect to whether or not the spot that he ended up taking was one that was compulsory, but that's a man with $48 million in career online cashes, the most all time as of July of this year, so hard-pressed to question his choices.
Can't really fault him. I mean, it's a one-of-one spot, right? You may never be at the main event final table again. I think that's why people want to be more conservative. They want to pass on these 1% edge spots, but, you know, that's not how Lena got here.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's a lot of guys that go, my results weren't from not taking the spot.
Right.
They were from taking the spot. I'm not going to suddenly step away and start doing something different than what's been working for me and what brought me to this point.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's a diehard effect.
Yeah, and for him, it's like, you know, if that's the final table of the Sunday Million and he dies, that's fine. There's 20 other events running, and we'll do it again next week.
Yeah, good point. Meanwhile, we pick this one up. A rainbow 10 high board is what presents itself to Yagmai.
These ones are fun to watch, where nobody has anything, you know. They're not exactly deep enough where there's going to be a lot of creativity here, but there's a real decision whether or not to bet or check here, in spite of the fact of it being quite a dry board.
Well, apparently that dryness allowing Aishan to moisturize a bit. 2,500 and soak that in, sir. Simple check fold there from Yakamai. The French banner, by the way, is one that produces quite a bit of talent, Matt, both in the tournament and the cash game streets. Content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo, for a long time, was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum, Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yakamai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yakamai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yakamai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
Yeah, the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips. Stetsura.
What you go in December? I forgot.
Showering. Yakamai. As we've got our second casualty here at the feature in the early going.
Really tempting to go either ways, but I'm not going to EPT Prague for sure, because I was 2 years before this, 2 times. So I probably skip EPT Prague.
You mean you were there twice and you want to change?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna.
This is a very important conversation.
Yeah, US for sure. I'll probably go into Miami in November, but I'm not sure about December yet.
Okay.
It's too tempting, such a big tournament, but it's also.
But we need to scout where the Euros are going in December.
6 re-entries, or maybe even more.
And then maybe go somewhere else.
A lot of flights. Yeah.
They make a field tough.
Still hesitating. And I also has to go to Las Vegas because I leave some money on the deposit, and I should show up, you know.
Okay, Bahamas it is, Ali.
Must be nice, by the way. Shoko's like, I got to pop by Vegas. I left some money on deposit.
Well, you're a man about the world. You don't...
I don't leave money on deposit. when I stamp my passport at customs, it's with all the money that I brought.
You don't have some drop-off points across the globe?
Nah. Try to stay off of Homeland Security's radar, Maddie.
Well, that's easier said than done.
And also probably not the best thing to say.
Right.
Why am I trying to stay off the radar? Ace-10 is very much on the radar of this ace-queen as a 6K opener from the small blind. This is a modern-day cooler, as our booth brethren Henry Kilbane likes to refer to it. Let us observe how Thomas wants to approach the affair.
I actually thought you were comparing Thomas to Henry. They are a bit of a doppelganger.
You know, as I look at that image there, you're right about that.
Take a day off, mate.
I don't know that we're going to be taking a day off with this ace-queen. However, do you feel like a 3-bet is compulsory, or do we balance with some flats?
It's a little bit tricky because my understanding is there isn't a lot of raising taking place from the small blind. I feel like ace-10 off might be a bit on the wide side, but I could be wrong. Usually, especially at depth, you want to lean on more suited hands.
As raise candidates, if you're Stetsuda?
Yeah, but, you know, ace-queen is ace-queen. In a 1v1 spot blind versus blind, you're going to be ahead of the vast majority of those opening hands.
So we go up to the 3rd floor. King 7 tray board presents no immediate assistance to either party, although, of course, eyes on that ace of diamonds, potentially, for the freshly minted stack of Stetsuda, which does cover ace-shan.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Thomas come with a smallish bet here. These are kind of the confrontations where too much money can find its way into the pot very quickly. A hand maybe stepping a little outside the norm with the ace-10 off pre. You find a little hope post with that backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Suddenly we find ourselves on the river, you know?
13,000, and I'm not sure that we're all that river bound with ace-10, although maybe we're turn bound. TBD.
I would suspect that he probably has a little too much hand here to just fold versus quarter pot. But you're right. The hope is a bit bleak. You could be drawing dead to pairs, assuming you're up against something like ace-king. Making runner-runner and realizing it out of position, not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you do need to kind of, in a chess-like manner, consider future moves.
These are the type of spots, though, and the type of boards. You get a little creative, you know? You're not going to have that naked ace of diamonds all that often.
Listen, that left brain activation can prove expensive from time to time, although consider if all of a sudden he did do something, how ace-queen would feel about it. A flat, the chosen path, a board pair now, which does present chopportunity to the Ukrainian.
I wouldn't suspect very much 7x in either range, which is probably going to slow Thomas down here quite a bit, because it will funnel him to his opponent to so much king x and diamond draws, neither of which he's such a big favorite against that he needs to start funneling chips in the middle.
So it goes check, check, and there is the path to the chop that I hadn't considered. Finding the ace in both camps. King kicker plays.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of like block bet jam here.
Instead, it is a check from Stetsuda, and I think he's kind of hoping that maybe he sees a normalish bet sizing out of ace-shan, who is deeply incentivized as the pre-flop 3-better to rep this ace-king high board.
Yeah. Personally, I'm quite greedy in these spots.
What's that, Gordon Gecko?
I think unless I gave a lot of credibility to Stetsuda to being capable of having ace-king here, I would go very large, somewhere between pot and all-in, just trying to put a king in a blender. He seems to have kind of positioned himself into having mostly just bluff catchers as played. But yeah, wouldn't really fault anything from half pot to pot.
Well, what have we here? Into 64-5 comes a full pot-sized bet. And now the polarity of this sizing creates some discomfort for Stetsuda because you don't necessarily love calling 65,000 in the hopes that you're simply going to be able to get half of what's out there.
Right, yeah. I think like most of the time you're expecting to chop. Some of the time you're expecting to lose the ace-king. But, you know, let's give Thomas some credit. He's not just going to triple off all of his bluffs. He may have some hands here that find themselves at bottom of range through the bet check line that are kind of forced to rep the ace. This is really the only size I think he's going to choose one check to on the end.
I think the non-zero frequency with which we just scoop this one, if Eshan is ambitiously bluffing for half of his remaining stack, is part of what lathers forward the call.
Yeah.
And let's carve it up. And Thomas is, yeah, there's
That's
the
pain.
eyebrows. Yeah.
That is
oh, okay,
pain.
buddy. Don't ever run bad. What he might be thinking. But it's a hand of poker. One of so many that these guys have played throughout the course of their respective journeys that have brought them to this point here in Razvedov, where we bring you continuing coverage of Day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A Day 2 that may be journeying forward without... No, that was the entry of Sean Deeb, 6-time World Series of Poker bracelet holder. Nobody loves hunting bracelets and Player of the Year accolades more than that man right there.
I think that's a very accurate statement. I'm always surprised at some of the venues that I see him show up to.
He looks great, by the way.
He does.
He looks
does.
like he might have jogged to Razvedov from New York.
That bet served him very well. For those not in the know, he beat Perkins out of, I think he...
Bill Perkins, of course, the high-stakes recreational derivatives trader.
I think he bought out for $800K. They had $1 million bet that Deeb would not get to 18% body fat. Deeb was at like 23, 24 with a few months to go.
You know what I love most about that story is that he got paid basically to lengthen his life, increase the quality of it, and, you know, Perkins really just did him a big, huge favor in every single way, and didn't lament his decision one bit, nor did Sean, by the way. Meanwhile, Ilani has been fairly active here, this time Jack 10, the responsible kit, as Shoko digs in with the suited Dust Bunny, which isn't exactly a fan of Queen 7-5 with a couple of clubs, nor is 10 Jack clubless, but checked over, betting lead, and in comes the C-bet, which will always be pleased to hear the word winner delivered by the opposition.
Those pots matter.
There's a lot of cobbling that goes down out here, as you know, and I think that's the same idea. You know, every little bit that you fight for does count. It adds up.
I think it gets overlooked often. You know, tournaments. So much of it is a pre-flop game. It's high variance. So much all in. Those pots that you win without any contest, the non-showdown pots, they provide a lot of insurance. You know, they give you the ability to kind of withstand a couple extra flips here and there.
Yeah. And by the way, the more that, you know, you can bump your VPIP up, the peskier that you can be, especially as your stack deepens. You know, you really can work your way into spots that aren't the product of just group one type of holdings, you know, and those can be the biggest pots, you know, on your march.
The great Dan Smith once told me, the only sure way to lose a tournament is to fold. He's not wrong.
You know, that's generally not the fortune I expect within the cookie, but
here we are.
I like it. Meanwhile, pocket nines being taken under consideration here out of the small blind by the covering stack of Shilko. Was already claimed a pelt on the day. Queens versus tens earlier.
This is not a super easy 3-bet given the stack depths. I think we're like right in that middling portion where these hands can go either way. I imagine Shilko saw the ace-10 though. Probably expects these ranges maybe to be a bit wider than. And he does pick it up. Again, those pots are really nice, right?
For sure.
Fading the variance of being 40% there versus two hands.
And also not having to navigate post-flop waters out of position in an inflated one.
Right. Yeah, that's the scary part of squeezing with nines
Yes.
there. It's not the actual squeeze itself.
Well, South Korea's Gab-Yong Kim nabbed the 25K Platinum High Roller runner-up honors back in 2022. Back in the saddle in the main here, a couple of years removed from that bankroll booster. The game really proliferating handsomely in South Korea, by the way. Tremendous amount of enthusiasm for poker.
Really seems to be booming
Your surname is
in Asia in general.
all of Asia in general, yeah. I think we saw that South America boom a few years ago, and now Asia is really getting it
South
started.
and Central. I think Mexico is still kind of at the forefront of Latin American poker. Brazil, maybe.
Brazil was the biggest, for
the
sure.
biggest, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
just
You lead, I raise,
sheer population.
You call, and then you lead jam the river. It was like, I don't remember exactly the board, but it's like,
When was that?
I don't remember, like.
Those series?
Yes, but it
You know,
was
one
like,
of the frontiers
midday,
that
like,
intrigues
probably
me in terms of
marathon
untapped
probably
potential
marathon,
for
like, or 250.
The
poker,
300?
if there's still any
what's the
remaining,
nickname?
Matt, is India.
You're gonna say?
Yeah,
I can say
that's
you after the stream, okay?
that's an often explored
maybe remember
landscape
what
that
city
seems to
on it.
be still untapped.
okay.
I think that they have some
So you played very
siloed.
interesting line, and I
online
said, like,
poker
if you,
there, if I'm not
I wrote you in
mistaken.
the
Yeah.
chat, if you had bluff, if you bluff me, I'm gonna come to your coaching session. You said 9-8. You said something. like this.
was bluffing.
You gonna bluff it?
You were kind of
I
adjacent
folded like over pairs.
to that
like
market,
snap
joining
it.
us here
I don't see that much people bluffing this line.
by way of Dubai, where you were out there playing some of the
Yeah, Poland flag. Yeah.
locally available
I was in Poland at this
cash
time.
games.
Yeah,
I remember.
I was.
yeah.
I expected a culture
I don't
shock,
remember the
but
nickname actually, but I remember.
it was
the
just
end.
Vegas in the Middle East, minus the casinos.
Yeah, it just made Vegas
funny
look
moment.
cold,
Yeah.
which is
So the
not
decision
easy
for
to
me on the
do.
turn, like,
I
after the jam,
I dipped my toes in the golf,
because I didn't know that it's
and
you.
I have to tell you,
Googled, like, oh, okay, but we didn't play
I've
with you
never
that much.
expected
No,
natural
I just
water
play
to feel like a
everywhere,
hot
but I
tub
never
before.
played.
Yeah, bath,
Like this year playing a
a
bit
warm
more live.
bath.
Yeah. And already you had some success. Congrats. I said, like you went
One
some
in
like
London,
in London, like main.
Yeah.
Good job.
Ace-5 suited, up front
How it was,
open,
by the way. Did you like it? The
picks up
location?
Poodle's Jack
But
10.
I'm enjoying more and more playing live.
Poodle defending off of 10 here, so we're going to see him play pretty aggressively anytime he flops
Keep playing all
anything.
the time is
We'll call that something.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
how about a
still,
pair and an
it's
open
not
ender on a
play
queen
online,
high
you know,
board,
just to
only
keep,
a diamond
Yeah.
to pique Stetsura's interest,
And then when you study online, you can
and yet
try new moves.
very
new lines.
quickly
Live, you don't have
delivers the
enough time.
C-bet.
Yeah.
just 3 into 13 and a half,
Plus, if you
designed
just
to
play only live, your degradation
direct
will be
Neil's
fine.
attention toward the exit cheaply.
Yeah, can't ever really go wrong, I guess, c-betting versus a stack at this depth, but given that we do have the back doors, I would much rather use a hand like ace-5 of clubs if I were going to start bluffing
You
this
don't
board.
need GG and ACR?
No,
I think we have a little bit
yeah,
more
and substomp.
equity to realize when we have the
That's
backdoor
fine. Oh, you can
diamonds.
play it.
Yeah, I didn't
Poodle
know.
Yes,
almost
okay.
certainly going to be playing
I will
something
calculate
between
your-
check
we
raise
had
and check jam.
couple guesses.
And there is the check
Actually, no, I
jam,
don't have guesses. I remember one nickname from Malta.
ready to
Later,
capture
I-
any and all fold equity available to this 24,000. And
Yes, I will let
if
you know.
we're behind, we are not generally dead.
Yeah, I don't even really think he expects many folds to come through on a board texture like this. You're going to find a lot of the ace-jack holdings, the 9x, the better and worse 10x's.
Surely Stetsura isn't thinking of anything absurd for an extra 21,000 here.
I would think this is posturing, but we've seen stranger things.
Having covered this World Series of Poker Europe main event last year, Matt, I am here to tell you strange is definitely one adjective that we could use to describe some of what we bore witness to on the march to a champ last time around, but Stetsura not going to be adding to that data set.
I saw that wonderful hero call in the in the rundown to end the whole thing.
You're talking about the jack-high?
Yeah, yeah. Wait, was it jack high?
I thought it was, wasn't it?
I just saw jack 8, jack 9. I thought it was bottom pair, but...
Oh, you might be right. Do you know how much poker I've called since then? Omar El Jack. He won the main 1 year prior to Neugebauer, rather. 2022 champ, 1.4 million euros picked up there.
They
Looks
really
like
do
it-
show up for this event, huh?
I want to say at least a couple of hundred euros of that haul was spent on an expensive haircut. That man was styling.
Wondering where you're going with that one.
Ace 10 now has Shilko min raising. Poodle will sit this one out. K9 unit in the big for Dimitro. Let's see 3. Oh, King 7-6 is an all Statsura affair. Top pair. Knuckles over with the flow of play. Now no diamond on board. Only backdoors to the 10 high straight, and yet questions will be asked by Shilko. 3.5K. And these are kind of cheap stabs that, you know, have a decent ROI. They don't have to get through all that often to be profitable.
No, and these board textures really lend themselves to the preflop aggressor. I actually think that Statsura has a nice candidate here for a check raise. The backdoor 9, there we go. You're not going to want to check raise all of your King X, of course. The King 8, King 9s are nice. And then, of course, like the King Queens being at the top.
Yeah,
But
you know, you see a lot of passive lines taken, but there are times and places to kind of grip things.
Yeah, yeah, and I just think, like, that's a nice one to find because I think a lot of people just think linearly, you know, like, oh, well, I'll check raise the King Queen because that's my best king, and then on so down the line. But having that interaction with the middling cards is pretty nice for turn and river playability.
It's not good. No. Not a good sign.
Too cold outside.
Yeah. I'm not going outside at all.
Not that sick.
Okay, I'm joking.
Ace 5 in the cutoff for Ilani, who I want to say has the highest VPIP of this crew on the day.
It's tough to do as a middle stack when you got 150 big blinds stacked to your right.
And obviously, clocking that landscape probably help us to range Ilani accordingly.
I'm a big fan of this Statsura guy. He's in the mix.
9-6 of clubs, a flat from the small, keeping an eye on Ilani. Ace Jack Jack, and this is not what we had in mind with 9-6 of clubs.
Yeah, nothing interesting is really going to happen here, but it's clear my man Statsura has ideas. You know, he has some evil intentions. Or this is his favorite hand. Either way, I'm on board for it.
You know, self-indulgently, I'm aboard that vessel as well.
Nice.
Just a disruptor of sorts.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody has to make the chips move, you know, and
it's not going to be Ilani on the flop as he checks back. Now a 5 rolls off, and you know, this is precisely why we mix in those checkbacks with the Ace 5 on these sorts of textures. That 5 on the turn, not entirely irrelevant, but doesn't improve Ilani's hand with immediacy. Obviously, a running 5 would be something. But here he is facing just 2,500 into 15.
This is an interesting idea as well. One big blind on a paired board 2 flush draws, ace high.
Very dry deuce of spades arriving after the Ilani call.
I think that's probably a wise give up. Although it's nice having clubs here. You wouldn't have to fire that large to get some of the checked back diamond draws, checked back heart, backdoor heart draws. You know, you try to maybe get them to give up their king high, queen high type of holdings, but if he has the 9-6, he might have worse. So, you know, maybe we just reserve that bluff for the 6-4.
Ilani decides,
Chip dumping.
I've seen enough. Checking back.
Wish I defended.
And you hear the big blind mentioning they wish they defended. Of course, it would have been trip jacks. Aishan sliding over to the small.
Some guy yesterday almost mucked 9 high versus hijack who checked back twice. And he still showed it and won a showdown. Check, 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 check.
It's always better to show.
So when I see this, I always show my hands.
Same.
Who knows?
Yeah.
That's right, kids.
Last
No
year I
shame in
lost in
showing
this
down.
tournament with
Let's
queen high.
stop with the
other guy
funerals
called me
and
10 high.
the you show
Like, I'm
first
bluffing, I showed.
theatrics. Let's just table our hands.
Yeah,
nice.
I'm a fan of
Nice
that.
feeling.
Keep things in motion.
After this, I thought maybe I should quit poker, you know. If people call me with 10 high.
Cut off ace-5. Neil's going to work. This open, by the way, is an eighth of his stack, 12.5% commitment. And it's going to run into a 3-bet potentially here from this king-queen suited for Aishan, which is such a candidate.
It'll be interesting to see what king-queen does here because this is a relatively polarizing open. And it's certainly an idea. You'll use these high-low combos as your bluffs, and then of course you'll have your value hands, probably jacks plus, maybe tens plus are going to open normally here.
Aishan, of course, is not thrilled at the prospects of his 16K getting piled on by Poodle, but
How big was your win in London?
You just got to run it. You know, some hands just have enough inherent equity. King-queen suited.
Pounds, yeah, 140 euros.
It's a delicious-looking hand.
Was 1K buying?
Or it was 1-1.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
yeah, on the menu, it's always one that you would choose.
40% of a royal. I mean,
Every now and again, it comes out of the kitchen and
And the
it
trophy
ends up
is the same
tasting
as-
pretty bad when that
Yeah.
ace, king, 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 queen, queen gets shoved down your throat. Meanwhile, Shilko, 147 big blinds as we check in on the chip counts here from day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Poodle down to just 14 bigs. Gasparis Posato, by the way,
You still
is
have
one
the
of the
trophy?
men
Where do you
delivered
have it home, the trophy?
to the feature
They sent me a replica.
Oh, yeah?
to fill the voids left behind by
I don't know why.
Yagmai
But
and
it's exactly the
Niste.
same.
They
They
Quite a
showered
stack he
early.
brings with him.
There's Ramon and me.
But where is the
100.
original then? Okay.
I don't get it.
11
They
bigs.
said it's not original.
This is
weird,
shaping up to be an interesting formation
I hope you put
to
it
pay
on a
attention
nice place
to.
with lights and stuff.
When I will have my own house, I will do this. For now, we're just standing in my brother's house, you know.
Ah.
But it's okay.
There's some really aggressive saxophone taking place. or even more aggressive clarinet, unclear.
Hungry Temp.
Right, right.
Yeah.
We just caught it mid-solo. I mean,
It's just,
it was
That might have been a Grammy-winning effort there. The lungs on that guy. Meanwhile, Shilko defends his big blind with a 7 against the attack from Ilani, who again has been frisky. Seems to have been largely reasonable posture that he has taken up when entering pots, but here he is with bottom pair on a king-high monotone board. Shilko with the 7 of clubs, facing follow-through of 3K.
Yeah, he hasn't missed any fringe opens, and this is a dangerous game we play. It can go either way. Obviously, people are quite aware that his VPIP is higher than most at the table.
Welcome.
It will lend these spots to present themselves where, Shilko himself now is defending a relatively fringe hand.
9 of spades on the turn after Alexander.
Oh, I take that back. I didn't realize it was monotone. Yeah, the 7 of clubs with ace high. Obviously,
yeah, he's got the
always
flush
gonna
draw.
continue.
But he's still just got ace high here, checking a second time.
Direct to the table. TV table. Direct to the TV table.
Do we lean more toward the second barrel to kind of maybe earn free showdown if we're Ilani, even though our hand is dusty? He did pick up the gutter, of course. Or do we check back and then face the prospect of a deep stack Shilko getting after us on a multitude of rivers?
I think the general idea here is to play a little bit more passively. It becomes a little unclear to me if we're betting for value, protection, or bluff at this point. Now, don't get me wrong, we do kind of have a convertible hand, right? On certain runouts, it could potentially be all 3. You river an 8, you river a jack, you river nothing. We go any direction.
The direction that Ilani chose was a 24K. Healthy turn bet there. And enjoy some chip leader chips there. Mr. Ilani, as only 370 players continue to enjoy a run here in the main. The herd thinning out quickly as we glance upon the entirety of the remaining field. Staff working feverishly to break tables down, plug holes left behind by the fallen. It really feels like a very steady flow of casualties until you kind of get into that late day 2, maybe day 3-ish portion of the program.
Yeah, there's no feeling like running deep in an event. And I think that that's kind of born out of knowing how many casualties are falling around you. You almost feel like you're dancing between the raindrops a bit.
Well, the recently arrived Lithuanian Vaitulionis announces his presence, courtesy of Ace King. Everyone acknowledging, but not competing. Nice way to start his featured table presence.
You didn't see my card last time? No?
Have you made your way over to Ross for a main, Matt?
I'm embarrassed at how little I've traveled, Ali. I've never been to Europe. I've managed to make the longest trips, though. Been to Australia and now Dubai.
So Aussie Millions, I imagine, that which drew you to
yeah,
down
really,
under?
really hopeful that comes. Maybe WSOP Europe becomes WSOP Australia.
Well, listen.
And I find myself back in the land down under.
With the folks at GG Poker poised and ready to take on the brand. Announcement made earlier this year. I would imagine we're going to see some real expansion and some innovation upon us, as we don't require innovative thought with Ace King in the small blind here, as CISO against the Sposato open. Suited 1 gapper made it 5. And Big Slick makes it 17.5. All of a sudden, the marinara has thickened for the Italian. 12.5K more, very speculative holding here, but the benefit of position and a covering stack come together, allowing Sposato to call.
Yeah, this one feels a little bit close to me, but only facing 6 big blinds. Maybe it's Maybe it's a flick it in kind of spot. You don't got to tell me twice.
King Jack 8, no diamond. Gut shot straight draw for Spassato. Top pair, top kicker for Ciso.
I don't suspect we'll see it continue here. The 10's just dirty too often. No backdoor diamonds. Ace King's going to be a must bet.
There's the agreement from the Israeli. 12,000.
Bottom of.
That one ends uneventfully.
Maybe for you.
Yeah.
I'm sure Ace King is quite thrilled with the outcome.
Yeah, and the 9-7 didn't really love having to call 3 bets and then lay down.
That's just what it's become as a commentator, huh? You just want blood every hand. Like, they're here for your entertainment at this point.
Have I become spoiled? Have I lost the initiative?
I mean, you know, can't blame you. Think of how far we've come. Lon and Norm, way back in the day, they just got kings versus queens every hand.
Well, to be fair, we were in the edited streets.
That's what I
back in the
mean.
day, the human highlight reel.
How far we've come, you know, you're dealing with 9 deuce off, blind
Look at this.
versus
I got to
blind.
stare at Jack Deuce, 9-6. What's going on out here? The game's changed. No. The game is still the game.
For 10 years, I thought we were playing with a short deck.
One wouldn't have blamed you.
Like, the way, the frequency at which people got Jacks Plus, it was like, well, that's an easy hand to just fold, I think.
Bahamas. But I kind of regret. But everything is booked, so I'm going there. But most
Poodle,
likely
by the way,
next
ace
year I
deuce.
will go WPT.
Just wagging his finger at this.
They made no guarantee for that.
Alani
WPT.
entrance.
That's the only thing I don't like, but I think it's still gonna be good.
Yeah,
Your
the
point, by
field
the
is
way,
gonna
Berkey,
be-
does
I mean, last year apparently it was
kind
much
of open
nicer.
up an opportunity to
I think it's
discuss
gonna be even better because all the racks gonna
how
choose the Bahamas
maybe
top
you would
racks
reflect
because it's
upon
more
that
high
era
end.
in which all of poker's coverage was edited and condensed into the highlight reels.
25K, 50 million guarantee.
And really sort of
So rarely
was
such
deceptive in that
Yeah,
way.
but with all the re-entries.
Yes, and the 6 like,
Contrasting
They
that
call the
to
hotel packages inside the guarantee.
today-
I heard something like this, no?
Oh, really?
Even
Yeah.
though there are those lulls,
I heard
the
something like this.
authenticity
I
with
don't know.
which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate
But yeah, it's appealing, obviously.
how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having
As
picked
much
up
I'm
hands
talking
such
with
as
other
this,
players, as much
pocket
you want to go
kings,
to WPT
huge,
probably.
big
Right.
coolers, and just fight and get gritty
Yeah.
and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true. And I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand.
Oh, right.
You know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with Ace-Jack there
not go at all?
versus the Studa Open.
That's a very interesting, very disciplined fold.
Well, I don't know that we're going to be able to exercise that sort of discipline with Ace-Queen in the big if we're
Like, it's also
by
started
Tuliones.
December, almost the same day.
This is almost always going to be a pure call versus under the gun.
Like if you want to play
Especially he
the
hasn't been here to
also
see
25K, it's impossible.
some of the showdowns
But
from
maybe one of the plan
Stetsura,
was to go to 25K.
which
Yeah.
may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I wasn't thinking he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do
Even if
poorly
you
on
don't
an
make big
ace-8-8
two, it's
board.
still
Checking
not
over to
game.
Stetsura, a snap flick of
I love
5K.
that bet.
Did he just
Don't care about the size or anything, just the mannerisms of that bet is the best. But that's why I found the ace-jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but
I'll try Sao Paulo as well.
he had seen some of these showdowns, the ace-10, the 9-6.
Okay.
Perhaps you might want to consider
Ah.
getting in the mix there.
There's
Fair?
BSOP?
BSOP, yeah.
No hesitation
I was surprised there is a 50k there.
Out of
I wonder
the
who-
ace
Yeah,
queen
it's gonna be
to
some
get
big
into the
event.
mix, playing it as a check raise. Is
I don't
this hazardous?
Still gonna be not so.
No, this is very nice. Obviously, his best ace on paired boards such as this.
So it's
Again,
confirmed you're
big
gonna go
blind
there?
is kind of incentivized to play a little
I
bit
will
more
play
aggressively.
staked.
Now, of course, he does have to run
Yeah, makes sense.
the risk of being against ace
Yeah,
king,
I wonder
but
who will go there, you know. We'll
that's
see.
just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
Not an easy field.
I hope they're not gonna call it.
Probably it's gonna be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors
But when I was looking at the
are
program, I
often
didn't notice there was
utilized.
tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty clear
I
continue
booked
for
there
at least one
during
more with kings.
November, like there is nothing to play the second half in
I know,
Vegas.
I know, yeah. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later.
If
go
I
to
knew,
Las
I
Vegas.
would have gone to Miami. Yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra
Probably
7K
WPT.
contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It
versus
seems
the
like
check
he's
raise.
cutting out raising chips.
Now, this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think
Yeah.
you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsura leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition.
Right.
Rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by Vaitulionis, with the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold and then found the click. And that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsura lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsura pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, more imagery from elsewhere in the field. Ivan Banic, fourth on Croatia's all-time money list. Still a part of the proceedings. I guess he escaped being a Olympic water polo player. Isn't that really predominantly what
he has the
options
build?
are?
I have to tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2-seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, I got this. King-Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Aishan. Has itself some issues here. Hasn't opened to 5,000. is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we could see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think king-queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that, when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold. Comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Ilani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Ilani, then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It
I
is,
know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10 and ace king that slow play pre, as well as I guess aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. big confrontation here. We're going to need to see some help if King Queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of Heart River, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out.
And this is kind of what I suspected would happen with Ilani. As a man who tends to take the aggressive action himself when given 2 options, I know that stacks build and they melt. So this was going to kind of go one of 2 ways. Play a high variance spot where you have some edge. Find yourself on a near 300K big blind stack, or 300K stack rather.
Well, what have we found elsewhere in the field here? Foxen taking one down, 222,000 in front of him. He busted 13th in the 50K Diamond High Roller. Immediately hopped in to day 1A. Here he is, day 2. Finished 9th in chips at the end of that day 1A, by the way. 389,000 was his haul. He's off that mark, but still comfortably operating. Suited connector for Shilko. Makes it 5,500, and now Ilani, fresh off of snacking on Ashan's chips, is paying a visit to the rich part of the deck. Pocket Kings.
Those off the top of the head, or you sit around and workshop them?
You know how crazy off the top of the head they are? I don't even know what you're talking about.
The rich part of the deck, that's so good.
Oh, yeah. How much of this have I talked about at this point, Berkey? I can't. It all blends together.
No, that one was. I wasn't gonna let that one just skate on by. That was good. He's paying a visit to the rich part of the deck.
The rich part of the deck paying a visit to him, I'd say. As we pay a visit to that card protector, it is a little bit awkward that it's facing Shilko, if I'm being honest. I would rather turn it toward the field.
But I will see soon.
It's like, what are you looking at? Shilko looking at a fold.
Jacks? Oh, no. In a different way. In a different way.
You know, I love that you talked about
very good hand.
stacks building and melting, because over all these years that I've been on this side of the booth, you've paid visits to both sides, and you've been on the other side of my screens at times, and my goodness, not for the faint of heart have been some of the chip graphs you've put together and the roller coaster rides you've had, Berkey.
Yeah, well, it's warfare out there, Ali, and
yes,
those chips are just bullets.
Yeah.
No sense in going home with them, you know?
Not so bad.
Put them to work or put them to bed.
They're not as useful in the chamber as they are sprayed onto the battlefield.
That's right, that's right.
Until rent comes due, in which case you're looking for a few and some clips.
Hey, you know, there's some nice weather in California here. They're kind to the homeless.
Looking at you, Santa Monica. Ace King here, being looked at by Vaitu Leones, who has been northbound since his arrival. First hand he sat down and opened was an Ace King. Then, of course, Ace Queen versus 2 Kings. Yielded one from Stetsura, who's got an inferior ace on the button versus a cutoff open. Might be looking for his pound of flesh.
Yeah, this one can go either way.
Yeah, 3-bet to 15,000, ill-fated, and Sposado wakes up with ladies.
Now this is where it gets fun.
Unless you have ace-9.
He's the covering stack, so for sure we're going to see him go with it in some capacity here. It's just a matter of how. I guess effectively they're looking at about 60 blinds. I don't think jam's out of the question. With a formation this aggressively, though, maybe he wants to get a little value for his time.
You know, the thing is, as a big stack, if he were to come with some normalish 4-bet sizing, does it not at times appear to the opposition like it's more situational.
For sure.
Cut off open button, 3-bet. In context, those two played that little pot moments ago, and you could lure something less than ace-king into hazardous procedures.
Yeah,
Instead, we know that this one is a somewhat foregone conclusion.
Right. I think that's facts. It's more you start to play with the line of protecting your hand versus maximizing the value. And it gets a little dicey, you know, like 2 10s in this spot, I'm pretty sure you're on the cusp between jamming and folding, whereas like, you know, 2 aces, you're very clearly just playing 4-bet not all in. And everything that falls in between that spectrum is gonna want to try to do the best that it can to maximize both its fold equity and its ability to get worse to put money in the pot. This is very gross for ace-king.
I mean, we didn't really have this spot in mind when we opened to 5K, and yet the hand is the hand. He's going to choose to jam it.
Yeah.
Sposato isn't looking for the exits.
So this is the thing, like, if you choose the 4-bet not all in here with queens, I think in general it's to snap a jam from either. But perhaps he was thinking to himself that he would very quickly call if the button were the jammer. Potentially he has a decision here versus the original opener.
Buona fortuna.
So we're off to the races in a classic.
Maybe.
If...
Oh, did he call?
I think, yeah.
Oh, okay,
I'm seeing call 109 in there, so unless my eye's deceived. Perhaps the writing was on the wall here as the ace-9 ducks out of the way. And all of a sudden, the fate of the Lithuanian hangs in the balance. To the flop we go. 10-4 tray. Not what was needed. 1 ace in the muck. That much we know. Can we find a king? Some running wheel hopes. And the latter of them present courtesy of the deuce of hearts. Any 5, any ace, any king. Or just a 7 of clubs. And no sooner does Vaitu Leonis arrive at this feature table than he is dispatched by the late arriving Sposato, who will vault up the leaderboard here.
No, that's the only thing I know. Very basics.
How deep is Sposato going to be now?
I think
Has
that
he
should vault
overtaken
him
Shilko?
over. Yeah, it's going to be close. I think that's going to put him around 340, 350-ish.
And that's kind of a comforting development insofar as, you know, having Shilko direct left to contend with.
That formation's turning into an interesting one with Iliani now being just south of 300K and to the left of Shilko.
Right, the chips have kind of accumulated around that horn there.
Yeah.
Now the wounded Frenchman on the button. Gonna play this as an open limp. Queen 8 offsuit.
Interesting. It's definitely a thing on the button.
To limp or?
To limp, specifically with these stack depths, I'm not quite brushed up enough on my button limping ranges to know where Queen 8 falls with the incentives.
Always a relief when all that depth to our left is willing to just allow us to see 3. These are not the ones that we had in mind if we're Ashan. However, very interesting is a 2-diamond board texture between Sposato and Shilko, both of whom have flush draws. Just look at the advantage for Dimitro, not just courtesy of the better flush draw, but that pair as well. They're both checking.
Really nothing working here for Ishan.
7.5.
And yet he's been lured into a 7.5K position bet.
The big bet to me is a very interesting choice multi-way. I guess it's kind of saying like I'm trapping here a fair amount. Like, you know, I have really good hands in this limp range and I want to charge you guys as much as possible. I would have expected to see one big blind here though, being the more common choice. Could also be a byproduct of him having a hand that's kind of just one and done unless it improves.
Shilko, quite a bit of hand here.
Yeah, I think he's happy to get it in versus Aishan, but should be a bit concerned about Spasato's call. Of course, there'll be plenty of 5x in that range that will just fold, and there are diamond draws that he dominates. But I don't think you really want to inflate the pot here too much against a potential jack.
It's kind of crazy.
He does go for it, though.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So 26,000, dispatching Thomas quite easily. Now over to Spasato, just a naked 8 high flush draw. This is too rich. So well served was
I ever played a tournament with
Shilko's choice
to
check there.
Yeah, they changed it to this year.
Hi Alex, how is it going in the main event?
So far it was a smooth ride. Let it be continue the same way, but yeah, it's been quite nice so far.
How big is your stack right now?
I'm not a big fan to say my stack, but it's around like 250 to 60k, which is healthy stack, is like 100 big blinds plus.
Okay, you have made so far big achievements in poker. What motivates you to continue in your career?
To my mind, a good poker player is the one who shows consistently good results for a longer period of time. So I want to show first of all for myself that it was not a random big win and just keep on winning and to build a very successful career.
So what do you like about big tournaments such as the main event?
Actually, it's a lot to be mentioned for sure, but if to choose one, I think it's about the dream, because there is so many players who receive the ticket satellite who is not playing like on a regular basis like 10k tournaments, and they can compete with the best players in the world. They have opportunity to win such big prizes. So I would say the dream, that people have the dream and they can win life-changing money, you know.
Great, thank you very much. Good luck.
Pounds this time or big raise?
Thanks, Mika. Well spoken is
I will try
Shilko
one more
there,
time.
and he touches on an idea, Matt, that I think everybody, especially if they enjoy some
But
early
this time make
success
it 9,
in their
so I
poker
will be not
career,
tempted, okay?
has to contend with. Wanting to kind of be accepted as not a fluke, as not you know, someone who just binked with a good run of cards or something, but somebody who's here to stay and actually has the chops.
Yeah, and I mean, tournament poker is brutal that way. It's you could be the best in the world and go months, if not years, without winning. Look at Chris Brewer's negative run that he went through for the better part of 18 months.
So painful.
There's not a lot of validation just looking at results, but Shilko's, he's a special one, I think. I think he's a great head on his shoulders. I met him at that PCA that he ultimately went on to win, and we were playing a side event where I had gone all in, or I bet enough to put him all in as we entered a break. And he had a huge decision and was nothing but apologetic to me for taking up my break time.
Wow.
I'm like
that's
this kid,
classy,
maybe
man.
22 at the time. It's like to...
Oh, that's classy.
Yeah, I was very impressed. Happy to see him go on to ultimately win that 25K PCA main event. And now here we are.
Yeah, impressively getting after it is Shilko on the Ace, King, Queen board. Look at Sisu, by the way, who hung out in the face of the 5,500. And now both parties play the board.
Yeah, this is just going to be very favorable for Shilko's range. He's going to have more traps, which is going to allow him to bet large here quite frequently, I think. He does have to concern himself about Siso having some flushes. Even though the board's double paired, I think that they'll pay up to pot. But that's not enough for him to not fire this bluff off.
24,500. And this is just brute force.
Yeah, you just want to make it unattractive to the imposition range to call for a chop. Something around north of pot there gets the job done.
I mean, listen, even diamonds and kings full start to maybe, just maybe have some
Yeah,
concerns.
you're not happy. You put it in, but you're not happy. I think that's something that, as I've gotten a little older and a little more studied in the modern game, I've really come to peace with, is just how many moments you'll face where you're very unhappy, but resigned to just putting the chips in.
Pocket jacks and
He'll be
chips in
happy.
will be very much something that Nishan is prepared to offer to anybody asking him to do so. And I'm not sure we've got candidates for that, but Ilani with Queen 8 offsuit here and plenty of chips.
Yeah, if you recall earlier, I can't recall who it was, but somebody opened Ace 5 off of like 14. Was it 40 blinds?
No.
Oh,
blind
40K,
dish, yeah, 40K, and
yeah,
it was
yeah.
like 12.5% of their stack, 1/8.
Yeah, and this is the other side of that, right? You open that sort of hand so that you can still open jacks and not be forced to just jam it and pick up the blinds so often.
So defense from Ilani, but no improvement on the 1 overcard board to these jacks.
He'll want to start going both for protection and value here. We'll probably see something in the neighborhood of 1 to 1.5 big blinds.
See bet and take it. Always a little bit of a relief, although he would have been ready for a spin if somebody wanted to play some roulette. Well, that face there is one that was a big mystery to the online poker world for a very long time. And yet, it is one that's going to be hauling in a pot. Looks like the nut flush was downed by tens full on the river by Sweden's Victor Blom, the man who went by Isildur 1, currently sitting on 320,000.
Really great to see him back in action, back in the spotlight, playing these big events.
Did you look your cards?
Made some deep runs this summer in a couple of the high roller events, I recall.
Deep run in the Diamond High Roller a few days ago, 5th place finish.
And it was queens and aces, and I
It's better not to see. I agree with you.
if someone is not walking me, then don't walk me.
No more walks.
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
just
I followed a big pair just because I wanted to see what you had.
me too.
Yeah.
You fold big pair? Or pair draw, maybe? Draw.
Medium pair.
Medium pair.
Tens.
Wow.
Pair draw, not something we hear all that often. Just 36,000 for Poodle. Mucked around to his small. Chooses to play it as a limp. Dust Bunny in the big for Statsuda, who could check back in C3, but every now and again, down in our range, we try to do ambitious things against a stack such as Poodle's, I suppose.
Yeah.
We are inclined not to pursue that path, and maybe well served not to do so, although unclear how Niels would have reacted with 9-6. Here he is, top 2, checking over, looking to induce.
Hello.
Check back from Statsuda, and now top pair for him.
So now
chips available.
Yeah, if you're Poodle now, you need to try to figure out a way to get all of the money. The board has opened itself up enough to where Stetsyura can now have a 10. He can also have plenty of draws. Don't know that Stetsyura is checking back hands like Queen Jack. In theory, I believe he probably should be, since Poodle's either limping a hand such as he has or traps. Queen Jack not doing so hot against the traps and just gets worse to fold. So he does come with pot here, which is going to set up about a pot and a quarter jam on the end. The 7 of spades, though, might prevent that from happening. Now any 8's going to make a straight. The flush has come in. Could be losing to a better 2 pair as well. I imagine he just tends to use his hand as a bluff catcher. Still does beat some busted draws.
Four-liner and the spade. I mean, this is
He's gonna go for it.
a troublesome little development, of course. And
Well, you'll love to see that reaction. You know you're not getting raised immediately.
yeah, you're right about that.
Which feels really nice.
How do you feel about leading 4K off of 27 into 22.5?
Block is an interesting choice here. I guess with the 9 of spades, you're just resigned to calling a jam. Maybe you assume that he won't shove an 8, or you may presume that he's not going to fold hands versus 4K that he would have otherwise bluffed versus check. It's an interesting bet choice, because I'm not sure if the intent is to fold to a jam or not, which feels pretty tricky. He did get called, picks the pot up.
Well, that was a excellent decision, not only to limp pre in retrospect, but to check the flop with those 2 pair by Poodle, for whom every little bit counts right now. Stetsyura trending in the wrong direction. We've got just about 15 minutes left in this level. Make that 11.
Oh, these are different events.
Time travel? What's going on?
No, that was the turbo. They were showing all the events.
Okay.
So there was a turbo freeze out, and now this 1100 looks like second chance event.
For 10 euros, something like this. I will give you after the break. 5.
Maybe not. I'm not sure. Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
10 euros I owe you.
Raise and take
Play
it.
some casino?
Jack 10 suited here.
It's a change, I think, for some.
Okay.
No, I don't play.
It's an interesting fold off of
Maybe it's a
14 with Queen 5 off.
Yeah.
Might be right around the boundary
How
of
is the
what's
cash games here?
necessary to defend. Usually we want those high cards.
Played, but
I don't like
yesterday we had day off, so nothing to do. I just said, let's
so
try.
instead of rest, and we decided to keep on playing. Grinder mode.
Yeah.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah. It sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Achan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards go.
I think it was Ilani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it wasn't passing Spasato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as ace king and two kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all Asian affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas Aishon, for taking it on the chin like that.
Good luck.
It's nice for TV is not the kind of thing that you tend to hear from someone on the receiving end of that.
Right.
Same table, right? Huh?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a brutal way to head out.
Okay, good luck.
Heading out, indeed. It looks like that's going to carry us into the break.
Yeah, that it is. And so Matt and I will step aside briefly, but we will return with continuing coverage of day 2 of the WSOP Europe main after this.
And a nice guy.
Strong fold.
Big fold down.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
Let's just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's why
it
you're
looks like to me.
One of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec going to raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting King Jack. Look at
Nines,
these hands.
10s, 7s. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Ostet outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2-5.
Oh, the icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
I'm not
nines.
done with the 9s.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with. Even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds, are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there
He's
with 9s.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now. How much? You see, Nicholas, very
King of
curious.
Diamonds.
Yeah, I had the King of Diamonds in my hand. You don't have King 10 with the King of Diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No. What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
if you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man.
It is, right?
Yeah. But you might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Goddamn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
He's going to talk him into this call.
Could have maybe like ace king, maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop, the icon called the 3-bet from Osted.
Ace jack is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace jack.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace King is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe Ace Queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only Ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King, queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
That's fun. Mm-hmm.
The pattern reminds me of like a race.
Like the checkered flag.
Yeah. Race to get all the chips.
Well, we're going to get action if everybody keeps getting dealt Ace King.
That's true. I mean, maybe everybody just will get dealt Ace King.
Is this real?
Apolab has it. Along with Kruger. Apocalypse says, just a shame our regular commentator Dan had to miss this. Thankfully, Dan will be back on comms next week for the IPS main event.
That's must see, the IPS.
Come on!
He's kicking for what? What is going on here?
We just had Ace King versus Ace King. Now we have Ace King versus Ace King versus Ace King. How?
Well, if the money goes in, I'm taking Jack 9. A cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff.
Ginger Fluff. Wilhelm makes the call.
Weird. Nobody flops a pair.
How? Ace King, just a drawing hand. Proof here.
The power of the aggressor in these situations. It's a world, I suppose, in which both players are content to just get the showdown with Ace King high. Shields is in a weird spot where you might consider continuing to build a pot for the times you're up against a hand like 2 jacks, 2 nines, trying to force folds.
At 6,300.
While also targeting what could be a shared hand.
$7,300. That is called. Turn is a 4. Thought the ace was coming.
I did not.
Oh.
Nor did I think a king was coming. Last I checked, very few left in the deck. Another player also had ace king and is out. And it remains an interesting scenario for Shields. If we bet again, we are absolutely trying to target those middling pairs. The nines, the jacks. This time I'm going to just sort of shut it down.
River 10.
And I don't necessarily think that if he had aces or kings, he would play the hand any different. You start to be a little concerned about pocket tens being present. Of course, now the 10 on the river, much less concerned, only fearful of quads. Oh, look at...
Oh, reaching.
Look at this.
And firing 17,000.
Maybe some recognition from Ibaleb saying, I think we could have the same hand. I'm going to try and force him out. As played, I don't suspect he really has any tens unless it's all 4 of them. We haven't seen much out of him yet. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack-10 suited, 9-10 suited, where he was 3-betting out of the small and then calling the cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff. Well done.
Gets the folds. Nice pickup.
Pocket nines.
Ace queen, ace king.
Forrest Ebelhab.
You'll find out in an hour. Tell me, I'll tell you.
All right, we are back at King's Casino out in Rozgadov. Day 2A of the WSOP main event Europe. Roughly half the field started today. Just in the nick of time.
Diving right back into our feature table, Ali Najad alongside Matt Berkey, continuing coverage of Day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event here. And this frame starting off quite nicely for CISO, Red Kings, with the blinds having ticked up to 1,500, 3,000. A 3K big blind ante. Niels Poodle has been sort of hanging around. Ace-8 suited in the hijack. He's going to hop aboard.
You start like 60?
53.
Thank you.
Pocket deuces for Shilko's big blind. Feels like a nice time to mine a set here.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy that you're actually going to get to see a flop here versus Sisso's, who's a bit deeper.
Extra 3K plunked in again with that always thoughtful, deliberate sort of manner that Shilko carries. Queen 7-5, no issues whatsoever for these kings, as we can see. King of Hearts working, as well as the overpair.
I think particularly when you have a heart, and with Poodle's range being so condensed, check might be an idea here. He's just going to play it pretty straightforwardly, though.
$8K. The sizing into 22.5.
Nothing Poodle can really do here, in spite how enticing it may be with backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Probably just going to be resigned to fold here. Multi-way. Oh, what do I know? Take one off.
Nine of diamonds on the turn. Not the spade or the ace that we might have preferred, but it is a gut shot straight draw for Poodle.
This is kind of what I was concerned with the float here by Poodle. You set yourself at an SPR of 1. Yeah, this isn't a spade or an ace, but you do pick up the gut shot.
And you do pick up a check in front of you, which could tempt you.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine we're pretty close to the bottom of our range. This has to be damn near the worst hand we have. I guess maybe we have a little bit of Jack 10. Unlikely, though. I would think he would start bluffing here. You're going to bet most of your Queen X here for value and protection. Having the 8 is pretty nice. Something like third pot.
Can I ask for a bottle of water, please?
I imagine he's just going to get met with a jam.
$13K lured off of Poodle's already lean stack. Credit CISO with taking a line that has provided him this opportunity. And Niels not going to posture whatsoever. The check raise leaves him understanding it's time to step aside. You know, these are the fines, right? I don't want to, like, make it seem like it was something extraordinary.
Sure.
But it is the difference between, let's call it good and great, is being able to recognize that opportunity there to pick up chips that you might not have otherwise.
Yeah, finding that turn check is worth something for sure.
And there is your reigning World Series of Poker Europe main event champion, looking like he's got himself involved in a tussle for all of his chips. He's got himself king, queen, 4, 5, 7, 8 queen board, and he's up against queen 6. Oh my goodness. What a filthy way to dispense with the bid to defend Neugebauer's crown. The running 8 high straight by the outkick top pair. And that'll do it for Max. Ouch. I don't know that that's as filthy as that King of Hearts.
No, that
rolled
King
off
of
right
Hearts
before
was,
the break.
Yeah, that was something.
I don't know if we're on any fault lines here in Rozvadov, but seismic things were associated with that river. Stone Richter scale registration. He really did deal with it with grace. Absolute champ.
What choice do you have? You're going home either way.
Oh, I've approached things very differently over the years, Matt.
No, never.
I've eaten cards. I've thrown things. I've broken things.
Listen, you're playing mixed games. Everybody in that room is a different animal.
No, the airlock is wide open with us Martians. That's for sure. Meanwhile, blind versus blind here. As CISO decidedly lower in his range with 6-4 offsuit dominated. Jack 8 deuce shouldn't present problems. Nor assistance for either player. 2 checks to the turn we go. King high, happy to pursue showdown.
Pretty tempting to fire a bet here with 6 high. Not going to have very many worse hands here in range. Not that it's super important, but you do block 4-3. It's worth something. It's not worth nothing. $3K is an interesting choice going for third pot. You're not putting that much pressure on the king high, queen high type holdings, which I imagine is what our target is here.
So what would you
Through a check
prefer? Something more toward the half pot range?
Yeah,
Wow, it does
well,
get
it does
through,
work.
however, Matt.
I stand corrected, sir.
I was with you, though. I felt like as played, it became somewhat more incumbent upon king high to take a peek there, but...
Yeah. I suppose that bet does service 6 high pretty well. You're certainly getting 8 high to fold.
And if you're Vivian Saliba, you're getting a chance to chat with Jessica Tussel, winner of the 2022 World Series of Poker Ladies No Limit Championship. That was good for her first bracelet. Saliba also won her first bracelet right here at Kings this year. Took down the 2K PLO event. 4-card streets. Knifed her way through a field of 229 players. So a couple of pieces of well-earned jewelry adorning those wrists as we come back to the feature where Poodle's 10-3 suited has defended. Sposano leaning over and going, hey, listen, it's such a small stack. I'm sorry, I can't really, how much do you have? Queen, queen, 5 here. Ace high doesn't find any improvement, does have the action checked over.
I feel like there's no more disheartening feeling that looms with you as long as it does as being crippled in a tournament. You know, you lose like a massive pot in a specific way, you're generally ejected from the event.
I mean, the dead man walking feeling is a rough one where you're
It's
like,
brutal,
oh, but I can't wait to figure out where these 1.5 blinds are going to get sent in.
Right. Because like you have the anxiety of still having hope.
Yeah.
Well, once you take that beat and you're ejected, like, yeah, you're gonna lament it, but you're gone.
You know, not everybody really operates with that hopeful slant, Berkey. A lot of guys get down to the 2-3 bigs, and hope really isn't the way that I would describe their affect, as we see the late arriving Taharkani snacking on one. Also another one of these guys that I got an opportunity to witness operate down in northern Cyprus. And what have we here? Zed Omar with sixes, wrapping the felt. And showers for the Swede Eljak. Oh, looks like the rebuy desk
On
is
to the
available
next.
to him for whatever the subsequent event is. Registration desk, I should call it.
Bring on the next event.
There's no better way to kind of get over an event than getting under a new one.
Never miss a Sunday, as Pads would say.
Taharkani's got himself involved here with King Queen suited. Made it 7,500 to go.
Welcome. Hello.
Blind versus blind.
I think these are the hands that you
registration?
more
Into
apt
your
to
table?
see
Ready
opening
for
from the
registration?
small blind.
One more person.
How about this board?
Not
Top
the worst.
pair and a flush draw. He's got so much of it that he's feeling better about a check and potential induction of Stetsura, who's light.
Satellite? No.
He'll check back. He will not, however, find an excuse to find trouble on this turn, unless, of course, Taharkani slips him a little bit more rope. But with the coordinated nature of the board, maybe we begin.
Well, I think we just get to start targeting a lot of ace high. It's very difficult for those overcards with a gut shot to just fold here. Not much you can do to get the Jack-8 red to put any chips in the middle.
So that one ends uneventfully. By the way, Taharkani has been lobbying really hard for the addition of some new events here in Rosvadov that are kind of mixed and include arm wrestling.
Oh.
Reasons are obvious.
Right.
I can count 2 of them.
Greco-Roman wrestling, perhaps.
Anything physical.
Yeah, yeah.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe-to-toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasaro says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle.
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional. Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as
Very
the
much
gutter
so.
did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house.
Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
I mean, 12 is like cup runneth over territory for the likes of Sean Winter.
This is very fair. He may have found a limp fold with those 7s. Depending on if he had the deck read or not.
Oh. He really is one of the most entertaining of the top caliber professionals. There's Vladimir Troyanovsky. 4th on Russia's all-time money list. 8.4 million in career earnings. You know, if you don't know your way around poker's elite, that's an unassuming little seat right there.
I was going to say, does he play high rollers?
I've not seen him in, for example, the Triton Streets,
Okay.
but that's not to say because most tours do contain high roller opportunities at this point, although the definition is broad. 25Ks tend to be where we start that designation. But
8 million lifetime, not being a regular in the 25Ks and above, quite an impressive feat to hang your hat on.
Come on. You know, he's...
No, I'm saying it's more impressive.
Oh, yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I'm saying he's also a guy that, you know, I'm not a carny, not putting a read on, you know, the rings in the tree stump there, but seems like he's been at it a minute.
Oh, man. The subtlety of that one was nice.
I mean, dude's a little older.
Yeah,
You know,
all right, you don't got to explain the joke.
That's the on-the-nose part of it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, how many different ways do I have to say
That was the most gracious. That was the most
gracious
gracious way possible, for sure. You do much aging of trees in your spare time?
An arborist on the weekends,
Right?
Unless, of course, the main is going on, in which case I'm a poker commentator. But really, yeah, I'm out in the forest just taking surveys.
Yeah, hey, I'll join you one of those days.
Stetsuria, not with a sturdy oak of sorts here, but not exactly balsa wood either. Jack 10, maybe a soft pine.
Yeah, I was thinking quite the same.
8-6 tray here. Shilko dug in, queen high, no interest. Same story out of the pre-flop razor. Now on the turn, the 7 providing straight draws to both parties. Board texture that favors Shilko?
Yes, but I would suspect, regardless of what he decides, we're going to see a bet from one of the two parties here. I do think this is a good opportunity for him to be stabbing.
He agrees. Shilko, that is. And the sizing here, 11-5.
Pretty solid. Two-tone texture where there's 2 flush draws. We're just going to get out. I think with the 10 of spades in hand, probably could float there and maybe be up to a little no good on the end.
Things have been going well for Sean Deeb. Rumor has it he's enjoying himself a double, and there is the imagery. And let's check in with Sean from earlier.
Hi, Sean. How would you rate this year's main event field?
It's always really soft here with, you know, year-round qualifiers from all the smaller circuit events here. You know, it's great. There's a lot of amateurs. We're playing one bullet, so, you know, me with a lot of bullets, I put a lot of pressure on them. I'm going to be in for a lot of rebuys often, but I'm going to end up with a lot of chips hopefully by the end of registration.
Do you have any side bets for this tournament?
Nope. I don't think anyone's willing to bet me. You know, if they are, they're the best no-limit players, but, you know, in these softer fields, I usually take myself versus them. But, yeah, no side bets, just here for the bracelet, and, you know, Kings is always good to me, so I enjoy this stop a lot.
Thank you. How is your poker year going so far?
Not as good as I would hope. You know, obviously my goal every year is to win a bracelet, and I didn't win one this year, or Player of the Year, so I was still happy. You know, I'm playing very good, had a lot of deep runs, big stacks, and, you know, I just got to close out like I know I can.
And what is your strategy for this main event?
To get all the chips before anyone else does.
Yeah.
And is very on brand for Sean Deeb there, Mika. Don't feel bad about the short answer on the tail end of that one, and thank you for that.
And always humble Sean Deeb. You know, just...
I'll take the under on always. Ace King. I'm going to take the over on 6K as Sposato suited up big slick on the button, big stack. Is going to lean. Just how hard? 3x. Did get a glimpse of an ace finding the bin elsewhere in the field, and now we're going to get a glimpse at Ilani's response here. These ace-kings tend to like to get chips towards the middle.
Yeah, nearly 100 big blinds effective, though. If there's spots to slow play pre, this is going to be one of them. And this is probably the first time we've seen Ilani let off the gas a bit when he had a more aggressive option available.
And a more pleasant board texture for the pre-flop 3-better, as they both have the same hand, but one of them likes it a lot more. Nut flush draw. For Sposato. Action checked over.
Yes, please. Can I get the sparkling water?
Sizing here will be very important. He's going to go small. That's quite good for his hand, given the scenario that he's against. I imagine Ilani isn't done just yet. Although, again, if ever there's a case to just be check folding ace-king, this would be one of those textures.
$15K.
The issue with
Check
just
call.
trying to give up here on the flop is you're still ahead of so much of his 3-bet range. You're beating the ace-5s, the ace-queens.
Yeah, but you're not finding any improvements or draws of any sort on this 8 of clubs turn. That said, Sposato's hand is incomplete.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Sposato check back here. Ilani has at least 2 of the combinations of 9-10 here. He'll also have pocket jacks, pocket 7s in full in range. Pretty narrow target you're shooting at to get value with ace-king high. Looks like he's going to go, though. About half pot.
Into 73,500. Comes 36.
It's a curious bet because I don't know that we get better to fold, and I don't know that there's too much worse that can call.
Yeah, these are obviously dissuasive realities if Sposato shares them, but he does manage to get the other ace-king into the bin without having to improve upon that nut flush draw, which was always free rolling. Kind of the first occasion, unless something eludes me, that I can recall Ilani kind of ticking in the wrong direction. I mean, it's been a fairly glassy surface upon which he has sailed.
Yeah, and kudos to him. I mean, really just demonstrates a solid strategy of not getting a little drunk with the momentum, overplaying perhaps the ace-king offsuit there.
I love that term because it really is apropos. It's a narcotic, intoxicating feeling when all of a sudden you feel this false sense of invincibility.
Yep.
Every single time I'm bluffing, it gets through. Every 3-bet is perfectly sized to get the best hand in the muck, and then it just takes one misstep.
Yeah, and it's easy to misstep with a hand like ace-king. Like, you're very, very, very high up in your range. It's not like you can do much wrong.
Well, 7-8 of clubs in the big blind. Nothing wrong with entering the fray once more, and yet again against one of these deeper stacks. Shilko's King 10, a legitimate opening candidate. 6.5K a man to peak at 4, 5, 6, and I don't need to explain whose hand you want in this spot. The nuts for Ilani. Unfortunately for him, not really anything on the stovetop for Shilko. Other than ambition.
Yeah, these are boards that tend to get checked back at a high frequency, but button versus big blind, you'll see some hands follow through with the c-bet. A hand like King 10, which is just merely 2 overcards, actually kind of serves pretty well as a potential bluff. You unblock some of the combinations of hands that may just be check folding here. You also give yourself the ability to draw 2 pairs, which may be good and will also help protect you down the line, as you're unlikely to play them aggressive when you make them. And you also just have a very clear and easy decision versus check raise, which we do expect to have happen on a texture like this at pretty high frequency.
10K into this 17 and a half.
Winner.
North of half pot, and
Bottom of.
Elani decides, let's play this one fast. A check raise to 32,000 and a snap fold from Shilko. Of course, when we see the snap fold, we're like, well, maybe call would have been the preferred course of action, but these are things that we can't know.
Yeah, I think the betting strategy there by Shilko is probably going to be a little bit more on the polarizing side. So when we have the nuts, we're happy to start putting as much money in the middle as possible.
Yeah. By the way, I feel as though Tahir Khani may have found whatever the local nightlife scene is last night. I mean, just, you know, I've seen a lot of different. Tahir Khani may have gotten after it a little bit.
Yeah.
He may have tied one on.
It's giving Night at the Roxbury.
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
It's giving King 10. Suited. 7 dimes.
Let the master class commence.
Ace 5 for Poodle. 33 and a half back. He will defend as his bid to chisel his way back into a more playable stack depth continues, and the ace-high board will render assistance. Top pair well in front of Tahir Khani's Broadway gutter and backdoor club draw. There's your follow-through. Third pot.
Third pot, but setting up an SPR sub 1.
No, I didn't.
Niels is here for it. No, that's damp. A board pairing 6 of clubs, offering up that flush draw.
We might just see a jam here by Tahir Khani.
Oh, pumps the brakes. And finds a 10. I'm not sure how much value he'll assign that if Poodle were to activate. Now, a lack of a kicker for this ace, and perhaps the desire to simply create an opportunity for a hand that might otherwise fold to a bet to stick chips in.
Yeah, I think Poodle potentially could have had a lead on the turn. Now with a hand like ace 5, maybe you don't want to because your kicker is just dead. Perhaps if you have a hand like ace 7 or ace 8 where you're still drawing to a better 2 pair, it might make a little more sense. As played, it does just look like he has a lot of Jack X and Ace X, so it's going to be tough to get value from the 10. But a small bet here stands to reason. Maybe something in the neighborhood of 8,000. He might just want to go for it all.
Polarize.
The issue becomes like along the lines of what are your bluffs, but you know, sometimes you just don't care. It's like, yeah, maybe I don't have bluffs here. Let him make a mistake. Let him call with a 10.
You know, one thing about the intensity of that seat there is we see Tahir Khani glancing over a couple of times before correctly finding the bin is, I don't get a lot of I don't care out of that guy. You know what I mean? This is a man who's studied.
Yeah.
And here for it at all stack depths. And you can see him continuing to bring up the rear of the chip counts. Diego Zeider, by the way, of Switzerland, has also parked his bones on a lean stack.
Hello? No.
Bringing us to 8-handed action.
Is it yours? Yeah. Can I push? Yeah. Okay.
Now, Matt, I ask you, as we're here on day 2, and, oh, hang on. Poker's resident villain, Martin Cabral, #1 on the Czech Republic's all-time money list with 12.8 million in earnings. Getting himself familiarized with this table.
What a character.
I mean, you want to talk about a man who is as unbothered as it gets with regards to what you think about him?
Yeah, yeah.
There's your candidate right there. Meanwhile, ace-10 offsuit on the ballot for Stetsura. Under the gun open. Quite a bit of pressure to get through, which it does all the way around to solver bait, as I like to call it. The baby-suited wheel ace.
These will play call in this formation some of the time, but I suspect Ilani's going to be bumping this one up. He's a bit of a non-believer.
By the way, footnote on Cabral, who we saw a moment ago there. He's the man that took down the 50K Diamond High Roller a few days ago for 529,000 euros. And his resume, when it comes to events on home soil, staggering performances being turned in. So the flat from Ilani allows Taharkani to take a price, and he's flopped himself bottom pair on a gut shot straight draw, lagging behind the pair of fives for Ilani, as ace-10 is in third place and not in love with this board texture, so hence the check from Dimitro. Ilani also checking back. Deuce of spades on the turn. Now the only flush draw belongs to the preflop opener. Does present the two-way straight draw to Kanan.
12,000.
And he's going to bet 12, just north of half pot.
One of the more obscure double gut shots that you'll see.
By the way, not to be overlooked, the fact that Stetsura has a wheel plus that spade, and yet...
Wow, really didn't think he would fold there. That's
he
interesting.
decides not enough. Lays it down, and now Ilani, with a wheel and a pair of fives, which happens to be the best hand, must consider his options.
First half pot, potentially a dirty gut shot, only second pair. He's going to let it go.
So a nice choice there from Kanan to barrel as he hauls one in. Do you think if he flexed hard enough, he could just pop the watch right off his wrist?
I'd like to believe so. Even if not true.
Think about how many cans of spinach are associated with forearms such as those. Because that's the road, right? I mean,
yeah, oh yeah.
I watch Popeye.
Yeah, for sure.
Kanan actually really cool to hang out with. It did a dinner with him and Hossein Ensan, World Series of Poker main event champion.
Former champ.
In the States. Both of Iranian descent, like yours truly.
I had the pleasure of playing Poker After Dark with him right after he won the main.
He's a sweetheart of a human being.
Yeah, he's great. Super nice guy.
As is Kanan, by the way. Both really good-natured. And the nature of a suited connector being explored by the cutoff here in the face of what might be deemed a wider than average range from the depth of Sposato. Chip leading here. Ilani, credit him for not being bashful about taking on the bullies on this schoolyard.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were going to see it last hand for sure.
Button is good.
Versus the under the gun open. There was no shot he was flatting the 6-5 suited there in the cutoff.
No.
That one was getting bumped up.
That's
for
not
sure.
his speed.
Yeah.
Sposato does concede, by the way. So a timely decision there. Is this Neugebauer? Looked like Max there. Yeah, okay. He's back in there. So it is still open registration right now. I am looking up there, level 11 of 14. I think you can register through 12, if I'm not mistaken. 311 players.
And then again on 2B, I would assume?
There is no 2B.
Oh, well then disregard. Tomorrow's day 3 then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we move on.
I mean, the fields in Vegas obviously require such things, but
I'm extrapolating.
Yeah.
Not the 10,000 runner field.
No,
we see here.
No, I mean it. Would
Could you imagine though?
I mean, people would be playing on the roof of this facility if we had that many.
What
Maybe
a
in
party!
The parking lot.
What a party Rozgadov could be.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, Rozvadov. You know, you can create your own party for the right price.
Sure.
9s for the late arriving Zaiter. Facing the open from King 6. By the way, this is button versus big blind.
Yeah, we might just see it all get in there. Wouldn't fault him for it.
Well, not from Tahir Khani, but from
right,
Zaiter
yes,
potentially.
Right.
Well, some gets in there.
Interesting choice here. 3-bet not all in. Putting in a 30-year stack. Yeah, okay. Gets it done.
Crispy muck there from Kanal, by the way.
Yeah. Well, he's going to do everything with a little flair. You know,
I like that guy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he has a striking resemblance to the villain from Inglourious Bastards.
Didn't see the film.
Really?
I know. It's on the list.
A cultured man as yourself.
I was probably doing commentary, if I'm being honest, while it was in the box.
More important things.
You know what? Here's the deal, though. As much traveling as I'm doing for the gig these days, so much time in the air, all it's going to take is one flight where it's available on the entertainment system, and we'll get that one checked
You watch
off.
movies on flights?
I tend to, yeah. I mean, especially if I'm trying to calibrate, to make sure that I'm awake long enough to not get jet lag. That's
the
one of
easiest
ways.
way to do that is to just sleep the entire flight.
Well, what if you land in the evening?
Well,
and
then
you wake up and then you're off. Well, you just embrace the jet lag. As Pocket 8s have been embraced, understandably, by CISO.
Well,
it's not a bear hug, but, a gentle embrace. 6K flatted by the button of Stetsura, and could potentially have witnessed others come along out of the blinds. He'll be quite pleased to just be heads up and in position. His stack been trending in the wrong direction.
I was just about to say, he's been on a pretty steady bleed here. Dating all the way back to those kings.
Дякую.
Будем надеяться.
Yeah. What happened to that player? We lost him?
Got showered. King, Queen, Deuce, Broadway Gutter, 2 over staring down the snowmen.
This is a dicey C-bet. That button range is chock full of Broadway cards.
Yeah. Really does feel like texture that's supposed to smash Stetsura in terms of interaction that would allow him to continue, which he does. 6 of spades on the turn now. Round of knuckles. And a beautiful jack of hearts for Stetsura, provided he's allowed to get to showdown, which one would expect he will. Every now and again here in Rozvadov, though, Matt, it is Operation Expect the Unexpected.
Things tend to go awry. The second you think you know what's about to happen.
Yeah. Ah, Sisu. keeping in line with the anticipated, as does Tetsuya.
Ну, счастливый получается пока что.
Счастливый.
Check back, take it down, sir. An important pot in terms of just course reversal there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to win one here and there. Would have been discouraging, I think, had he missed and it gone check and he just loses the pocket eights. Probably could have found a place prior to the river to win that one.
Okay. What's brewing here? Omar back in the mix. Ace King, I'm told, against two queens.
Oh, no.
And hang on a second. Are there spades to worry about? No. Eljak did it the hard way against a set there, and this bullet going far better than the one before it. 215K acquired early here. Not sure who was on the receiving end of that. Was that Oganyan, by the way? Did you catch a glimpse of who was on Omar's right?
I
Left of
did
screen?
not, and he's very, very hard to miss.
Super entertaining.
Very entertaining.
Winner.
I remember he was at a Triton and went real
I forgot how
hard
it's
at a
German.
final table for
Try
millions. at
Need to
one of the
add
more
two letters
attractive
before
dealers on
winner.
the circuit. Like,
Okay.
made a bid,
Give it
action on him.
Give it up.
But hang on
Give
a
it
minute.
up.
Let me see if I can get the digits.
Winner.
Give it
Okay,
up.
now I'll open the button.
Right, yeah.
It was hilarious.
He's a one of one, that's for sure.
Yes.
Give it up.
Limited edition.
Yeah, I like that.
Easy language.
Well, time running out, by the way, for re-registration means I would think, Berkey, not that we scoff at 10,000 euros, but for those that are deeply rolled, maybe we press matters a little bit, seeking a spin, and if the spin doesn't happen, we make sure that we park our bones with a fresh stack going into level 12?
Well, that's how I would think, Ali. And, that's generally fish logic. So take that for what it's worth. But as a gambling man myself.
Flogic?
Yeah, flogic. I like that term that you just coined.
Based on fish and flaw together, we mash that one up, and all of a sudden, based on king and queen, a mashing of this Taharkani open by Stetsura, 6.5 becoming 20.5.
Yeah, I think we've just found that the value of having chips without having to purchase more is worth a lot. Shocking, I know.
And apparently Kanan has figured out that Queen Jack's not performing well as he does find the bin. And once more, Dimitro snacking on tokens.
Momentum play. We love it. Dirty stack, though. Come on. Clean it up.
There's nothing worse than the dirty stack in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it hurts.
They're like, oh, okay.
Well, I'll tell you what's worse is the person who points it out to you and tells you that you just lost X amount of dollars.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Oaken.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Oaken. Is that Brian Oaken, a local Vegas cash game player, who also a limited edition creature.
Very much so. They just don't make them like that.
I love it, by the way. I mean, poker without the dying breed that is those types is a less fun endeavor.
Yeah, we get less insight into the character that is behind these calculated assassins at the table.
Yeah, that's true.
There's some real sickos in this group. I promise you that.
I'm here for the sickos, man. I want the degenerates. I want the scumbags.
Yeah.
They balance things out. We need a little yin and yang.
That's right. Yeah, I want to know the guy who's going to slow roll in the biggest pot of another person's life. Like, I need that pointed out to me prior.
Well, 7-4, pointing toward 10,000 here. As Ciso limps and is here for it. Dominating, by the way, as they both share the 4. Not the sort of hands that one might have presumed would work their way into a 23K pot pre-flop. Jack 10-5. No pair anywhere. Ciso checking. Clubless board, not his favorite.
Alani's got a little bit working for him here. I think he's going to follow through.
Check back from Ron. Board pairs on the turn.
Interesting spot. I think both could have made a strong case to go for it on the 10 here. I would imagine some of Alani's check back range will consist of a 10. He does have 7 highs, so he's got to take a shot at this pot at some point. Just shy of half pot, about 40%. It's going to get the job done.
Well, those are the sorts of cobbling exchanges there that we touched upon earlier. Queen 4 suited, 7-4 offsuit. Was this some sort of cooler, some sort of premium? No. It was just
poker at its finest.
Okay, here's trivia at its finest. Ready for it, Berkey?
I'm ready.
Who won the first ever World Series of Poker Europe main event? Selbst, Obrestad, Foxen, or Maria Ho? 4 ladies.
I feel very confident only one of them has won the WSOP Europe main event.
Okay, now I know that you probably have a better beat on this than most. I would have picked Annette Obrestad myself.
Yes.
And I haven't really seen a whole lot of Annette, but I remember famously the story of her winning an online poker tournament, Berkey, without ever looking at her hand. She had taped
She put a
piece of
Post-it
paper
note.
over the top of where she would otherwise be seeing her cards on her computer monitor, and then really illustrated in a way no one had done before her the power of position and maybe a little leveraging chip stack, ICM, things of this nature. Obviously, she had to get lucky. There's a few spots where maybe it got in, she got called, but it just, the fact remained,
It's incredible lore that I don't know the extent of which it's true. Like, did she never look at her cards? What about when facing a jam? I think we should give some permission here,
It would seem like that would be a time for a peekaboo. This perhaps not so much, though, for Sposato, who is leaning upon Stetsura at the wrong time. 6 becoming 15. And yes, we block ace-king, but every now and again, it's still there.
I think this 3-bet by Sposato is fine. Facing the 4-bet jam, should it come through, he's going to have a very easy fold. When he is met with a call, he's often going to have 2 live cards. Sometimes he'll be against ace-queen, but interesting just call here. Oh, no, sorry, okay. He 4-bet not all in. Okay, this makes some sense.
And the 45,000 is enough to leave Sposato a believer. Appropriately finding the bin there as, yet again, Dimitro finds a pot. 3 in a row.
He's rushing. Not to be confused with rush in, but nevertheless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want to make that ladder confusion.
Right, yeah. It's
these days.
Tumultuous times out there.
Yeah. Hope, by the way, that one wraps up sooner than later. Not from a humanitarian standpoint, but the volatility in the markets has been tough to navigate. I'm sorry, was that calloused? I'm kidding, of course. Mostly.
Oh, man.
Pocket 9s for Zyder. He's Swiss. They're neutral.
Yeah, no. I get it. I hope somebody else sees what I see. Otherwise, I'm out here on a limb with the Inglourious Bastards reference.
Yeah, you probably are spot on. I just can't corroborate.
That's good.
Raise and take there for Diego. Popped his head out of the sand briefly.
Another thing I noticed watching this expert play at an MTT level that reminds me how much I enjoy the characters of poker and how nice it would be to see it infused a little bit more. Oh.
Okay, give her 20 euro, or promise you pay her, and I give you advice. Okay, cool. Yeah? Okay.
What's going on?
If somebody bluffs on the river, if somebody bets on the river, it's never bluff and speaks. Yeah, if somebody speaks on the river.
You're the exception, I know.
No, nobody.
You tell me last 5 seconds, right?
Last 4, 3, 2, 1, dead hand. Dead hand?
10 seconds.
Can I take my money?
I owe her anyways $20 now, great.
Yeah, you already lost in the
yeah.
Can I take my money?
Fold.
I heard your nuts. You wanna see? For spectators? Tomorrow. I never play. Never play.
Here's the thing about Martin Cabral. He makes our job easy.
Just let it roll.
Yeah.
That was an accidental perfect setup.
Yeah, it was.
By the way, I did
It
not.
really was.
I did not know that was happening.
Fewer, more colorful than that box of Crayolas right there.
Danny too. He's something.
Oh,
else.
Daniel Razai is wonderful.
Always a pleasure to play with. But what I was gonna say is, the level of sickness just isn't quite there with this talent pool. Like they're just too good. They're not wired a certain way. But if you watch when the dealer puts the flop down, he just holds on the door card and then spreads it.
Oh yeah.
Now I play with some people.
Oh, that would lose their minds.
Would murder.
Oh yeah.
The dealer.
Yeah.
For letting them hang like that.
If I'm in the box, careful. Let me know you got an Achilles.
Agreed. I'm only getting a few bucks an hour, man. I'm gonna get my jollies one way or another.
You know what? By the way, I'm gonna do it and then look right at you. Yes. And then extra slowly peel. Now, perhaps you're going to pounce across the felt and murder me. But
yeah, and hey, you know what? That's a choice you've made.
I'm getting my money's worth.
Right.
In terms of lawsuits, I mean, personal injury attorneys are plenty out here in the Valley.
Yeah, you find a billboard somewhere.
The back of a bus. Pocket Kings.
The rush continues.
By the small blind of Stetsuda, he really is surging up to 150,000 plus.
50 big blinds effective here. He's going to start off with a raise.
Well,
AK is quite small.
This is a bad one to have if you're Zider. A suited king will defend.
I feel like Zider and Stetsura cut from the same cloth. The one finger chip slide, the literal flick it in of a chip.
Oh, that was fantastic earlier from Stetsuda. It was as though there was an insect of winged nature somewhere on his chips, and he just bink. 5K barrel. Meanwhile, Queen 4 deuce, 1 diamond on board. In comes the C-bet.
It's a nice board to go for 3. Zider is going to have to continue with overcard, backdoor flush draw. 8 could be live. A lot going on for him. Raising might even be an idea here. Roughly 3 SPR. So we're going to start to see some bigger sizings here on this connecting turn, I imagine.
Zider just hunting perhaps a window of opportunity to lay claim to the pot, should Stetsuda have not chosen to barrel as he has, and for good reason.
20K is nice here.
2/3 territory.
Yep. Set up about a pot-sized river scenario.
And it's all over for King 8 of diamonds.
You mentioned just giving the player the stare down right in the eye.
Yeah.
If you were to needle him as a dealer. We, in the game, in Bobby's room that we play.
Bellagio here in Vegas.
Yeah. If you decide to flip for a decision, like you're just randomizing, we flip our player's card. Sorry.
No need to apologize.
Didn't mean to step on the goat.
Unless maybe you're Nicholas Osted, who apparently has hurt some feelings. 870K. He is loaded for bear here on day 2. That's triple the tournament average right now. My goodness.
The tournament average is 300?
This is what I'm being told.
That's incredible.
Well, a lot of
100
rebuy
big
still,
blinds. Yeah.
happening, so that drives things down.
No, you're right. Yeah, tournament average 234. Say a little over triple. Very deep structure.
Listen, imagine final tabling Vegas and then final tabling the European main back-to-back. It's not as though people were questioning Osted's
Who deserves it more,
talents, but
really? He's been
deserve
out
is a tricky one.
Well,
but I hear where you're coming from.
The man's grinding the hot 55 on a Tuesday.
Dues have been paid.
Yeah, I think we would all take a bow if he managed to put this one away.
Well, he's going to have a lot of roadblocks, some of which are parked right here at our feature table.
Sorry. Oh my God. You got it. It's fine. It's close. Really close.
Pocket queens.
6,000. 1 plus.
Paying a visit
3 plus.
to CISO.
4 plus. 5 plus. 6 plus.
Alfier doesn't get any action until it gets around to Shilko's big, and he will make the investment. Extra 3K plunked in.
Thank you.
$16.5 in the middle. Heart in the window, and another one behind it, coupled with a gut shot straight draw. This flush draw presenting some potential threats to these queens.
You can see Shalenko is actually a small favorite here.
Pretty incredible to think about with no overcard to the queen, and he is choosing to lead out, and you can really put cuffs on even the upper crust of range on textures such as this as a covering stack and a big blind defender for such a lean open size.
Yeah, this is a really nice find here. Easy when you have this much, or easier, I should say, when you have this much hand. But where this gets really interesting is how turns and rivers play out unimproved.
Well, unimproved is exactly where Shilko finds himself. 2 tones, courtesy of this 7 of diamonds. And how
Pretty nice
hard will he
card for
go?
him. Yeah. He's going to have, I mean, that 7 hits him much more than it hits Sissio, right? The overpairs start to feel a lot more threatened. A lot more 2-pair plus type of holdings. Should he decide to polarize here, go for a pot size bet. Maybe even slightly more.
Not sure CISO's going to be getting much off of that view.
He is going big.
20,500.
Yeah. 20.5.
For CISO, you're just smack dab in that bluff catching region. Feels bad to just call because the board can continue to deteriorate, but if that were to be the case, I think you just have a case to call now, fold later. Jamming here feels a little bit irresponsible, I think.
Folding would feel a bit absurd.
Yeah.
So here we are. Another 41,000 entering this pot, which is growing at an increasing pace. That which is not growing is the value of Jack High, courtesy of this King of Clubs brick.
I think we're going to see him shut this one down. After facing 2 calls, the King's going to improve some of Sisso's range. Also, having the front door hearts isn't exactly great for our river bluffs. He was really just pressing his equity through 2 streets and now finds himself in a scenario where he's never going to win at showdown, but also doesn't really afford himself to find a lot of folds in the range that he's going after.
Will he step away, or will he make things uncomfortable?
If he goes for it, I think it's going to be all of it.
115 back. That would be a massive overbet.
17,000.
Oh, I stand corrected. He's just basically targeting the ace-high heart draws, the...
Yeah, 17,000 was never the figure that was going to send queens into the bin.
No,
and I'm not entirely certain that CISO wasn't going to be max sticky here, but as deep as they are, 115 would have been...
Jam would have...
1.7?
Jam would have made him...
pucker?
Shrink. Yeah, there you go. That was trying to find the gracious way of saying it. Appreciate you filling in.
You leave it to me for the less than gracious operations around here.
Trust me, that was better than my first instinct.
Sposato, 132 bigs deep. Shilko taking a hit there. And CISO works his way up the leaderboard. Taking a peek at the current chip counts here at the featured table as registration period winds down to a close from the King's Casino here in Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. Ali Najad alongside Matt Berkey. Glad to have you with us for this coverage, of which there is today and 3 more days before we work our way down to the eventual champion. Ace-3 suited. Opens. And pocket kings now for Stetsuda.
Again. This is the card distribution that main event champions are made out of.
Yeah. Until they aren't.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Sometimes it's just getting hit with the deck and being forced to play so many pots that eventually, you know, you don't end up holding.
That's true.
Punches your ticket right out of here, but we would all take it, that's for sure, as 20K.
Thank you.
The request. Roughly 3x territory. Taharkani makes the call. You prefer pushing back with that ace-3 suited?
No. This is one that if it has 2 decisions, it's between calling and folding, I think.
Well,
relatively early formation. You're not super thrilled to go post-flop with these weak hands.
Straddling that deuce of hearts, Taharkani checks it over to the pre-flop 3-better, who is unbothered by 10-6 deuce off.
There's a texture where you can go a bit larger. He's going to have a lot of draws. Taharkani, that is.
18K. The C-bet.
It's a good fold. Often it feels tempting to float those back doors, but we're just nowhere near deep enough, and being out of position makes it near impossibility.
Those are the ones where I feel like guys will muck and then slap themselves on the hand.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Just kind of like, stop it, cut it out. We don't need to try to win the tournament in this hand here on day 2.
Right.
Well, who else do we spy out there in the field? There he is, Sirzat Chisu, the German. Got himself 620,000 in chips and
yum.
Some gift shop swag. He's playing for the home team. Also one of these super high rollers who plays against the literal world's best with some frequency.
Played some cash with him when we were on the cruise ship. Very pleasant to be around.
The cruise ship, Matt? To what are you referring?
Well, I didn't want to mention a competitor, but
Oh, right. We don't have to.
Yeah.
I get it. Some events held at sea.
Right. Yes, that's a great way of framing it. Very pleasant, though. You know, oftentimes you get into these bigger cash games and the emotions run high. Man just wins and loses very graciously.
I wish we could bottle up whatever allows him to be that way, and then
it's probably money, Ollie. It's probably money.
Oh, well, we could bottle some money
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
I mean, didn't have to be plasma, but whatever. Ace Deuce has Elani thinking things versus this Zeiderman raise open. And those things are a 3-bet.
I like this. You unblock a lot of the middling hands, such as 10-8 of clubs, that will be raised folding. Hand isn't worth a lot to call. Having a deuce is never a great proposition. He doesn't miss the aggressive option, you know?
Well timed. And again, you know, Elani strikes me as the guy that is going to make the most of the spots that he finds himself in. He's not going to lament the idea that, oh, the best hand I had all day was Queen Jack. You know, he's just like, okay, well, whatever it is, ace deuce off. If I think there's chips to be earned,
I
I'm
think
going to get after them.
Yeah, I think this newer, younger generation, they kind of see it as just a logic problem where you're just, every hand is a new question that's being afforded to you. It's if this, then that.
Yeah.
What do you do? And shockingly enough, when you're good and you're studied, you choose the right answer a lot.
Well, let's see what the answer to this cutoff open from Shilko will be. Different proposition, obviously, than squaring off against Zeider.
Yeah, I imagine this will work its way into the calling range. Though if anyone's going to find a 3-bet with it, I can assure you it'll be Elani.
$4.5K. Invested. That allows Poodle
You play like
to
300?
take a price.
300?
I think a bit less.
Less?
You know what I'd love there is if Niels was like, I have I have 43 and a half back, just high. I called 2.
The plight of the short stack.
He's got a pair on this board. Let's see whether or not it gets him into any trouble as the 2 blinds check over to a man who doesn't need red kings to get after them.
Be curious to see the way that Poodle plays this spot. Only having an SPR of 2, I imagine we're going to lean call, but having the backup 3 to a straight may make raising for protection's sake a little bit more enticing, especially facing the larger bet size. I still imagine we're going to go with a call.
11,000. Sends 3s into the bin, but
can't really fault him if he jams.
Wow.
That is next level.
Bravo, Niels
That's what he
Pudel.
would jam.
Now, granted, he did have paths to making a winner.
Vibes.
Say again?
It was the vibes that you will jam. I don't know why. You were staring at me. I was like, oh, fuck. Probably is this guy going to pull the trigger on me.
Yeah, and you would have been all right with it.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not ready.
Pretty
to cop to
decent
that.
read, too. Probably did have thoughts of potential. Those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
Can I ask you something? You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, you know, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
4th or 5th time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato. I'm like, is that the love child of?
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what happened. Is Sposato and Stetsora.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but you know, it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't think so.
Think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
so, 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsuria put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. Yeah. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands? Yes, it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And Sposato before him. And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsuria's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I look, the TV table. 30 minutes.
I have ace-king suited.
Wow.
You want to know what goes into a deep main event run? Stuff like that right there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, what have we here? Troyanovsky. Ace-2 suited against ace-9 off. Spade draw on a wheel gutter as it all got in pre. Wheel shows up. And the ace-9 belonged to Vladimir. Showers. Welcome back.
Amazing how we played with time.
That was incredible. That's like that black cat in the first Matrix. We glitched our way into that rebuy.
Perhaps he has a twin.
That's wild. Maybe he just has like auto rebuy clicked, and so he just stands up and just takes an empty seat at another table and awaits the stack to arrive.
I think that's quite reasonable.
That was incredible.
But yeah, back to the Kings confrontation really quickly.
Yeah.
Don't think anything went wrong there. I just think that's high level poker on display.
Yeah.
some things happen that are very rare. You don't see much 5-betting take place, especially multi-way, especially for not all in. Like, by all rights, Kings could have just jammed there.
I'll tell you what, that pot tells me that this feature table here is one of the tougher assignments in the room here on day 2.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 8-4 of clubs, not exactly going to be tough to navigate here for Tahir Khani, who is woefully unimproved on this Queen Jack 6 and now Queen board versus the 9s of Cecil, which actually don't mind that board pairing turn. Enough that they will now fire and take it.
Now, I'll tell you what, you see that setup on day 2 at Florida Seminole Hard Rock? That's a 3-way all-in, buddy. We're seeing the river. Okay? A new chip leader is going to emerge.
Those are some slam dunk, Wait, before we show them, you want to get down an extra 10,000 on the side?
There would be no 5-betting. It would have been 3-way all-in for the 4th bet.
Kidding me? Would have been a dust plume.
Yeah.
Mushroom cloud.
Yeah. The whole table just hoping that it runs out of straight.
And the 8-high straight. It's going to be a 3-way chop.
All the pros at the table, thank God.
Oh, yeah.
Keep those chips right here.
Oh, right.
Not that my Floridians, don't know how to play the game.
No, but there's a lot of non-native Floridians, snowbirds, high net worth types of individuals that park their bones in and around that area that play the thing recreationally. Not so for Poodle. Not playing games with King Jack. Will he find company? No, sir.
He's here for the long haul, baby. This is my pick to click. You want to talk about a main event run that makes champions. This guy is a quarter of a starting stack from the beginning of the day. Just on the grind.
Yeah. That's a chiseler right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Sometimes that's what it takes until...
I wouldn't know.
Thank you. Glory pays you a visit. No, you tend to like to do it in chunky, fashion. You're not really a consommé. More a gumbo.
Yeah, I'm a bull in a china shop, I'm not there trying to paint the finer details.
No, self-awareness is fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
You're not so much like a Lego Technica, but more like Duplo.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's a great
in terms
analogy.
of erector sets.
Right, yeah.
That's
yeah.
Somebody's got to be Wreck-It Ralph out there.
Hey, I grew up in a blue-collar town. We're going to take a hammer to the nail, and we're just going to do it over and over again until a house is built.
Or lost.
Yeah, I mean, you might just end up with a crooked wall and a demolition to start over, but...
Wait a minute, you mean I need a carpenter's level to get this thing going? Ace King gets it going for Ilani here on the heels of a fantastic pre-flop fold of 2 queens. He goes to work. Stetsura, the beneficiary of that, what we thought was going to be a violent collision, a train wreck as I described it. Certainly oversold it, but 8's now selling...
I'd kind of mentioned
16K.
earlier how Ilani wasn't getting swept up in all the positive momentum. I think this might be a little indication of Stetsura falling victim to that a bit, right? Not that 8's doesn't 3-bet this spot. Of course it does.
It did shed an ace-jack behind, by the way. Not that that's where the issue lies.
Right.
You think he's speedy a little bit?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this 3-bet, of course. It's just I would imagine an hour and a half ago we would have saw a call.
Things to keep an eye on. Jack 4 deuce. And the eviction of that ace-jack proving quite fruitful for these 2 8s, which are maintaining the lead in front of this ace-king. Follow through of 8 dimes. Very bashful sizing post-flop.
Yeah. 39 in there.
20% pot.
It's a little indicative of him having exactly what he has, I imagine.
It's always an honest downsize here. It's never like a
I mean, it could be
smashed
jacks. It could just be like the straight up jacks. But even then, I feel like people get a little greedy.
So, Ilani Likes the price. And picks up the wheel gutter on the turn.
We might see another one of those like mergy sizes, something like 14,000 here. It's like the 3 is a clean card. I need to protect my hand, but I don't want to overinvest versus a jack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, Elani's got himself caught on the wrong end of a dairy farm operation.
Yeah, it's not to overlook the fact either that he chose not to 4-bet the ace-king pre. I imagine the previous hand with Stetsura showing the kings pre may have influenced that decision a bit.
Well, Elani does get to showdown without further investment as Stetsura takes the safe option and checks back the 8s.
All things considered, pretty well played by Stetsura.
I don't think Elani put a foot wrong either, though, right?
No, especially not with the price that he was being laid
Right.
on each street. That was kind of where I was going to go with that, is that he kind of hand played there. He played like exactly like he had 8s.
Right.
Whereas if he was playing more of what his range was, I think we would have saw a similar line, but maybe slightly larger sizings on each street.
Sure. You know, and even though he didn't win either of those 2 confrontations with Stetsura, consider how well Elani managed to perform.
Yeah.
All things considered. Laid down queens to kings.
Yeah.
And then didn't cost himself a whole lot with the ace-king. Not a given, of course, that had he 4-bet to some sort of meaningful sizing, the 8s would have been all that proud and seeking confrontation, but nevertheless.
Yeah. Hand probably could have went either way, depending on how aggressively ace-king played after the flop.
Aggression on this occasion coming courtesy of a king 10 offsuit in the hijack from Taharkani. Ace 9 suited now being mulled over as Stetsura really has been presented with a high frequency of opportunities to get involved. In what fashion? A flat?
Yeah, it's interesting. It may be like a bit of a feeling of playing with fire, because earlier we saw a very similar formation, button versus cutoff, where he 3-bet the ace-9 off. I suppose the stack depth has a lot to do with it here, as Taharkani only has 30 blinds to begin.
Ace 6-5 board, the one that Taharkani could find himself trying to rep. Unfortunately, that representation is the real deal across the way. Top pair for Dimitro.
Yeah, this might be one of those spots where just based off of like game flow and my opponent, I might have forewent the c-bet here, even though I suppose in theory it works at a pretty reasonable frequency.
How do you feel about the click and take it from Stetsura with ace-9?
Don't love it, obviously, because I think you only get worse to fold and better to call type of scenario.
Or raise, by the way.
Yeah, I think
He
it's.
said, "Is it lucky or not?"
I think it's probably coming from a mentality of I'll get to see more streets for cheaper, which is definitely a thing and not a poor framework to operate off of necessarily. But it almost felt like he was making up for not 3-betting pre.
Да. А так не против.
I like that you touched on that, because there are times at which we rationalize certain postures post by the idea that we didn't assume them pre.
Yeah, oh, for sure. It's just common nature, I think, human nature to want to correct course as much as possible.
I mean, there are those who steer for icebergs quite famously out there, but I hear where you're coming from. I'm here for the guy that's just trying to reenact some Titanic type stuff.
Yeah.
What is it that allows us to revel so gleefully in an implosion? Like, it's just...
I mean, it's
because we've all been there.
Yeah. It's the "it's not you" effect.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not alone.
Right.
There's other people.
I get to revel in someone else's misery for 5 minutes.
Right.
I knew he was the pick to click. Look at this. 6th place at last year's WSOP main event.
Oh, yeah. I had a chance to observe him at that final table as our booth team.
He probably just quietly laddered for days on end.
He didn't put a foot wrong, as I recall.
How could he?
He just, that's a sound operator.
Yeah. Anyone who plays the short stack patiently is somebody that you can confidently say has a bright future in tournament poker.
You know what? He's that certified financial planner that just, there's nothing sexy about them as they're explaining how you're going to get 2.5% returns year on year.
Right.
Consistently through the dividends in this particular ETF, and then
next thing you know, everyone's rich.
The other person in the room that's sitting with me wakes me up. It's like, dude, you're being rude. And I'm like, huh? What?
Right.
Oh, what was that? 2.5% year over year? I'm looking for 2.5% within 15 seconds of my trade. You understand what 100x crypto leverage is, my boy?
We have all been spoiled and ruined.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing more dangerous than getting into the trader streets as a person who's got the risk tolerance of a poker player, man. I mean, it is.
Yeah, that crossover seems less than optimal.
Yeah, right? And yet, famously, some really top-level pros have hung up the cleats in poker to go out into the financial streets. Earlier, we had that quiz. Vanessa Selbst was an option. She, of course, is among those who've gone that route. And then the inverse is also a thing. Andy Frankenberger, of course.
Yep.
And then
Dan Shack.
Yes, Dan Shack. And then David Einhorn, who is in the financial streets, is actually a guy who doesn't mind playing some super high roller stuff as well. So,
but yeah, I guess I don't know the order of Shack. I assume poker came after the finance.
Well, 15K came after the 6 as ace 10s. Square off and Diego just concedes.
Hungry big blinds, 25 big blinds, 2.5.
Yeah.
But so far so good, 2 of 3. And folded ace king. Like, maybe I should start also just 2.5x.
Shilko just copping to the degree to which he's clocking what's going on to his right. I don't know if I love that.
I'm telling you, man, these young kids, they're so dialed in that they don't even care that they're revealing their secrets.
Yeah.
They're like, here's the sauce. Do with it as you will.
Listen, bud, I know, you know, I know. We be beasts, so.
Really? I folded like a neat over pair, like snap.
I'm going to say something. If I wish that there was something.
I think it's tough because, my line is very strong.
Against field, I think it's a good fold.
I think so. But if I should have seen like Italian player, I should just call it.
Oh, wow.
Close my eyes, you know?
He's right.
Ethno reads.
He's right.
I remember 8 to 9, but I don't remember exactly the board.
You see that Italian flag? You just got to call a little bit lighter.
8 to 9. I had the one pair.
You said it was something connection with the board.
Sometimes it's buona fortuna and sometimes it's arrivederci, right?
So
hey,
like, okay,
you know, I'm
easy value bet
25%
for me,
Italian.
But I thought like, okay, but if he lead jam,
It all comes right out in my river bluff.
seems too strong.
6K coming right out from this ace 8. Poodle suited connector gets curious. The point that I was going to make prior to those two capturing our attention was that I wish that there was something when I was in my 20s that I had endeavored to do that I had arrived with that much confidence in.
Goodness. Could you imagine?
Oh, I can't.
It doesn't mean it's bad.
The world was such a scary place.
You're right.
Maybe there is something hidden
10-4 deuce.
Like this. If people
Not
fold
exactly
over pairs,
scary, but
I think that's where there is
not helpful either.
Trying to use different line people is not used to face.
Yeah.
Both players check. 7 on the turn
But I
and a
think also a
club.
lot of
So
people
while
will not
Poodle
fold over pair. So you
hops
choose
in the lead,
the right type of opponent.
Elani does pick up the club draw.
I think Poodle's probably going to start betting for the sake of protection. A lot of one club hands in Alani's range. Probably not very much 10x or even better 7x that he has to worry about. See him come with third pot here. Looks like Alani's set up to fold. I'm kind of surprised. I would imagine with ace high and the 8 of clubs back up, he would at least peel here for 2 blinds. And he does.
So another 12 into the middle. But not another club or a card that leaves Alani in the lead. It is a second over to the 7s.
I imagine Poodle's best line of attack here is to check and potentially bluff catch. Blocking 8-9 here is pretty nice.
And the Jack-8 combo.
Yeah, yeah. They could have potentially rivered you. Also, depending on the sizing here, if Alani goes for it large, I don't think you really have to worry about Jack-8 specifically.
Fair.
You do have some concerns about the Queen Jack, King Jack, Ace Jack, 1 club type of holding. But I'm not sure that would rather even have a 10 than our exact hand, unless it were 10-8, 10-9.
I don't get the sense Alani thinks Ace High has showdown here.
No, I agree with you. I think on the turn he felt that way. He was like kind of lifting his cards like he was going to muck and then realized he might have too much hand.
Does end up shutting it down. And Poodle will be quite all right with that. Pass the sugar, as Joe Hashem, another World Series of Poker main event winner, used to say. And oh, pass the biscuits and gravy, the goulash, the stroganoff. What have we here?
Where are the pierogies?
Let me tell you, now the pizza station is definitely my favorite there. Okay, nice little pasta plate. That one was for the carnivores. Now that's an overfilled plate there. You're probably going to leave something behind if I had to guess. This gentleman back here is soloist. Phone call and ingestion simultaneous. Talented multitasker on our hands. I've paid a visit to that buffet, by the way, and I did it in the dead of winter. It gets cold out there in Roz. You can put a winter layer on real quick.
That's Pittsburgh food there.
Stick to your bones, Yinzer stuff?
Yeah, you know, it gets a little chilly. You got to put on that winter coat, so to speak. I mentioned that I'm a quarter Italian. I'm also quarter Slovak. My grandfather was from Czechoslovakia. Grew up on nothing but pierogies, man.
Pierogies are another one of those things that don't kind of melt off of you.
No, not at all.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
Vidal with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop. This type of texture. Calls you on the flop. Check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here
Shields, Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
Does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat. Poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker. Bam. Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just horrible at it.
You gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Bedell for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell.
Call.
Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead. mm. 1200.
Isildur, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
How much you playing?
Turn 9.
Victor just hoping this goes check, check. I'm curious if Volkic just going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel that your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when you see a couple of balls. He likes to do that. I mean, sometimes we wake up with a hand.
Yeah.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in.
Tough river.
I saw you.
Set of
in Bahamas.
nines for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has the
in.
flush draw.
I go 9.
It works, as long as it
Well,
works.
nine is just-
Table.
Yeah.
Tournament. Click, click. Second bullet, third bullet.
Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the 2-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
And you
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Keep the aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against 2-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was it already. Thank you.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing
Nice. Thank
folks
you.
that there's
Thank
another
you.
Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up.
Yeah.
The like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just boom, you're gone?
It's the young Euros don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's
But,
actually
yeah.
happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. got 2 jacks. You know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Nothing. What you want? You have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He have to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. Never
No, he never has. He was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, you have it. The first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any 2 will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
you think
there's
I have 8?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 8 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings.
And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in?
Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen, deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
this
19K behind.
Could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no?
No.
So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene he's playing poker with a fish.
Is he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverlinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Need some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07.
Cooler.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverlinen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
Oh, seat open. Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Gabriel's gonna get the
I'm
open
relaxing now. I'm happy.
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open to feed the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that.
They usually don't.
Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting.
Ivy.
Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runcon.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like,
along the way.
just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call.
Yep.
There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
No ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs. I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American under the
Suarez
gun.
calls
No,
8-5.
American under the gun. Well, you have these other two, I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control, remain under reps, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
That's a call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh, or just shoot it up
to 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
Welcome back for continuing coverage of Day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event from the King's Casino in Razvadov, Czech Republic. Ali Najad beside Matt Berkey and hundreds of remaining hopefuls as the registration period has come to a close. Prize pool and payout announcements forthcoming. We're going to have ourselves a brand new featured table on the back side of this dinner break. First glimpse at the parties involved here. The Italian flag flying proudly as 3 of the 8 participants hailing from that nation, one that does deliver a robust talent pool in terms of the poker. Sutera, though, on the short stack. Benedetto, the only player under the 20 blind threshold. Presyan Zvetanov on the Bulgarian banner. That, too, is a nation that certainly much more of late has made its presence felt, in particular on the super high roller circuit. Uh-oh. Looks like Kristen Foxen has had to arm up once more.
No re-entry shaming. Second one, third one, it's okay.
I'm not that guy. She's been down these streets before.
Is that Mike Holtz in the box dealing?
I don't know that I know who Mike Holtz is.
Oh, legendary.
I know who it isn't. Fedor Holtz.
That's right. Legendary Vegas grinder.
2K, 4K we play now. As Velasevich folds his ace over to Radicki. Andrea Radicki, to be exact. Baby suited ace and sort of a 70s Lenin-ish vibe, if I'm being honest.
I could see it. This is a little different scenery, yeah? No, we're not on the stage anymore.
No, we are.
This is same as we were looking at.
Everything
before?
all right over there, Berkey? What did you eat for dinner?
I got to tell you. Okay, now it looks familiar.
Yeah,
I didn't notice the slots in the background before.
Is the familiarity potentially courtesy of the fact that the man who won this thing last year has worked his way to the re-entry desk and here to the featured table? That, of course, Neugebauer, who is not involved as the chip leader, took us upstairs. That being Presyan Zvetanov. Daehyun Lee, 7-8 suited. Understandable defense here behind the mask. And behind the big blind, he makes the added 5K investment, awaits his change. Heart in the window is always nice, but that black queen and deuce, a far nicer development for the pre-flop opener, who has it checked over.
These shades are a bit of a homage to Stu Younger.
You know, I was sort of trying to figure out what that image was triggering in the archives, and you're absolutely right.
The deep blue, a little low on the nose.
Deeply reflective lens wear. You gotta be a little bit careful.
You know what I like to do when I see that at the table?
Like, hey man, I can see your cards?
Well, particularly in a spot where I can like range them pretty close to a single card, you know, like monotone board or something.
Okay, sure.
Where they like 3-bet pre and be like, I don't want to, you know, maybe my eyes were a little off, but I'm pretty sure I saw the ace of spades.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You want to live rent-free in some heads, don't you?
As much as humanly possible.
Well, Svetanov won't be charging rent this hand. Steps aside. Neugebauer also stepping aside, playing under that Austrian banner, which is, of course, almost poker's think tank.
Yeah.
In a way, just given the sheer volume of talent that calls Vienna home and has helped push the frontier of the game's understanding.
Seen some waves go through there.
And we are seeing all of Armin Arai's chips pushed forward from the button, this courtesy of that ace. And Kamoski lays it down. I almost think that that trailing SCI is an SH sound. I don't speak Italian, but I know like pesci, P-E-S-C-I,
Yeah.
on the menus, you know,
Yeah.
out here in Vegas
Yeah.
at the little Italian spots. So perhaps per that same logic, we go with Kamoshi.
I think that's very astute.
I'm
and
gambling.
I'm in no position to I'm only at 25% Italian, you know, so I'm in no position to correct here.
All
That
of
means
a
I'm
sudden-
75% ignorant.
Yeah, okay. You're going to lean on that part, huh? I'm 0% Italian, Matt. Why am I the one guessing?
Well, you're a man about the world, Ali, you know, and luckily for me, you're in the position to have to say all these names.
So what are you going to start coming up with alternate descriptions like Brent Hanks before you?
I don't know that I'm quite as crafty as Hanks at navigating this. He's a seasoned vet. I'm learning the ropes.
Well, it is folded around to Kamoski. Ah, see, I orphaned it there. I don't know what's going on. I'm still in the lab on this one. He has limped, however. And
Doc Sands
Danilo.
checks the big.
A little bit of a Doc Sands look there for Danilo.
I'm trying my best to just throw poker back to 2013 as much as possible.
Dirty Diaper the check back. 2 spades, 2 tens, and a queen here. Neither party interacting. A little 4K. Parmigiano on the flop.
Sure. We'll allow it.
I love, by the way, when you know you're like, these are all the things I know about Italy. Now
Right.
let me find a way to inject them into calling any of this man's action.
Do you suppose this is what happens, like in other lands when they're calling American action?
I don't. Maybe a little bit.
Like they're just speaking French and they're just like cowboy.
Possibly.
Bang,
By the
bang.
way, Enrico Kamoshi has a bracelet. It came online in 2020 in a $2,100 no-limit event. Did finish 4th in the 50K Diamond High Roller the other day right here in Rozvadov. And, you know, these are things not lost on people that have to park their bones amongst these jackals. You
Yeah.
know, it's like, okay, I've got myself a guy that's playing 50Ks. I have to imagine this is stiff competition.
Yeah, little little tip of the cap to them and a head nod when you pass them in the halls. Recognized game.
And maybe a little
How much is the raise?
gratuitous deference when we're out here on the felt as well. TBD, not exactly the most passive collection of participants here. We see Tsvetanov doesn't need king-queen suited to get after the boys, but under the gun, that's what he has. 10K to go. Deuces on the duck hunt from the button, and Radicki will close the action with inferior spades, unbeknownst. Speculative little suited connector. Deuce in the window. Coupled with a jack and a 6 of a monotone nature, Radicki with second pair. Tsvetanov really not enjoying this vista. So he too will check. And now with bottom set, I imagine we definitely don't want to let a free one come off.
Yeah, I mean, especially with bottom set being deuces here, you unblock all the types of hands that can continue. So you're going to want to put some chips in the pot. I imagine quarter pot, multi-way here makes sense.
The primi, 9K. Or is it the antipasti? I don't remember what the first course is.
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy.
You're 25% Italian, Berkey.
Yeah, but I got all my food 100% of the time. You know?
All at once?
Yeah, all at once.
You didn't course it out there in Pittsburgh, my man?
Grandma's not out there slaving away to give you a 7-course meal.
She just kind of slop troughed it, but you guys have wax paper on the dining table, and she just kind of plopped it down prison style?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Position bet, perhaps disappointingly, ends the affair for those set of deuces. Okay, trivia time. And lucky for you, Matt, it doesn't involve anything Italian. Which city hosted the first WSOP Europe? Was it Paris, London, Berlin, or Cannes?
I think I know this one too.
Okay, talk to us, your guess.
I think it's B, London.
All right. This seems like a good candidate.
Yeah.
Drum roll, please. Survey says yes. 2 for 2 is Matt Berkey in the trivia streets. I just want the next question to be, how do you pronounce this last name?
Right, yeah, no shot. And also, if you would ask me where London is on a map, I might struggle a bit.
Oh, no, you really are American. I am too, but you're one of those Americans.
You have no idea, man. Oh. You have no idea. You could, when I was in Dubai, you could have told me I was in East Asia. I would have been like, okay, I guess we are.
Yeah, where are the elephants? Oh, Berkey. Velocevic getting chirpy with queen 10 offsuit from the button here, and Radicki might be ready to sing a sonnet himself.
It's just a question of how big. I think something like 8 blinds here makes sense. 7.5 maybe.
Imagine there's a 3-bet. Imagine 36K stuffed right down your hatch.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's Lennon, man. You didn't know where I was going. You thought just suddenly I decided to make this a karaoke broadcast?
I get it.
And so does Radicki, by the way.
It took me a moment, I will admit.
Fire the synapse, Bone Broth. What's going on?
You know, I was finishing the song in my head before I realized where you were going with it. Like, well, I recognize the song. Let's start with that.
It's just a pair of red glasses. It's innocent enough. No, to be fair.
It's the haircut.
The haircut is doing it.
Yeah, it's for sure the haircut.
You know? For his sake, I hope nobody
assassinates
him before this is done. Okay, sorry.
I was going to go with the innocuous over-under how many people at this table actually know who Lennon is.
I bet you Radicki does.
Yeah. He's
That's not accidental styling.
That's true. I agree with
Come
that.
on. Well, Neugebauer.
Which Lenin do you think is more famous at this table?
You talking about the one that led Russia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be more well known.
9,000 to skate, says the Austrian. And this one folds around all the way to the small blind of our chip leader. He's uninterested with 9-7 off. Sutera short stacked. King 5 off. I don't think this is the fight he's really looking to pick. And concession completes this one.
He just looks like a man who's won this before. He also looks like a man who put his hoodie on backwards.
Or, the Snuggie repurposed. You find a park bench if the hotel's full, and you just lay out in that thing.
Yeah.
Right? Is that like sleeping bag chic? I mean, listen, I'm not judging. It looks comfy.
It's very Vogelsang-esque.
Oh, yes, Lord Vogel, of course. Well, button plus boss stack plus king 7 equals what, Matt?
This is an open for sure. This is well above the standards necessary.
There's the agreement. Inferior king for Neugebauer. He's got 250K in front of him. And kind of an impressive line item on his resume in terms of being involved in this event.
Yeah.
Reigning champ factor. He'll defend. Has some issues. Sharing that king. All of a sudden, the wheel draw on an ace-4 deuce board. Spadeless, however. Neugebauer does check. And we await Svetanov's thirst.
8,000. 8,000.
1/3 pot.
8,000.
With the spade, you may see the occasional check raise here from Neugebauer's candidate without, probably not strong enough to check raise, but too strong to fold, of course.
Yeah, king high has some value. Of course, the 3 dangler is nice. Turn, however, perhaps not considered as nice by Neugebauer. It doesn't complicate the texture, however.
No, I imagine we're going to see check here a lot. King high rates to be the best hand, but you're not really extracting value from much.
15,000.
15K now.
He's going to continue with the story that he has at least a pair.
Call.
It's interesting because this bet kind of applies pressure to like a 4 or a 2, but a king high with a gut shot is just a pretty natural continue.
Neugebauer agrees. That 7's going to play if we find showdown, by the way, which we will. And you kind of think the king 3 might be good here with some frequency.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Feels unfortunate when you kind of get a little bit merged on here. Like you lost a bet on the turn versus a hand that doesn't really bet all that frequently, I imagine.
I don't know if you caught the tail end of that toothpick or swizzle stick, but some wicked work is being put in by what I would imagine is a combination of bicuspid and molar.
On the business end, you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not looking to reincarnate as that piece of wood. My goodness.
We really do have a table full of Bond villains in a very Disney kind of way.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. You're so right. Oh my goodness, you're every single.
Yeah, nothing serious, but if Disney were to recreate James Bond.
Have we central cast this thing?
I think we might have.
It's
it.
fantastic.
7 raise 8,000.
Not particularly fantastic, but adequate. Deems Radicki the ace deuce off as he takes us a click forward to 8,000. King Jack suited.
Very aggressive open. I imagine we're going to see an aggressive response here. Oh, perhaps not.
Wow, I'm surprised both by Radicki's willingness to open, given Svetanov as the chip leader is to his direct left and can lean, and also in turn by Svetanov's choice too flat. Now perhaps the leveling, as we see Neugebauer waking up with jacks in the small, could be the product of Svetanov thinking to himself, Radicki would never do this light.
Sure.
So I'm not going to get after him, but I have enough hand to continue.
I think he just, happens to have a hand that could do either, and maybe he's not looking to go to war necessarily in a pre-flop type of way. He does have 4 people left active behind him, 3 people left tag behind him, I guess. One of which wakes up. He's going to go for the large size here. 10.5 big blinds. This is quite good. Very annoying spot for King Jack suited. I think ultimately you're just resigned to fold here. Yeah, not a lot you can do about that situation.
So that extra scoop to 42,000. Just a little too healthy, says the King Jack suited ultimately. And that round won by Neugebauer. By the way, Berkey, I've done a thing.
Okay.
I loaded up YouTube.
All right, this is already headed in a dark direction.
Only for the purposes of unearthing the YouTube chat on the WSOP channel, where many of you are soaking us up right now. So welcome aboard. Our apologies for lacking engagement to this point. We know there's...
You are a man of the people, Ali.
Yeah, listen, 1,600 people out there
1,600
right now
people
joining us.
Hello and salutations. Please, any complaints that you would like to file, send them directly to Ali Najad at
don'tgiveashit.net.
Yeah, I was in the IDAF, but that sounds about right.
Queen 10 suited here. Radicki suited 1 gapper. And raises pocket 4s just into the bin there. Sutera, I think, is going to be approaching things somewhat surgically here off of the lean stack. Raise and take it. I like this guy, Berkey.
He's got some moxie about him.
Great word, by the way.
I feel like it fits the glasses.
Also a lower end Marriott brand. For those that are on the poker grind.
Fair.
You can get some real cheap rooms. Meanwhile, we're going to switch dealers and give you a glimpse at the current state of affairs. Sutera, 12 bigs. You saw him pass up those 2 4s, but at some point, one would imagine he's going to have to pick a spot here at the bottom of this leaderboard, deep into day 2 from the King's Casino in Rozvadov. World Series of Poker Europe main event coverage coming at you. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, click like, click subscribe, whether you're soaking it up on the official World Series of Poker YouTube channel or, of course, the King's Casino YouTube channel where we are being simulcast. Make sure you don't miss a moment of what is in store. And by the way, GG Poker having acquired the brand, they have a lot of plans. I can't share all of them, but I can tell you there will be plenty coming at you. So you do well to get out in front of it by hitting subscribe. And, of course, mashing the like button, always appreciated. Now, Queen Jack being shown some gratitude by Radicki to the tune of 8,000. And Sutera yet again just showing restraint. 8-9 of diamonds, not deep enough to speculate. Trying to find the one he can pile. Now, plenty deep is this 8-6 of hearts. Hence the defense for the extra 4. Table for 2.
Check.
Queen Jack 9, top 2 for the opener. Just an ugly gutter for Kamoshi.
What a fade by the 8-9 of diamonds. Well, potentially a fade.
Uneventful drawing of the curtain there. Efforting to see where the money bubble lies, by the way, in this one.
I would imagine that won't break until day 3.
I think
If I had
that's a
to
safe
venture a
assumption.
guess.
Yeah, taking a peek. Prize pool not yet posted. In terms of the payout grid. Ace 10 posting 12,000 and taking it. As we see Henri. Raise and take there. There he is. I'm going to put a read and say this man is Persian, also playing under the German banner. And as we found out when Hossein
You have to
won
play clean.
the main,
You have to
this
play
is a
clean. You have
promising
to play clean in the TV
resume.
table.
Yeah.
You as well.
You know, in terms of the ethno reads, and I'm qualified because I'm Persian.
Right.
A Persian poker player would much sooner steal a pot than ever produce a real hand. I mean, the kleptomania that courses through the veins of our, bizarre DNA, and not B-I-Z-Z, B-A-Z-Z-A-R.
You make me feel complicit for laughing.
Oh, you're going to get canceled. Kings here for Sutera. All that patience being rewarded now by these Cowboys. Well, no patrons available. But that's fine. An orbit's worth of tokens acquired. By the way, is that the Dolce & Gabbana plaque there on the sweater?
It appears it may be.
I don't listen, Pittsburgh. What the hell would you know about?
Well,
Are you 25% Italian, so you know the Dolce brand?
Listen, I just know that when you have a metal plaque on your chest,
it could be Philip Plein.
Okay,
Could
fine.
be Prada.
Regardless, it's $2,500 minimum.
Quarter rebuy invested.
Right. Right.
in the sweater. You know, I mean, this suggests that we've prospered in terms of either poker or the lottery. Or perhaps
maybe they
the
have
peddling of contraband.
I mean, maybe they have an outlet there. It's,
Yeah.
That's
oh, he's Italian.
Right, yeah.
It's got to be way cheaper in Italy.
That's what I mean. It has to be, right?
I mean, I don't think it's like H&M, but, it's for what it's worth.
It's not the Old Navy of Italy clothing.
We've been duped internationally into thinking it's something.
Yeah.
Well, Field might get duped by this ace-9, which isn't exactly top-shelf liquor. But Milosevic is going to try it on with King 10. Jack 6-5. Failure to interact for both parties. Hence the lack of follow-through.
A lot of Jack X in that button flat range. Check makes a fair amount of sense. King 10 probably not winning now, but has a path to do so through a bet.
You don't want it? I'll take it, says Danilo.
Livello questo gioco. Due livelli qua.
He's got a little resume on him, too. Rast
Gusti
does
pare entrare adesso.
Velocevic
12 ha compreso.
Sì,
pulling up his
poi bussi adesso puoi rientrare.
Hendon.
Un'ora
Want to
per
take a shot at career tournament earnings for Danilo?
Sure. Give me a ballpark age range, about 27-ish, maybe.
Let me see if I don't think his age is here, so I can't tell you.
I was just hoping you were going to give me a hint, money wise, you know.
You know.
All right, I'll venture a guess. So let's go 4.1 million.
Total live earnings of 1.6 million.
Okay.
Largest payday that he's enjoyed thus far, 272,000. It came in the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series in Montenegro in May of this year. That was a
So he's
25K buy-in.
He's been playing poker for 6 weeks and just kicked it off with high rollers. Is what you're saying? Like he's already made $1.5 million in the last 6 months.
You know, I mean, we're allowed to run hot.
It's not even about running hot. These kids just come out of the womb, like chiseled to play this game.
Well, they come out of the cybersphere.
Yeah, they're the Sean Winters of the world who've been playing since they were 9.
Well, Sutera playing this one, pocket sevens, and performing quite well against Radicki, who says arrivederci. Ciao, if you will.
If you will.
He sort of had a Vespa of a hand there. That wasn't a Ducati.
No.
10-7 of clubs.
No,
Yeah, that's little one-stroke putt-putt. I'm having way too much fun, man.
Yeah,
I got to get back to Italy, Berkey. Should we go and explore your roots?
Yeah,
we'll take a little trip.
Yeah, I think I'm long overdue to make my way to Europe.
I'm sure they'll be like, "Where have you been? We've been waiting for you."
Right, I get off the plane, they're going to be like, "Finally, he's home." I mean, look at me, spitting image.
Oh gosh. King 5 of hearts has piqued the interest of Velocevic.
It's a discipline fold with the 6-4. I have a hard time looking at that hand on the button.
Yeah, your bank account
not investing some chips
definitely reflects that.
You can't take it with you, Ali. You know, if we're not here to have a party with 6-4, I don't know what we're doing.
Well, for Neugebauer, we're defending with 10-7. Queen, queen, 6 board. Failure to interact for both.
Might have just enough of a backdoor here to peel. 2 big blinds might be a bit steep. Feels like we're splitting hairs when we're talking about the difference between calling a 1 big blind bet versus 2, but you have to draw the line in the sand somewhere, you know?
Oh, that line. Not going to get crossed. Matt, I have a confession, and it's actually one that I shouldn't make, but that's never stopped
Those are
me
the best
before.
ones, so
Yeah.
by all means. This guy's reading a book, by the way.
I don't blame him. You know why? Hand me a book right about now. I'm bored.
That is short stack ninjaing to its like, do not give this man action.
You know what'd be great is if it was a really dusty old poker book that he was reading to
Right.
try to make people think he was bad.
Yeah, he's just a Harrington and Holden Volume 3, the cash edition.
Someone's like, "Excuse me, what year was that published?" Just out of curiosity.
Right.
It's like 97. Thank you.
Yeah. 2+2 Publishing. Check it out.
I'm all in.
That was your confession?
Yeah, I'm bored.
Yeah, that's fair. Not the Well, not the story arc that we had built up on the first table. You know, that's the problem. You build a rapport with these guys, and then they leave you at break, and we're left to figure out a whole new slew of machines and European names that I can't pronounce.
Seven deuce suited.
He's gonna get in the mix. No, he can't do it. Can't bring himself to call the one blind.
He really that one took a little bit out of him.
Yeah,
though.
I mean it's suited.
He
You
was
tend to
like,
call.
Listen, Lennon. Not this time, but I'll get you next time, Gadget. What is that? The 57th raise and take it?
It's been, you know, not everyone gets kings every hand. Like my, I'm gonna forget his name already. So I'm not gonna try to go back to an hour.
No, who are
ago.
you talking about, Matt? What is there? Like, if you remembered the name, you would have hazarded an attempt.
Well, I would have taken a shot at it, but without remembering, I'm probably gonna smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the two lobes. Yeah. Maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe none at all.
Wow, that gets cool. By
Real
the way,
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time, unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants. You know, I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO Wizard Sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here is the pre-flop raiser's follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts. Yeah, basically
a counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with your story,
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velocevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air. Maybe a card, by the way, that saved Svetanov some chips, as it turns out.
Certainly, if we see like a 2 or a 3 come on the river, he's a lot more apt to just pay a third barrel, I think. Not a lot of moving and shaking on this leaderboard.
No, you're right. Sort of a glacial pace.
I think that tends to be the case when you see these sort of disparities amongst the top and bottom. You know, you have 3 stacks south of 25 blinds, 2 south of 20, and then you have these 3 stacks in the middle that are roughly 60 blinds. Hard to play all in pots versus the latter. And the former, it's really just only going to be all in pre, right? So I think you see a lot more 1 and 2 street poker here. The occasional triple offs like we just saw with the King Jack. Reg is closed now too, so that probably hinders a little bit of the fast playing.
Yeah, we talked about on the path to the closure of registration how you could see some speediness out of the short stack spin up artistry.
Yeah.
And now that option is no longer on the table, you're going to see some tension, some stiffness.
Yeah.
I think the impact has been quite immediate, although, you know, I think a lot of it has to do with just the overall aptitude level of a very GTO heavy slant that we have upon us.
Also, the distribution matters tremendously when it comes to action. If you see kings, ace, king suited, and queens all dealt in a row, there's going to be fireworks.
Our cup ranneth over in that regard at that last feature.
Yeah.
So perhaps we shouldn't be blaming this crew as much as we should blame the deck.
I blame these guys for nothing. They showed up today. Look at them.
And, you know, I was being a bit facetious when I said it, but it is a genuine fact that we need to be reminded of is this is a real poker tournament with a 10,000 euro buy-in and an absolutely massive payout that lurks, one that Neugebauer is intimately familiar with as the reigning champion here. So even though they've been picked and tapped to play at this feature table, it isn't as though these are clowns here for our amusement.
Right. I do think that is a bit of a misunderstanding when it comes to stream poker. I think that there's a perception that there's something particularly entertaining that people can do. You know, like you can really get out there and put on a show and wow some people. It's like, you can just make a bunch of really good decisions.
Yeah.
You know?
And by the way, there's a sexiness to that.
Yeah.
You know? So we see the 7-7-9 board not having a whole lot of sex appeal for ace-10, but paired textures sometimes will grease the wheels of the c-bet, as we see here. Just a nickel into the machine. Velocevic obviously going to be hanging out with these eights. Four on the turn is an uncomplicated arrival for the eights.
Not a lot of positive properties working for Neugebauer here to barrel again. I think he's just happy to check back, realize his equity, hopefully show down a winner some of the time. Beat worse ace highs, beat worse king highs. Eights with a heart, really like right in that cuspy category of barely good enough to go for value, not quite good enough to go for anything significant.
Oh, look at this.
Block bet
7
makes
into
sense.
34. After the check back from Neugebauer on the turn.
Yeah, you're really just trying to give tough decisions to exact holdings like Neugebauer has here. Neugebauer. There's a G. Got to pronounce it.
I'm not sure you do, but
That's
I'm
fair.
going to.
That's very fair. Ace-10 no heart here. Probably one that you call some of the time. Maybe lean more towards the fold. It's tough to know. It's tough to know exactly what he gets to this river with that's better or worse. course, he'll have some Queen X, some 9X.
10 is obviously a bit unpleasant in terms of bluff catching because you do block
Yep.
those combos that you're after, the Jack 10, 10, 8 stuff,
Yeah.
maybe some 10, 6. But in the end, Max gets milked. Nice pickup there for Danilo, who will inherit the small blind. I hate getting value bet like that.
I honestly relish it. I feel like I've, I kind of spoke about this earlier, but the more intimate you get with the game, the more you just understand that at the end of the day, it's two hands pitted against each other. One's going to win, one's going to lose. And because of the pot and the pot odds you're laid, everybody just pays. And I've kind of like taken it on as a badge of honor to just not fold a winner,
But here's the thing.
Comfy.
If everybody pays, as we see Svetanov open with the 2 jacks, then don't we deduce that nobody bluffs at that size?
Yeah.
Given that reality, as an adjustment, and perhaps we get a little bit less inclined?
Well, I think that's maybe the misconception is that they don't expect there ever to be 10 high in that range. And then, sometimes you have a 9 there and you just call because you have a 9 and you see the 10 high.
Sometimes, by the way, you take that ace 10, which lost chips to you moments ago, and you bin it.
That's a really astute fold versus an under the gun open. That's being very range aware, understanding that in certain formations you'll 3-bet that ace 10 out of the small blinds, in others you'll call, but versus under the gun, it's just one that's going to find the muck. I think he works both sides of that toothpick.
From a personal hygiene standpoint, my hope is that he doesn't. From the data available,
right?
I think he does.
More likely than not. A little flat on that end sticking out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where he would have found a read, which is the only sort of thing that might look like that out of the box.
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's a look, and I love it.
Oh, yeah. Normally you're being overquoted for a remodel in Vegas when somebody's working that look.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Queen Jack working an open ender here. Svetanov the defender. Milosevic the antagonist. Button versus big blind. This is actually a bit more hand than required for these guys to tussle. Milosevic with a 6K follow through.
It's a pretty nice one to check raise, should he choose to do so. He's going to elect to go just call.
Seven on the turn. Svetanov taking the passive approach.
I think if he faces a second barrel here, which he's very unlikely to, but if he does, I think we would really have to strongly consider a check raise at this point. Queen high is just not really good enough to show down through the check call line.
Well, Milosevic is now checked back, and that's going to open the door for him to play ace-king as a bluff catcher on the end here. The board does pair, but it's just going to be a guessing game if he does face an effort from Svetanov on the end.
I think should he choose the bluff, we probably have to go pretty big here. You're targeting a pretty showdown-driven range. King, queen, king, jack, maybe they check back some of the time and you can get them to fold for a little bit of a cheaper bet, but you block both of those hands. I think you're more so looking at ace high or some pairs. Probably want to go somewhere in the neighborhood of pot. He's going to elect to block instead. Oh, no, sorry. You bet half pot. This feels a little mergy. Might get the job done, though, against exactly ace-king.
36,000 is on the healthier side of the spectrum here, into 36.
Yeah, I think the sizing is pretty good. I think what you want to consider when you're thinking about your targets is what can make a 3 indifferent. So just pick a size that gives bottom pair a really tough decision, and you'll do pretty well, because then the ace highs and king highs will also naturally have a very tough decision, if not just an easy fold. And it does get through.
Credit to Svedunov for finding the size that was going to leave that ace-king less inclined to bluff catch.
Quante mani si giocano sul livello?
Velasquez
Gioca lento come
gets
stiamo
muscled
giocando
out of
qua.
that one.
Pochi.
30,
No, di più.
40.
Anche 50 secondo me, se si va un pochino. Un'ora e mezza il livello,
Ma uno ogni 2 minuti non ci arriviamo.
Yes, the mother tongue. Music to my ears.
Oh, now all of a sudden that 25% of you is tickled, Berkey. Ace queen suited, tickling Ahai. Plunks 8 dimes out there as a min raise. Jack 10 off in the small for Svedunov. Out of there. Deuces for Sutera. Can hunt ducks for just one more big. The term just one more big might not apply when you're this thin on chips, but nevertheless, the proposition deemed good enough for Sutera to continue. Does not find the duck, nor does Ahai find a spade or a pair.
Might not just have a give up versus single C bet, given the deuce of clubs in hand. We do have a pair. He's short, so he kind of has to fight for these pots. Well, we're going to size up on this one.
12K into 24. This is half pot.
That'll get it done.
And a nice choice from the pre-flop aggressor, who chisels away on a stack that really can't afford to be chiseled.
Yeah, it's kind of a dicey C-bet size with ace-queen high specifically. You get check jammed on, you feel pretty bad with all options.
Per me?
Vinto l'anno scorso, no?
Conquering the arguments against on that occasion.
Sarebbe giusto quello stato, Sarebbe giusto. Dovrei riprenderne tante, però intanto come inizio.
Se fai prima questo direi
There's a button to
pensato.
press here.
Sì. Voglia ricompensare.
Il primo però, il secondo no.
A jam now.
I gave you lucky chips, huh?
Lucky chips.
From
I won commission.
Daehyun Lee. King Jack. Considered enough. And Daehyun takes it down. Now, rumor has it that he just started playing poker this year. And I got to tell you, to hop into a 10K
This table is
tournament,
boring.
to travel, to get involved,
Where is Cabral?
these sorts of things are emblematic of a man who's taken things rather seriously.
Yeah,
I miss
I
Cabral.
think, I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast
Okay, I
track
can do
this
Cabral of the
career
situation.
path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy
That's your stack. That's your
within the framework that
What
works.
you have? Yeah. You, okay, raise.
Kamoshi. Raises to 8,000. And by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle,
Well played.
that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
So, 8?
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop. Let's see the flop.
A flat and then, I believe, a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much Cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
shaking on. I'll be the anti-Cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen-8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real Cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. Well, we pay a visit over to Omar Eljak on multiple bullets, and here's what he had to say earlier on the day.
Hi Omar, you're the 2022 main event champion. You had a lucky streak last year. You had 3 final tables and 1 bracelet. How's it going this year?
So far, 1 tournament, 1 min cash. So I broke even, which is fine, I guess. And we're still in the main, so yeah, everything can still happen.
How is it going in the main event?
Yeah, pretty decent stack right now. Around 300. I don't know what average is right now, but it's slightly above, I think.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the main event.
Thank you.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's a
on
lower.
the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do that. No.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
You folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he gives Lee an unsolicited earful after pulling in the pot. I'm not sure where that came from.
So some of these hands kind of work themselves out in a way where you orchestrate a fold that you didn't necessarily want. Like you're kind of free rolling,
Sure.
busting him in that spot.
Yeah. I don't think he's lamenting pulling that one in as he finds himself second on the leaderboard here. Just a small amount behind Svetanov, who hasn't emerged as some sort of abusive mallet-wielding presence up at the top.
That's,
you know, this isn't a final table.
Yeah, those
so we're
are
not
some big
dealing
shoes
with
to
ICO.
fill.
Yeah.
The, the mallet wielding super villain. No, I would say Kameshi's using his stack more than anything. The ace-9 off under the gun, 1 open is a bit on the wider side. The double barrel there with king-jack of diamonds. He gets jammed on. I assume he's probably calling it off. Doesn't feel great. Maybe it's fine. Do put a lot of pressure on ace-high and 8x there with the double barrel.
Nobody applying any pressure just yet. 8-3 offsuit. No heroics on Arai's mind as an opener.
Okay, let's do it together. You always do that.
Aces.
Gets a walk. Yeah, deuces.
15 bigs. I think Jack 7 probably has to V-pip there. King too good of a price. Maybe through a limp.
If I true bet you, I will have king 3 offsuit. Don't worry.
I believe him, by the way. King 3 off strikes me as in his range.
Jack 10 up front, not yet in the bin and not in range, ultimately. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Balasevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyun Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the 9s. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split.
King of spades, money back.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh,
the game.
no.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
Lucky guy.
Lucky.
He's still with us. Lee is quickly going to become one of my favorites, I think. I can tell already.
You know, there was a guy in the World Series of Poker Bahamas that Brent Hanks and I were covering late last year, I believe it was. Maybe it was early this year. That captivated us, who played under that South Korean banner. Checking on Roman Hrabic, by the way, pecking away at the phone. Maybe giving chip count updates. 160K in front of him. I'm going to effort this name of this gentleman.
2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Dongwook Moon. That's who it was.
Yeah, yeah. Classic.
You remember this guy?
I do not.
Wow.
I'm sure I should.
You toyed with me there.
I did. It was the 3 name that really got me.
I have feelings, Matt, and they are hurt. Meanwhile, Kamoshi with ace-8 took it up from the button. Radicki showing some stickiness with 7-deuce suited, not showing any improvements on an ace-queen-4 board. Kamoshi action check to him. Very cozy continue available.
Nice double up. 18,007.
Went with a larger than average size there.
It is a big bet board. You can play multiple strategies on flop textures like that. Play overbet
Diamonds,
if you
Broadway
so choose.
stuff.
Yeah. Usually ace-8's like about that line. Usually it fits more into the small size or check back if you're only playing a big bet and check. Right idea though. Oddly enough, I think the person having the coughing fit is not the masked man.
You find that odd?
A little. I mean,
I think it'd be more odd if Lee were to offer his mask to whomever has the coughing fit.
I think that would just be a humanitarian move.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Monkey tilt.
Yeah, monkey tilt now.
Kamoshi has really become active, and maybe he's the guy that's sensing that which I touched upon earlier, that if you're all going to be passive and you're not going to punish me, I'm just going to get out here and just chisel, cobble, and collect.
Yeah, he has a particular style about him. He's going to be a pip or two wide in most spots while he has chips. And
But these are allowable adjustments, though, in consideration of the climate.
yeah, certainly allowed.
Here's a classic example, by the way, of why we are incentivized to behave in this manner. If the boss stack of Svedrinov is simply willing to defer getting laid that price, then
Yeah.
I'm getting after it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're not seeing anything out of the norm. 10-5 off is not a defend, so he's just making a correct fold there. But your point is well stated in the sense that when it comes to fringe hands, people aren't always going to have the answer and are going to tend to lean passive.
Well, checking in on Gabyeong Kim, one of South Korea's most decorated players. He looks like he's got all his biscuits in the basket. And he gets baked. Didn't quite catch the run out there, but I don't need to explain why he's gotten up and walked away. Just looking over Kim's resume as we see this one brewing with a Lee Open off of Queen 10 of Hearts.
Now, these are the kind of dynamics that can lead to people maybe over-responding, right? Kamoshi's been very active when it comes to the single raise pots. Now he immediately finds himself in a good 3-bet spot. Should somebody wake up behind with the old ace-5 suited, perhaps, maybe they get in a little trouble. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. Now Lee is going to be left to fend for himself with the Queen 10 suited. I imagine he'll continue through a call. Might just fold, given his stack depth.
So Lee is dominated. Doesn't know it. Makes the call here, and these are larger commitments out of his stack. Queen in the window is bad news, especially with a couple of fives behind it. Berkey, this is a problematic spot for obvious reasons.
Yeah, at an SPR of 2.5, it's going to be very hard for the money not to go in here. Although I do think that it's going to require a little bit of massaging of the pot. You can't go too strong here if you're Kamoshi. You don't want to just let your opponent assume that you have kings or aces and get away cheap.
I bet 12,000.
12,000's good start here. Lee's obviously going to follow through with a continue. And then we can probably just get the rest of the chips in through a half pot type of sizing scheme.
12K sets us on this journey, which rates to end poorly for Lee. Another 12 off of his thinning stack. Pot up to 78 now. Ace Queen performing very well. Now our kicker no longer plays. Not that we expect that that 10 of hearts is of much use relative to the queen itself if we're Lee.
Yeah, and there's only one combo of Queen Jack suited remaining, so as Kamoshi, you're not very fearful here. You also block Ace 5 of hearts, which is very important, so you're really never beaten in this scenario. You just need to make sure that the money goes in as easily as possible and as efficiently as possible. I think the best way to do that is to set up same percentage of the pot over 2 streets.
Is this what we now?
Sizing.
Yeah, I was just going to say, is that the term that's kind of been percolating?
It's a nice little hack that the solver has unlocked for us. So roughly half pot here would get the chips
26.
in most efficiently.
I bet 26,000.
I think the problem with going this small is you set up a bigger than average river jam. So you're jamming now for like 66% pot on the end. He might be able to get away from some single pairs. It applies a lot of pressure. You do get the call here almost always, of course. You could still have ace king. You could be value betting thin with a jack in order to check back river.
You can sense the discomfort that Lee is experiencing despite having a good bit of hand here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't rate to come to an end on this river. He's got 76, and Kamoshi could very well ask for all of it. Just completely unconcerned about not having a winner with ace-queen here. And once we get called across a couple of streets, you do get the sense that a hand that can call does lurk.
Yeah, certainly. You almost always are going to have Lee positioned into having a worse queen here. On occasion, I suppose, he'll have a hand like ace-jack with a backdoor flush draw that might have a very difficult river decision. But most frequently, in order for you to get called 3 times here, he's just going to have an inferior queen, of which there's a fair amount of them. You know, he's probably going to have 2 combos of king-queen suited, 2 combos of a queen-10 suited.
Ace-queen.
Well, this was a decision for Lee's tournament life, one that has come to an end.
Unlucky.
It really is pretty unlucky. I mean, Lee's going to have a lot of hands that have to fold turn or river. You know, pocket 10s aren't going to be able to hold on for 3, for instance. Pocket 9s, pocket 8s, things of that nature. They're mostly just going to be folding to that turn barrel. So for him to show up with a hand that actually calls is quite fortunate for Kamoshi and pretty unlucky for Lee.
Indissolubilmente Kamoshi. Sempre solo Kamoshi.
Well, fortunate is Lee and the remainder of this field, as I errantly suggested might not be the case, to have registration still open through the end of this level. I thought that prior to the break we pulled the curtain on things, but in fact, another 10,000 euros and change will get you right back in. So we'll await those decisions from the two South Koreans. Milosevic now facing an open from what may feel a bit like a speedy Kamoshi.
Yeah. Pocket fives just hit the muck there. Very disciplined fold. Not one that I would make.
He's not looking to pick a fight with the chip leader that's been as frisky as Kamoshi, who has earned that moniker, by the way. Now a suited one gapper in the big for the reigning champ. Defends. Inferior clubs are a problem potentially. Two spades, two tens, and a six. Both parties whiff, and you see Kamoshi just zero hesitation. Drops 5K in there and continues.
It's frustrating to be on the other side of that, where you see like a flop texture where you know that he's supposed to at least consider what it is that you could possibly hold, but he just doesn't care. Just hits you with the one big blind. Do with it as you will, my friend. God bless you if you can find a check raise.
In terms of spirit animals, I submit the honey badger.
Oh, yeah.
For Kamoshi.
I like that. Very resilient, looking for a fight, almost.
You know, it's interesting because I never knew badgers. Now, I know badgers are wily. I grew up in California. We don't have these things, but I don't remember them having sort of the fame bestowed upon their honey variant.
Yeah, no, the honey badger, for sure. Really got the name out there, if
Well,
you will.
if you've ever tasted honey, you understand why bears and these badgers can get a little bit ornery about
I get it.
The hunt. It's good stuff.
It's nice when the distribution cooperates with the type of game that you want to play. You know, Kamoshi wants to be V-pipping. He wants to be in all the pots. Getting dealt ace-king every third hand doesn't hurt.
No heroism out of Ahait this time with 9-3 suited. He just concedes, and that has been a familiar sight right there. The young Italian running away with things.
It's tough to kind of make sense of it in your mind while it's all happening too, because you're just observing the world around you. So for Kamoshi, you don't know if they're laying down to you or if they're just playing really well.
Johnny, you wanna see?
Every time, but I think I will not see the cards.
Johnny, you play very slow, otherwise very good. Good fault. You had aces? I had aces B.
Is that Pumbaa
It was pretty obvious.
atop
Thank you, Dylan.
Cabrel's
It would appear
stack?
so.
A warthog of some sort. Which, by the way, if we're on the topic of spirit animals, a cartoon warthog.
Don't do this to Pumbaa, okay? That's just an unfair categorization of Pumbaa, putting him in the likes of Martin Cabral. No offense to Cabral, but like...
It wasn't long ago he parked his bones in there with that 100K stack, and he's sitting on 550. Tournament average is 280 and change.
Yeah.
I mean, he made quick work of that table.
Well, you know, you make a hand or two and you just tell them to do what you want. People fall in line. Everyone's looking for a leader. Why not Martin Cabral?
He is absolutely the most tilting and controversial player on tour. As we return our attention to the feature table, which does not contain Cabral, perhaps mercifully for those with eardrums. Ace Jack 3, all spades. Broadway gutter for the opener. It's Fedorov, who has the action checked over to him by this king high. Kamoshi Doesn't waste any time. Svedunov loves not having to deal with him
Yeah.
across multiple streets.
It's so strange to me, the color choices. Yellow for 5K, red for 1K. My American brain is exploding.
Yeah,
I don't even know
colors
what the
is
blue's
all
worth.
it took.
What is the blue even worth? I don't know.
You know, you're liable to misclick out here.
Oh, I've done this many times in the past with casinos that use like alternative color choices. I'm notorious for just like.
Are you able to hide it though when you do it? Or you just automatically like give it up?
Often I just like let my hand dictate my reaction. You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x. And you go, oh my God, I misclicked. But you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right.
Like, oh, well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well.
But you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer. He's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king-queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway-type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi.
That's clear.
Is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open. 25, putting it in, I think might be quite reasonable. And maybe he leans on king-queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai.
He shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace-9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just trying.
It's
kind of
really
questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and we did see the queen-8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace-9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up and enjoy a deep stack.
I got to tell you, I might spot him the 4% to just have the king-queen there. I felt pretty good about that one. Thought the Broadway cards might come home. How long do you think until they introduce Squid Game to the MTT format?
I don't know that sort of proppy, as we get a look at the bracelet that awaits our champ here. That's a pretty one. I don't know that these proppy cash game sorts of things are ever going to work their way into the Then TT, should you disagree? You
I
think
don't
people
know.
are ready for it?
I mean, what do you know, man? We do a progressive bounty, squid, mystery bounty format. You know, everybody's just all in every hand, and it just becomes a flip and go.
Well, they actually have a flip and go now, so
right.
That's where you can get that fix.
Yeah.
What did Scott Seaver lose trying to get his way into the flip and go?
36,000, I think. Don't ever
By the
say
way,
that man
1K
doesn't
at a
have the
time.
heart. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
6 blue.
He did not make it either, by the way. He had to tap out.
That's so painful. Neugebauer, ace 9, opens. Radicki, a suited ace 10, very content to simply defend and take us to the flop. Six, seven, eight, producing gutters. to
Kind
both
of a
parties.
nice spot to potentially lead. Ace 10 might be a little bit on the awkward side. Plays pretty well as a call. Might want to lean more on like the Queen 10-esque type of hands. Jack 10, certainly. He is going to lead. The backdoor hearts are very appealing. And Ace 10's a very awkward check raise holding here.
You know, it always captures our attention when convention is broken in this way by the pre-flop caller. As Neugebauer now turns into the passenger instead of the driver, as ordered by Radicki, who does not find improvement in the form of a 9 heart or a pair.
Yeah, this is where the breaking of flow in order to lead flop starts to feel a little bit awkward on the turn. But for all intent and purposes, that deuce brick just further solidifies whatever advantage you may have had as the big blind to begin with.
Yeah,
So-
this is not a card that presents concerns.
Right.
Versus the open from Neugebauer. Maybe some backdoor club draws with overs have arrived, but
yeah,
arrived might even be a rich way to describe them, just given that that's an incomplete hand that still needs to respect the texture.
The tricky thing is that ace high still retains a fair amount of showdown value. So if you have Jack 10, you're very happy to just barrel off here, I think. But with the ace 10 high, it's like, well, we still beat some floats. I mean, he could just simply have ace 9, for example, or any 9x or 10x type holding that we dominate.
So it goes check, check. Jacob pays a visit to the river.
Now I think our hand might serve us a little bit better as a potential bluff. Stands to reason that Big Blind has much more Jack 10 in its defending range / lead than Hijack will have. It's always nice to be able to show this one down and get some of the pot back.
That's exactly where we find ourselves. Feels as though Max is reflecting on this one as if to determine whether or not there was another road traveled that would have yielded the entirety of this thing. As we send it down for Max's thoughts from earlier today with Mika.
Hi, Max. Max is the reigning champion of the 2023 main event. You're now defending your title. So how is it going?
I'm on my second bullet and I got 2.5 starting stacks. First day was pretty tough and up until now. I was quite nice. I mean, not so nice actually. Sean Deep got me in the hand and I kind of am pretty grateful to see that and appreciated the way he played, and I really liked. He did some crazy stuff, and I really just admired the way he played it and the way he really grinds the WSOP and comes here as well. So he got me short, and I busted shortly after. now re-entered, and it's going well after.
And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint, and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Arai did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velocevic had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Yeah.
You know, if guys are going to play these hands that well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great illustration of why preflop matters so much and what good preflop play looks like. Now, don't get me wrong, the deck also cooperated pretty heavily and conspired in favor of ace king there, where not very much blood was going to be shed. We could have seen something much bloodier, like a jack 10 high board with 2 of a suit. Now all of a sudden war is waged, but nevertheless, it's going to come just dry with no real opportunities there often enough, and ace queen and king queen will get saved, which is just a byproduct of playing pretty well.
Oh, ace queen of diamonds passed over to Svetanov. As the players are on their feet, on the precipice.
Oh, he's just going to open
of a break.
He could limp and trap. I think he only has 10 blinds, though. Yeah, so he's just going to open jam.
No.
Sutera.
No bluff.
Lamenting his plight as no bluff is
Honest last hand before the break.
declared. And now this is the break, whereby registration should be closing. So we are going to swap this feature table out on this break, I believe.
You put in a word to the higher ups.
I wish I had that sort of influence.
I mean,
let's take a look at the chip counts briefly, Berkey, not to interrupt, as
No, please.
perhaps this will be the last opportunity we have to take a peek at these guys as they operate, perhaps being sent elsewhere in the room. We'll know on the backside of this break. Continuing coverage of day 2 of the World Series of Poker Europe main event from King's Casino in Rozvadov comes your way momentarily. We'll see you in a few.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Because the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot, and bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper.
I haven't seen a bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, but.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong
Talking
here.
double board?
Yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was gonna say that-
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb
because
pot.
I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah,
in the game.
even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all-in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You got a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rozvadov, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera.
Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have
Why
green
not?
10?
Yeah.
What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
One accident.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top two for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
Suarez, too, opening very early position with
As I say
10-6
that, he throws the
suited.
chips as closest to him as possible.
A dream scenario.
I'll
Somehow
tell him,
flopping top two on a rainbow board and up against two jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez.
10,000.
A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
The 5Ks?
Yeah.
Bravo. Coming. Relax. Bravo.
Oh, I thought he was straddling 2.5x. I was like, this guy's got big balls, but the blinds are up.
Easy, easy, easy.
Wow.
Easy.
I've seen this movie before.
Michael, why are there so less entries on day 1B compared to day 1A? All the satellite winners online do get pushed to 1A.
Yep.
507 entries in that flight. Working on 110-ish here, as you see in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, the tunes are back,
they're
Jeff.
back, baby.
I know the song, but I can't name the artist.
Yeah, the same. Really crank it.
See, all this because of
Okay,
his brother.
the cold 4.
We got a game.
Fawcett calls with the 10s. More than 51K in the pot. And it comes queen high. Pot starts to get more in.
Doesn't seem like a great calling hand. 2 10s, he will flick it
Wow. Runkan gets paid off with the queens.
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or stakes.
Yes,
So
yeah.
you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get
yeah.
somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
All right. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while and then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
Disguised.
Mamma mia.
And some
You can't punch.
some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line is not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never. Never.
Never.
Solver is still 4-10 on the river. But I still call, you know? Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runkan just rips it in there
Whoa. Now we're playing
with the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart, I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
I have a best hand. Right?
Well, night has fallen upon the complex here in Czechia. King's Casino, Rozvadov, playing host to multiple days of play required to crown this year's champion in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Just day 2, the 3rd day of action thus far. Day 1B coverage yesterday, brought to you by Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks. Yours truly, Ali Najad, here for the run of things. Matt Berkey gave us a day off of his docket. And it looks like we're going to keep these gentlemen intact, Matt. GTO operators that are really showing off their chops. I would imagine some deep runs are going to be associated with these gentlemen just based on the soundness with which they have avoided minefields that were created by the deck as we fight on now with the registration period no longer open. 3K, 5K with a 5K big blind ante means 13,000 in orbit. Gets shaved off your stack, and if you're Sutera, that is awful news. And he really has not been able to do a thing. Neugebauer dominated, facing this 12K open.
42.
Oh, hang on. I don't think that we expected this behavior.
It's a thing. This is one of the low frequency, quote unquote, bluffs that we work into a big blind 3-bet range, especially versus button. Unlucky for him, he smack dab ran into it.
Why the king 5 offsuit?
With ticket or no ticket?
It's the high-low aspect of it. You unblock the middle of the deck, which does a lot of folding. You also have the potential wheel properties should it come 3 to a wheel.
No, the 5 services plenty of different straights, in fact. But
Like
the
king
ace
6
king,
off would not be chosen, for example.
Right. The ace king of spades is chosen, however, and that is a demoralizing development for Neugebauer, who gets punished. As we've learned, blockers are not guarantees, just guidance. And on this occasion,
I don't want to cheat.
it was poor guidance.
You must bring it to the...
It does look like the boys have been joined by some fresh faces that weren't present prior to the break. Maybe just one in particular there between Kamoshi and Hawaii.
What a name. I mean, with a name like Metal, how do you go wrong? And before you jump in and give me the correct pronunciation, it's Metal. All right. I see the redundant A, and I'm going to ignore it.
Yeah. No, that's very Pittsburghian of you. Or maybe it's your Italian side.
Right,
being elitist.
precisely.
I don't know.
It's just working its way through.
Dai un appoggino per l'acqua?
Well, Neugebauer got worked through moments ago.
Yes.
When his king 5 offsuit was forced into the bin. Here he is from the small blind, limping in with an ace. Hawaii stays out of trouble with the 9-6 of diamonds. Check back. Produces a 6-high board. Gut shot.
A little something for everyone.
Ace high for Neugebauer. Top pair for Hawaii.
Ace of hearts is pretty nice. Could see a check raise come through here. 4 might be a little bit dirty, so maybe we continue a little more cautiously here. It's facing the larger size out of the 9-6 as well. I kind of like this, particularly if we don't plan on betting the turn at a very high frequency. A hand like 9-6 of diamonds, it's not going to have a lot of safe turn cards.
To the turn we go.
That's one of them.
3 of diamonds, pairs the board. Does not, however, slow down Hawaii.
13.
And he just takes us north 1K relative to that flop sizing. 13 into 39.
Yeah, the effective same size here, where we went 12K flop, 13K flop, or 13K on turn. These mergey sizings tend to always be exactly what you expect them to be. This is like a 5 or a 6, trying to navigate the showdown. Pretty high frequency, I would think.
Well, Neugebauer wants to take a peek at this river, and it isn't a good one for him. However, any anxiety that we may have had about that turn call alleviated by this 6 of clubs for Hawaii filling up.
What a dream run out for the 9-6.
Well, especially because there is a number here that could keep Ace High curious.
Yeah, I think we go 13 again.
Oh, this is
looks like you got a big
65.
greedy.
Okay. Polar or not, Ace High's all done. I'll tell you what, that gentleman there has been trending very much in the right direction under that German banner. Now knocking on the door of 300,000. This was the scene as the break worked its way down to a close.
Last minute hopefuls. Been in that line one too many times in my life, you know?
You know, there is a line of shame element to it a little bit there. Daniel Razai.
We knew Daniel was going to be there.
Oh, listen, I mean, he doesn't feel complete without a multi-bullet experience. We tease, of course, and Daniel's good for it.
He ravages.
So there it is. Late Reg officially closed.
Is it a race? $43,000.
Pretty nice sizing here.
Yeah, we
really going to put
return
fours in a tough spot.
to the action here at the feature. Milosevic with the hard 8 made it 10 to go. And now Orai really beginning to surge, and as his stack grows, so too might his confidence. We saw the heroism of Queen 8 offsuit against a couple of Ace-9s.
How far we've come.
That was the genesis of this metamorphosis. Caterpillar's gone all butterfly.
It's so difficult. It's such a funny game, right? Like, you have a plan until you just don't. You know, you kind of get punched in the face, and the next thing you know, you black out and all your chips are in the middle. That little random bit of element is so unpredictable, you know? It's like, you could just never expect the Queen 8 off to be in there, and maybe it never goes in again. But you catch wind of the live stream, you let that play on the back of your head a little bit. Next thing you know, you're getting in a little too light against them.
You know that sliding doors butterfly effect stuff that people talk about when you're on the receiving end of what seems to be just like this, we used to call it RBF, random berserk factor.
Okay, I like
right?
that.
Not tethered to any sort of like historical precedent, not tethered to anything that would have led me to believe it's a possibility.
Right.
And yet here I am on the receiving end of it. Yes. And I look around and I'm like, so today you decided when you woke up you were going to lose your mind, and now I'm felt it.
Yeah, that's the difficulty of it, and to just fold now the king queen on the button.
Don't look for congruence out of that seat, Professor Berkey.
It's like, I've won too many. Let me share the wealth a little bit.
Yeah, go on and solve for Y there, Matt.
Right.
Solve for X. Solve for. You can't solve for Orai.
Yeah, Versa cutoff open off of what appeared to be just shy of 20. I think king queen does a couple different things there, none of which are folding.
So Armin has himself up to third in chips. As things stand, Benedetto Sutera has just been parked at the bottom of the leaderboard and unraveling just 6 bigs, 31,000.
He might have to be my new pick to click, short stack ninja.
Govert Metal.
Okay, there we go.
Joining him down there under the Dutch banner. 17 bigs deep, not exactly comfy.
This shows how worldly I am. You could have told me that was French, and I would have said, of course.
Yeah. Could I have told you it was the U.S. flag just because it had the same 3 colors?
No, come on, don't
there?
Get outlandish.
Wait a minute. You know me, and you have for a long time, and you had the gall to ask me not to be outlandish?
Right, as if like that was the most extreme version of it.
You're drawing dead, first off, to that request.
I mean, come on, I know the native land. Now, if you put an Aussie flag up there, I might mistake it every now and again.
Oh, yeah, the ones that have the kingdom, you know, like whatever, that little mini Union Jack. I don't know, is that Papua New Guinea? Is that New Zealand? Is that,
you guys have the same flag, you just, you know.
You remixed it.
Yeah, you made it a little tricky for us to know the difference.
Oh, a tricky little Jack 9 of hearts from the button here as 11 of 87,000 are deployed forward. Milosevic with the suited wheel kit.
2 Frenchmen going up against one another, as you can see by the flags denoted.
You know, of all the countries to get after there, Matt, the French no likey that so much.
That's fair. That's very fair.
They've got strong feelings about Americans, much like Milosevic will have about this all-club texture. Flopping the flush against top pair, no less. And Metal has it checked over.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of maneuverability here either. So he's going to start off with a bet, and if he's met with a raise, I'm not sure he's going to get away.
Well, let's see how Velocevic chooses to approach the matter.
These small flushes where you unlock so much of Metal's continuing range tend to want to play pretty aggressively. Hard for him to just have a complete miss on the Jack 10-3.
Raise. 18,000. Raise 18.
Check 3x. And this really is designed to create the opportunity for Metal to just sail in.
Mm-hmm. It's a tricky spot. Jack 9's not a very strong hand here on this particular texture, especially when facing check raise. But the big blind does have a lot of available bluffs to him. He could have a hand like 8-9-1 club, 7-8-1 club, things of that sort. Even just ace high or king high with a single club could potentially be getting after it here. It's a great laydown.
I'll tell you what, and it's one that I very much didn't expect. I don't know whether or not we're supposed to peel off of that remaining stack with top pair as played, but
yeah, I think the theory would tell you that you call and on a non-club you commit, but you know, registration's closed.
Oh, look at some headwear about the field here, including that of Shirzap Hisu. All stuff that you can snatch inside the King's shop just off the tournament floor area. In case you didn't pack properly for these cold parts of the year. Not that that hat there is going to keep you toasty, but, you know, nonetheless.
These shops do juice the hoodies ever so slightly, knowing that they're pumping the AC in at a ripe 66 degrees.
Listen, I'll take a ripe 66 over a ripe group of, you know, Euros if the thermi is set more at 80. You know, I mean, there's some liberal approaches to deodorizing.
Tricky spot. He's going to sail it in. My man's had enough.
And look how well served Metal is to have released the Jack 9, drawing so thin with one pair versus the flush, and then to just rip in the ace-6 from the cutoff and fight on. You don't have to follow the rule book. That's what makes poker interesting. It's what makes live poker in particular, I would say, which is, I'm not going to call it less technical, but more robust in terms of that which needs to be considered in any given moment.
I think that's very accurate. You have a lot more data points to operate off of, even if they are a little bit subjective. I also think that, you know, just the nature of the sample being so condensed to a few hands kind of forces you to need to be right at a higher frequency rather than needing to keep things in check. You know, to hell with balance. I'm going to play 85 hands with these guys, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe let me live and die by getting this one right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I suppose you do need to be a little bit careful in terms of having objectively poor selections.
Correct,
Even though there is some subjectivity at all times in the live streets, but there is, you know, spots where it's like, okay, yes, it did work out, but oh my, are you giving up a lot of equity?
Yeah.
You know, stepping aside here. For example, dry board, you just fold a set. You know, and it's like, okay, you happen to be right that time, but let's not make a habit of that.
Yeah, and the inverse is the person who's just like putting way too many chips in the middle with way too weak of a hand. Of course, over time, you're naturally going to get punished doing that.
Neither of these guys guilty of such things here. Blind versus blind, limp pot, 5 deuce turns into bottom pair, up against top pair, monotone texture. Radicki knuckles.
There are some very fun turn cards here.
Like the Joker of Stars?
Not, that might create a foul deck. I was thinking something more along the lines of a red wheel card.
5s and deuces versus an open-ender and top pair. That's what we'd be indulging in that spot. Let's see. Prophecies from Berkey? Nope. Oh, check call of 5K. Now a second check from Radicki.
Yeah, I think Svetnov can kind of play his hand either way here, depending on how he expects his opponent to defend. If you think that you can generate a lot of bluffs from the check call range on the flop, checking back here is pretty nice. You have a really well-suited bluff catcher.
What you have is a really comfortable gentleman back there who I believe, apologies, Matt, I know you're making a sage point, but
by all means,
this guy's really made himself at home back here in the, what is that?
Feet up.
Just
they're like gaming chairs in front of a slot machine. This is a place I want to gamble.
There's no zoning laws. I mean, you know, you can set your casino up how you want.
That's very
out here.
True.
But go on and finish the point. I'm sorry, Matt. It was one worth.
I don't know that I had a great one. I was just saying, you know, you kind of have a hand that is right on that cusp of needing a second street of value and determining whether you want to get it immediately or potentially delay to the river where the 5 deuce might pay in some sort of capacity.
7-6. Al-Khaï has shown a capacity to do the unexpected, but not on this occasion. And now fold over to Metal. A7, a little bit too far removed from the button to create any interest.
12.5. 12.5.
Suited salmon.
Cannot do 0.5.
No 500.
Yeah. And that.
Velocevic attempting to declare a sizing that is unavailable given the lack of 500s now. Those have been raced off.
These online kids, man. No saving them.
13.
They're so spoiled by those sliders and the you know, prearranged sizes.
When you can always find them in the bunch, you know, when you're playing cash and they use the small blind denomination chip in spite of the fact that it's like not in play at the table. You know, you're playing like 5-10.
Okay.
And it's $10 chips.
Okay.
And they open to like, you know, 25. It's like, buddy, we don't do that here. It's 20 or 30. Make up your mind.
Oh, dead giveaway.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Radicki saying, give me that 13. Ace 5 on the button, unsuited.
Very aggressive.
Yeah.
These are nice little pocketed spots to pick up extra 3-4 big blinds.
Good little finds there. Well, another find by our own sideline reporter, Mika, is that of Jan-Peter Jakman. Let's see what he had to say about the WSOP Europe experience.
Hi Jan. Jan is known for his Omaha play. Last year you finished 4th in the main event in Las Vegas. So do you play more Hold'em now?
Yeah, I remember I said last year maybe I play some more events. Actually, I didn't really do. So there's so many big Omaha tournaments coming up, like in Triton or Super High Roller Bowl, or every big event has some big Omaha events now. So that's why I still concentrate mainly on that. But you see, I'm in a Hold'em tournament again, and sometimes if I get into it a little, some hours, then I like it.
Well, I got to tell you, Jan-Peter had an absolutely heroic final table standoff of sorts, jousting with Nacho Barbero from Jeju, which motivated perhaps one of my favorite impressions of all time.
The Schulman?
By my buddy Nick Schulman of Nacho Barbero. I played the part of Jan-Peter on that occasion, not particularly well, but that wasn't the story.
Nor did you need to.
No, just wind him up and let him go, as is actually very apropos of any Nacho Barbero impression. Jack 3 deuce. Rainbow Here's the two Italians squaring off. Pre-flop, it was a 10K open from Kamoshi. Radicki.
Yeah, I think at some point Kamoshi's going to have to start slowing down post. He can't just c-bet every board out of position. This is a particular texture that's like relatively favorable for him, but he has nothing working in his favor with King 8 suited here. I think you at least want to have a backdoor flush draw.
Nicely straddling that jack of diamonds with position. Radicki still awaiting Kamoshi's decision. Now, eventually, he does settle on a little north of half pot.
Yeah, and this bet just doesn't really accomplish, I don't think, what he wants it to, as even a hand as weak as King 9 of diamonds here is very likely to peel in position. It's just too much hand to give up to a c-bet. Now we're playing a very inflated pot. This is kind of what I was speaking of, just like putting in way too many chips with not much of a hand. If you're going to c-bet this board, small seems to make a fair amount of sense. A larger size obviously could exist, but I'm not so sure we have the exact holding we want for that.
Here we are with the pot having grown 36,000, courtesy of the flat from Radicki, with just no future whatsoever. And how hard will we choose to go with this?
The less of a future, the harder we go. Gotta bluff something, you know, Ali?
No, Did you read that at Panda Express?
Yeah. It was my fortune. Opened it when I was 9, and I'm living it every day.
Zoltar machine in the lobby or something? What's going on?
No, this is a clear give up. We do still have a little bit of showdown value, perhaps with King High through the check line, and it can also potentially serve us as a delayed bluff if King 9 checks back here, which I suspect this one's a little bit tricky. I think it probably starts to bluff, try to clean up the equity versus the ace high hearts, ace high diamonds, king high hearts that may exist. You don't really expect Kamoshi to have too much in the way of clubs when he c-bets for that flop size.
I mean, you don't anticipate traps either, obviously, if you're firing this turn, right?
Well, it depends what you're qualifying as a trap. I mean, we could see some things in the neighborhood of Jack X of spades, for instance, that would play the larger size on the flop and then check turn.
Really? Even having picked up the flush draw, looking not to be blown off the equity?
I think because you pick up the flush draw.
I see.
Right? The in-position player is mostly going to have floats looking to peel those backdoors, or they're just going to have top pair alongside with you. So if you have a hand like ace-jack of spades, it's difficult to really know what you're extracting value from.
Well, give Radicki credit. He worked his way to that turn and then earned the pot with a position bet of 22,000.
Why?
Like you start like counting in the air, drawing equations.
Svedanov alleging he's at a table full of John Nashes.
Oh, I got it.
Like Queen of was good.
Or Goodwill Hunting for the older demo.
What a movie!
To this day, one of the better ones.
Did you just make it seem as though Goodwill Hunting is more dated than John Nash?
No, but Beautiful Mind is a newer movie.
Right. Okay. I see.
Oh, John Nash! Come on.
You brought me back full circle. They're probably not that far apart. A couple years.
I'll take the over.
Over on 4 years? I think it's close.
I might take the over on 4 years, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Goodwill Hunting's older than you think.
98.
I'll take over 02 on Beautiful Mind. It might mess around and be 2000 though.
No. It's for sure not.
For sure.
It came out when I was a junior in college, which would have been like 02, 03.
Yeah, so 4 is a fair line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close.
There's going to be some pushes. What the hell are we talking about? Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Europe main event feature table. Day 2 here. Come for the poker, stay for the tangents.
We got to give something in the chat to do, you know. They're fact-checking us
Chat
immediately.
doing some solid work here. Ray T stepping in to advise Rain Man precedes both of those particular films.
Very, very good call.
That's the OG.
That's the boomer generation.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Sotera booms in 18,000 at long last, given an opportunity.
Wat moet zij doen?
3 of spades. Queen 10 offsuit.
Might call dark.
The thing is, Metal is not exactly all suited up with chips, but he is in for 5 and 5 already. Another 13 does get delivered. 2 clean cards.
10-3.
So a 3-2 favorite is Sutera for his main event life.
That's suited. Good jack.
$44,000 in the middle. You know what direction it needs to head. If you're Sutera, things looking good on a 5-6-8 board. Ace high, intact, nervy. Still ahead, but note the heart. Metal could ruin the party with a queen 10 or a heart on the river. And instead, the king of diamonds secures a modest double. Sutera
Devi vincere molti altri, eh?
Lo so, ma che devo fare?
will issue a little grazie mille.
I think I had the 8.
Don't get impressed. I've been to a couple of Buca di Beppos through the years.
For an authentic Italian experience.
Oh, well, I would have said Olive Garden, but
right.
That's only breadsticks and salad all you can eat.
Yeah.
I'm talking about plates of pasta that,
right. Oh, yeah.
You know, glycemic index cringe.
Yeah, we've all been there once.
Generally, once is the
Never again.
tap out. Be honest, Berkey. When's the last time you went to an Olive Garden?
Oh, man. Maybe college when it was unaffordable.
Italian table anyways.
Wow.
When that was fine dining.
There is an average of 3 Italian per table.
Minimum.
I guess we just kind of showered the prospects of an Olive Garden sponsorship.
Yeah. You don't know about the OG guarantee?
What's the OG guarantee?
Oh, that's a college kid's dream, you know? Take her to Olive Garden.
Stand up to the mafia, you know?
Guaranteed goodnight kiss.
The poker mafia everywhere.
You know, there was other sort of destinations out on the West Coast that were required in order to lock up the smooch.
Yeah. Well, you have to remember, I'm from a stick to your bones kind of territory.
I would have thought Applebee's.
How much is that?
Personally, Chili's maybe.
Chili's is way too exotic for my region.
9-4 offsuit, inadequately exotic for Kamoshi. Sutera once again jams, fresh off the double. And he chisels some more off the boys.
Pure, Aumenta la probabilità di sopravvivenza.
Can I get 2 waters, please?
Do you have an Italian restaurant of choice here in Vegas? Are you a Carbone guy?
Carbone's incredible. I haven't eaten very much Italian here, to be quite honest. I tend to eat clean, and I also I also don't want to disrespect my grandmother.
Oh,
her home cooking was incredible. Actually, it's funny. She was Italian, he was Slovak, and he learned to cook from her mother. She learned to cook from his. So when it came to the Italian dishes, he was actually much better and skilled at prepping like the raviolis and the lasagnas and
That's like the culinary equivalent of your verbal crisscross.
Yeah, yes, precisely. Now you know where it stems from.
Yeah, you guys got a real scrambled egg on your hands in the Berkey tree.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Radicki with ace jack of diamonds has made it 10,000 to go. No scrambling from Neugebauer, a flat with the king queen.
Yeah, Neugebauer here is just trying to make a hand. I think he's calling with the intention of folding to a squeeze. Can't jam versus under the gun. It's too dicey. And unfortunately, he's going to see an ace-high 2 spade board. Maybe just enough hand to peel versus, like, say, quarter pot.
Blue or 3 blue?
Given how strong Radicci's range is, I wouldn't be shocked to see him initiate a check here, yeah, he's going to have a lot of hands like jacks and queens, kings that don't really need to bet for protection's sake and can't really extract value from much. This is close. I think maybe we start bluffing this one with the king of spades. It's pretty nice.
The door has been opened, but it isn't stepped through. And the turn doesn't add any purpose to king queen.
The tricky part about checking this one back is that you often just won't see a river unimproved. You are going to face those protection bets now on the turn, I think, from that region that I was speaking of, as well as the ace-x that checked. Some bluffs that may have given up on the flop might start to follow through here now. Call it 6-7 of diamonds type of hand.
26 should end the affair, and sure enough, we're not looking to do anything heroic with no pair and no draw. Now, I believe your aversion to Olive Garden was an homage to your grandmother and not looking to offend her, and yet I think in that pot you came with Radici, which I got to tell you upset Grandma maybe even more.
Fair. To be fair, my grandmother had an easy one. She was a Canella, which is probably something close to a Smith here.
Is it?
I mean, it literally means cinnamon.
Okay, but I mean, anytime you make even a remote effort to present yourself as an authority on anything Italian, Berkey, I'm going to push back.
No, as you should. As you should. I don't know that it's that common, but speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself, I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah.
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on. And you know what? I'll accept that, because that canned pasta, that got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture,
but
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radici?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off.
It's a K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against 1 pair. Queen, king for a swing?
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
Of space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a 4-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People
threaten.
say
And now
jacks are
look at the
hard to
lips in
play,
turn from Sutera.
For all you kids out there watching, just
Posso permettermi?
just understand that Hulk Hogan was right. Say your prayers, eat your vitamins, and ship it in the middle with 2 jacks.
11 big blind, non lo so. Ok, thank you. Non so, non è una critica, sto chiedendo...
No, è snap call.
Snap call.
Sì, poi se pusci troppo stretto sbagli tu.
No, da qui intendo, cioè 10 big blind su un bottone...
Se da ma 10 suiti che fai? Foldi?
Sì.
Ma sbagli lì, è l'errore lì.
No, ok, ma io non è una critica, è un po' così,
Now look, I don't speak
Io faccio
Italian,
10, lo so.
but having grown up from a first generation Italian immigrant, I can tell you from tone.
contention? Was it foot?
No, they're not nearly as angry as you or I may discern
No,
in that moment.
anger wasn't it, but I will tell you this. That is a culture deeply versed in debate.
Yes, yes.
Right?
That's facts.
Where's the best gelato stand in Venice? Well, clearly. And then it can get impassioned real quick, too.
Because there isn't really opinions whenever it comes down to these questions. There's my truth and your truth.
They were the original kind of millennials when it came to that.
For sure.
Ace-Jack has opened for Arai, and the Jacks have slid over to another Italian, Kamoshi, who's been the friskiest of entities here at this feature.
I'm not saying something bad is going to happen, but I keep going back to the Queen 8 and the King-Queen back shove with no fold equity.
Are you suggesting that we may hoist the main sail here versus a covering stack?
Every now and again, you just say enough is enough.
I hope this isn't one of those times for Arai's sake, because he is performing very poorly. Okay. Restraint is an available option.
Semi-restraint. I think we may have been able to find a fold.
Baby steps.
Okay. Well, we're working with a little something here.
2-heart board. Ace-Jack.
I suspect we're going to see Kamoshi come with a bit of the larger size here.
Is it more opposition associated? Because we know more than he does in terms of kit in spots. Or is this just a function of the hand in a vacuum?
Both to some degree, but specifically the hand in a vacuum. Jacks just require a lot of protection on this board, and you're very rarely beaten by an overpair. It's not going to be very common that IE is trapping queens or better. So you want to go for that immediate chunky value from the 8X, from the pocket 9s and 10s, from the heart draws. And you can see that he comes with just shy of half pot, 40 into 83.
And is this shy of the figure you anticipated or right about what you expected?
It's in the neighborhood. If he had gone 2/3, I wouldn't have been surprised. Let's put it that way. Betting is a spectrum. We all kind of get to paint and color as we see fit. To me, this becomes a bit of an over-defend if we start calling with Ace-Jack 1 heart. Already a hand that maybe we shouldn't be in there with. We have better Ace-Queen, Ace-King that we didn't 4-bet pre.
So he does step aside, capping his losses. He strikes me as the wild card out of this crew.
Yeah, I would say.
Like standalone. Although we don't really know much about Metal.
That's true. Although the little bit that we've seen, at least pre-flop, it seems like he's making pretty good choices. Not always the easiest thing to do on a short stack. Sometimes you can get impatient. He had Ace-7 under the gun too. Very quickly mucked it. I think that's a sign of somebody who's a little studied.
The kind of 10 blinds and under, I think, has been focused upon a lot more.
Yeah. Conventional wisdom has certainly changed.
Yeah.
It's not the panic jam with any ace, any paint.
There was a time when we thought anything under 10 big blinds just gets approached in a singular fashion, generally pre-flop and for all of it. And yet we've come to learn that that is a black and white affair that needs to be approached with a little bit more gray.
Well, for some. Old habits die hard in
this is
the rest of us.
Yeah. Well, 5-3 offsuit dies as Kamoshi opened with
Kamoshi's
Queen
a bit
9.
of a wild. I mean, he's a pip or two out there from pretty much every position, and he knows that he's flirting with getting his hand caught in the cookie jar.
Well, until somebody smacks his wrist, he's not going to cut it out.
Right, and it's not even going to come in the form of like getting 3-bet. Okay, so you open queen 9 and get 3-bet, who cares? It's more so going to be the 9-6-3 flop where you face a check raise in a barrel kind of thing.
Oh, all of a sudden you get dragged into some quicksand?
Yeah, you know, you're just constantly in there with the middle of the deck, maybe the middle third, and you just put yourself in like really tricky decisions where maybe everybody else isn't even adjusting. They're just playing their cards as they are. You can only handicap yourself so much before it catches up, I think. This is speaking from experience.
Well, Sutera. Now sitting north of 100,000, but of course the blinds have been keeping pace with his ascent. So just 20 bigs.
I think with the bigger small blind, the 3-5 in this particular instance, you kind of have to annoyingly flick it in with most of your range, even Jack 5 off. As bad as that may feel. I can understand the argument for, well, I don't have a very good hand, I'm out of position, I don't want to have to navigate this spot.
Sure.
Okay, but it does come with a bit of a chip EV loss. So is the French flag upside down then? Blue, white, red? If we do this enough, you're just gonna have to be my
geography teacher.
Geography, world cultures, perhaps a little bit of language, maybe even my own native tongue.
Blue, white, red, vertical.
Vertical, right? I forgot
France.
flags could even be vertical. What a silly thing.
Why would anyone do that?
Right, the rest of us, you know?
Yeah.
We read left to right.
So do you think that Neugebauer hails from the equal sign? Is that what you're staring at there?
I think I saw that on a knife once. No, perhaps that had a cross with it.
Oh, man.
When you hail from a town of 2,200 people, world geography, not top priority.
Well, for those that were looking for a glimpse into this Rust Belt demo, there it was.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They're eating the pets? Is that what's happening? Oh, please turn your attention away from American politics, rest of world. We'll return to our regularly scheduled program at some point. Meanwhile, nothing irregular about a Velocevic Open. Ace-5 of clubs. Mins it, and of course the temptation of Jack-10 suited is ever present.
These spots are particularly tricky because, you know, in modern theory land, we don't play a lot of calls. But in old school street poker, there's no decision to be made here. We got Jack-10 suited, baby. We're going to see a flop. We're going to do it as cheaply as possible for 2 big blinds.
So a flat versus the upfront opener. We begin to range at least one of these two guys higher up.
Yeah, what we have seen start to happen is because there's a need to have a calling range under the gun 2 versus under the gun 1, you will start to see hands, especially at this depth, like jacks, start to play a little bit more passively pre. That way you're able to defend against squeeze jams from perhaps a 20 big blind stack behind.
Sure. Okay, flats with 6s. 1-6 is busy in Natal's hand, and he will close the action, getting a nice price.
It's probably one we could just let go.
A rare 4-way affair. And an 8-high flop. Natal with the best hand. No flush draw out there. I mean, granted on the board, but in reality, nobody has the spades.
You know, it's always kind of like funny when it actually happens because it's so 2008.
What's that?
If I'm Natal, I think I just stop and go here. I flop the top pair. This board doesn't rate to get bet all that frequently four ways. I need some protection for my hand, and I got backup in case I get called. I think I'm just all in here.
Well, he disagrees, but I hear where you're coming from. It does end up being checked in 3 spots. No, Velocevic does have a wheel gutty, and Radicki just has a dream.
This is a pretty ambitious stab. I mean, you know, he will be protected by having a lot of pocket pairs in his range here, so it does make some sense. Going half pot into 4 people with no pair, no draw, no backdoor of any real note, it's a dicey endeavor. I mean, you are going to get the 6s to fold here. They don't really have much of a choice. I stand corrected. He's a non-believer. And now if you're Matal, this might be why I would just open jam. He might find a hero fold here in spite of the fact that he's being laid quite the price on the pot. And actually has his counterparts here drawing nearly dead.
Well, it is interesting how exactly the argument in favor of not checking is revealed as Radicki's position bet finds a flat in Arai, and that flat sends the best hand into the muck.
Ace-5 hits the muck too, which would have turned the nuts.
Yeah. And now Radicki has arrived here with just 1 patron, continues to have position.
It's just kind of impossible to fire again. You're just like way too naked. I think you just have to delay here and potentially play some river jams depending on what the run out is. I mean, it's just hard to find the hands that fold here to half pot. 6s, no spade exactly, and even that, I'm not so confident. He zips it.
A check jam over the top of that second barrel, and an incredible outcome for Arai.
Yeah, a lot of heart there out of Radicki, but maybe a little more heart ambition than is required for the actual spot at play. A lot of heart out of Ahai to turn middle pair and a gutty into a bluff. Again, I don't know what folds that's better there. He might just get snapped off and be nearly dead.
You're so right about that. What have we here? Patrick Yaros, 1.2 million. The 7-figure mark has been breached. Look at that mighty haul. He's not looking to draw any attention to himself. Current chip leader. Total live earnings, 1.8 million for him. We'll keep an eye on that stacks progression. King 8 suited from up front, by the way. Opening here by Velocevic.
It's a fine starting hand. Gives you a little bit of flopportunity.
Well, you got dominant hearts here, as it turns out, with Komoshi defending his big. An 8 in the window, 2 overcards to it. Behind, Danilo could, of course, seek to rep the ace-X.
Yeah, I think we'll see a c-bet here at a pretty high frequency.
14.
Play check back a little bit more maybe with 10x than we will with 8x.
Oh.
Nice pickup there. You do really need to pick spots, and you do need to clock kind of who are the stickier patrons in the blinds, who are the more deferent, how have stack sizes shifted, who's maybe steaming, who's in a different kind of gear. When you pop your head up out of the sand in the interest of, you know, doing the necessary amount of bobbing and weaving, not to let your stack bleed out. And Danilo's executions there with that King 8 of Hearts.
Yeah, you're just going to find yourself in a lot of really marginal situations post where you rate to have the best hand, but you just need to be able to feel and anticipate like when someone's going to fight versus when they're aggressing because they just have the top of the range, you know? I think that's an aspect of live poker that is a bit of an art. Person who can kind of anticipate that their opposition is just about ready to pounce.
Pouncing is exactly what the button has done here for its last 39,000. Jack 10 not enough, and certainly 5 deuces isn't either. So Metal will snack on an orbit's worth of tokens. This round ends up being a wash for him.
That's all you can hope for. 10 big blinds in a dream.
Just treading water is important because the playability of your stack being lost to blinding off is so harmful. You just have no maneuverability.
Yep.
And now you're forced to make a hand and win a pot and C5 potentially. Right. And that's a lot more pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, the majority of the hands that you get that you're even willing to put chips in the middle with aren't making very much. You know, they're very close to break even, maybe making a fraction of a big blind. So you just hope to get those jams through as much as humanly possible, pick up the blinds, outperform the expectation of the actual hand itself, and then get queens or kings or aces, which are worthy of a double.
Kamoshi's 10-6 offsuit. Not tempted in by the button. This really has been a crew that's given us predominantly heads up, single min raise defend kind of procedures.
Yeah, it's been an interesting choice to see how much small blind raising has taken place. Maybe this is kind of a new development in strategy that was lesser examined the last time I took a hard look at MTT ranges. The tricky thing is inflating the pot out of position like this off of effectively 22, 23 big blinds is
hazardous to one's health.
Well, it's just you don't flop much very often. You know, you're left with king high and maybe an SPR of 3 like we see here.
Well, it could be a lot worse for Velocevic as he did find a 9, second pair, backdoor diamonds. For Radicki, this clubless texture gives him nothing more than a gutter.
Yeah, this is a spot where he's going to want to slow down because Radicki's going to have so many continues, and King 9 just isn't quite enough to want to play an all-in pot, at least not, you know, facing an in-position jam or raise or whatever the case may be. Radicki has a nice bluffing candidate. I would say 10-7 of spades probably more apt to check back because you have a little bit more equity to try to realize. You want to keep the SPR a little bit deeper for future street bluffs, but just drawing naked to a gutter here, I think we want to start off bluffing.
12K, the size at which the effort is embarked upon, a little north of 1/3.
What you're hoping for here is like some suited aces that miss, like ace high low, even ace 8, call it of hearts or clubs. They're kind of just resigned to check folding. You also set yourself up for a nice double barrel. Deuce of spades gets a little dicey because there will be so much check calling from a range of hands that possesses backdoors. So like, you'd actually prefer the deuce of clubs so that you can target some of the unpaired spade hands that check called flop.
Well, Radicki does check back. Now a second overcard to the 9.
Pretty interesting river for both. Radicki does have a fair amount of 10-8 in range. Probably doesn't have much in the way of king 10 or queen jack. Maybe queen jack plays pure call pre, but I think king 10 probably does some jamming. So as it stands, king 9 probably not strong enough to go for value here. Seems a little too thin. Has really good properties, I think, to just check call.
14.
I think it lets him off the hook here a little bit. Not to say Radicki won't follow through with the jam. He probably has one of his better bluffs. Blocking king 10, blocking 10-8.
Not interested.
Yeah, the tricky thing is that blocking the straights isn't really enough in a spot where you're just pretty likely to get called by a queen, just a single queen. So you want to have a little bit more blocking power over the board, perhaps. Maybe a hand like, I'm not even sure.
Well, it ultimately ended up a fruitful choice by Velocevic to open and then defer post-flop. Managed to get action on both flop and turn out of Radicki.
Yeah, actually, he might have had one of his best bluff jams.
Actually, Radicki didn't barrel the turn, did he? Oh, yes, he did. No?
No, he checked back.
He checked back, sorry.
Yeah, and then faced small bet on the river. He could have potentially jammed over the top of that, I think.
Now then, Kamoshi, far and away the most active character in these feature table streets. I mean, I wish we could just tally up the sheer number of chips in terms of big blind ante, and small blind that he has managed to snatch just uncontested and at will.
Yeah, he's played very aggressively. His timing's been excellent. The distribution's obviously worked pretty heavily in his favor. You know, when you open light and you don't face resistance, that also is kind of a byproduct of there not being any hands behind you to resist.
I mean, but we've seen people that, I'm not going to say that they just orphan the hands as being the principal guiding light, but just look at a landscape, predominantly at a final table where ICM can be leveraged, and just look up at a guy and go, you're not supposed to be the one.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And then just get very disciplinary about it.
Yeah. And I do think that occurs in certain environments. Certain players are more willing to play sheriff than others. But it is one of those things, if you keep putting yourself out on a limb, eventually the branch may break.
Well, so far that branch has been sturdy each and every time Sutera has ventured out upon it all in. Here he's dominated and facing the min raise from Neugebauer under the gun. Well served to let go. These guys very much appreciate that in this main event race, one cannot expect to win it with a sprint. Sure, perhaps we break away from the peloton on occasion, but truly a marathon is what we're tackling. Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPIPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen 9 of Spades is going to have no further interest, so they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay. Strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens.
How fortunate.
Leap way in front.
He faded the Queen 9 of Spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main. I mean, I guess that was always a favorite to be the case.
Yeah, but you know,
facts.
You root for the back-to-back until it's no longer on the table.
I mean, that reminds me about the Adam Friedman 3 consecutive years
The dealer's
victory in the
choice?
dealer's
Yeah.
choice at the World Series of Poker, Las Vegas. Then you have some otherworldly feats, like winning the 50K Poker Players Championship on 3 occasions, something that I believe both Michael Mizrachi and Brian Rast have
Correct.
accomplished.
Yep, that's true.
And then Jungle Man won it twice in a row.
Back-to-back, no big deal.
I mean, it is a streaky little event with an incestuous and small player pool, granted.
Yeah.
Pocket 5s here. And will it be time for heavy metal?
Yeah, this is never a comfortable one, but I think 7-handed, he goes for the open instead of the jam. I think this is an idea, but maybe not with 5 specifically. I don't really think that they fall in the category of wanting to fold. I also don't really think that they want to put in a third of their stack and call. It's.
And so you prefer just to rip the whole thing in there and pray?
Yeah, I think you just got to just jam it home.
Conquer the variance.
Off of 15, I think this is much more of an idea where maybe you play raise or fold. But off of 10, I think we got to zip it in there and hope for the best. Did get ace-9 of diamonds to fold the button, which I guess possibly may have considered calling the 10 big blind jam.
Remember, Metal's still here in that seat, courtesy of having C-bet top pair and then folded to a check raise on a monotone jack-high board where he had jack-9. But was, at least for the time being, drawing dead against the flop clubs of Velocevic. $13 if you do, Mr. Metal, says Arai.
I think we got to defend there. Suited jack is just way too strong in position, even off of only 10. I certainly could be wrong. Instincts tell me, though, that we got to see a flop. The same as if we were facing a button open. Actually, even more so because we're not sacrificing position in this instance.
Suited one gapper. No, thank you. And now Sutera with an excuse to activate. Sitting with 96,000. He's flirting with 20 big blind territory. Certainly has open sizes available.
Yeah, in the past we saw jams off this stack size with the smallish pairs and the broadways like this, but I think the new theory has drifted towards 20 big blinds just being a pretty healthy stack, and king queen being more than enough hand to just play open here.
Well, he's just hanging around. Operation Resilience.
Thank you.
Has proven a fruitful one. As Sutera now finds himself 5th out of 7 runners. Natal, the shortest of stacks.
Stopped.
Real drought on premium hands.
Well, listen, they're harder to find than garden variety kit. But there's been a few junkyard dogs out there willing to tussle with less than top tier. Ace 8-3 as the blinds square off in a limped one pre.
I mean, this is kind of where the rubber meets the road, right? Like, two guys heads up in a limp pot where neither one of them are going to flop anything really ever. I think Camosi could have started with a bet here, having the queen of diamonds and probably more ace-x in his range than he can expect Vlasovic to have. 10 of hearts on the turn kind of has strong range interaction with both players. Queen high still probably sufficient enough to try to just show down, as is king high. I imagine king 9 is way ahead, way behind here quite frequently. Certainly true once we arrive at this river. Don't really see Camosi turning his hand into a bluff. Pretty difficult through the check, 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 check line to try to get king high to fold on the end.
He agrees.
Queen
high has showdown.
Yeah, I could see a world where Vlasovic goes for 1.5 big blinds of value here. Might be a little bit on the greedy side, but all queen high certainly can't fold. And I would imagine king jack, king queen would be more apt to bet flop or turn.
Boy, again, I turn my attention to just how difficult it's going to be to accumulate chips at this particular table if these guys are going to be the surgeons that we see on display.
Yep.
For the run of it.
To be fair, though, they don't need to accumulate at this table, right? They just kind of need to survive in advance. Only day 2, probably going to wrap the day with a quarter of the field remaining, maybe a little bit more.
Listen, life isn't always about what we need, but more what we want.
That's
and
fair.
I venture to guess all these guys want to be among the chip leaders, giving them buffer, a few bad beats, and cruise and coast as opposed to paddle feverishly toward this finish line.
I'm not so sure MTTs were built for the hedonist.
No, in fact, I'm sure they weren't.
I think that's more the cash streets, you know?
Oh, yeah. I like those cash streets. You like those cash streets.
Love the cash streets. It's just a different variety of psychopaths.
No one's arguing with that.
Here I feel like you're trapped with a bunch of Dexters, you know? Cold, precise.
Oh, yeah.
A little deranged, but know what they're doing.
Yeah,
You know their way around a scalpel.
Tacticians.
Yeah.
For sure. They're not going to leave behind any trace evidence.
Right, yeah. Cash games, it's like one side of the table you have a vagabond who barely rubbed two sticks together, let alone get a sentence out.
Right.
On the other end of the table, you have somebody who's not all there mentally, just checked out, having a good time, but ready to get taken away in a straitjacket.
Man, I played in cash games where you had the literal owner of the Lakers.
Right.
You had like a top shelf pro. You had a guy that obviously was laundering. And I don't mean dry cleaners.
No, yeah.
Somewhat ill-gotten.
Another
must
guy.
have been the gains, especially the relationship he had with the money.
Right. Another guy in there with his last 6 bets, and they're not even his.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Case backing.
Right.
Wonderkind, who, if they carded him, would be kicked out of the casino.
Yeah.
And then a guy who looked like genuinely he had just finished a shift at a Chinese restaurant and maybe was wearing $17 worth of total clothing, but had $60K in chips in front of him.
Hey, as long as we're in action, we're happy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure how happy Kamoshi's going to be to face rare resistance in the form of a 3-bet, and just observe how ill-timed it is.
Very unlucky.
Open, 3-bet, and now Radicki gets to play ladies' man out of the small. 72,000 deep. There's just nowhere else but all in, right?
Yep. We're
Yep.
Got to ship it in and put him to bed.
And Velocevic going to be priced in for another 45?
Has to call, I think. No choice. Can't be worse than a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1 dog here, in spite of the fact that you don't have your best holding.
And by the way, this additional requirement is north of 20% of your remaining stack.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting 3-to-1 on a call here. It's really hard for you to be worse than that versus the jam range. I mean, that range does include aces, which may make this a lot closer than it actually is on the screen. I think if you're the queens, you obviously at this point want to call.
It'll be a very light 3-bet.
You know, want.
But I think you want the call because you don't expect it to be this hand. I think you want the call because you expect it to be like Queen Jack.
Yeah, the struggle bus made it seem like maybe we don't face an ace.
Yeah. Like, oh, I might be 9-to-1 favorite, not 3-to-1.
Well, his back is up against the wall, but he's in a great way here. 68%.
Decent. Okay.
Is Radicki to double through Velocevic.
Four.
6-5-3 would have kept.
Yeah, the pocket fours was loving this one.
4 of hearts.
That was, I think. I'll take.
Brandishing a nervous smile. Don't need to worry about the monotone texture, given Velocevic lacks a heart in hand, and now lacks any path to victory beyond the ace.
I had the 4 of hearts.
Miracoli.
Bored.
Yeah. I think I had
Pairs
it
on
in
the end, and
Dicevi tu?
Radicki
Eh sì, le filavo.
with the
No,
double.
contro di te perdevo. Ero pronta, gliele lanciavo in faccia se foldavi.
Su 5.
4-4.
Vabbè, ma tanto folda, mica.
I had force.
Forse.
I mean, you wouldn't win this spot.
Yeah.
Chiamavi contro i miei Kamos?
Sì. 15 bui. Sciove 2-2 sicuro.
Well, the aftermath for Velasquez is one that contains visible damage. New arrival, by the way, Mr. Seelentag. Kamoshi, undeterred, opens again. Now pound of flesh available to Velasquez, albeit redirected. But I think he's equal opportunity, the Italian Zomi.
It's nice to have the deck immediately correct course for you after losing one.
Although, you know, when you think it's course correction and you lose a second pot, potentially,
that's true.
That's when it actually can come crashing down.
You want the true justice of somebody now waking up with queens behind again.
Well, so far it's not the case. Halfway there was Sutera, but he'll bow out. And so will Kamoshi with Jack-9 offsuit. He was always up to no good.
I guess picking up 5 big blinds after losing just shy of 20.
This is where in the cash game streets, some smartass always hits you with the freaking lose one, win one.
Right, yeah. We're even.
That's when strangulation and, you know, just kind of, just those thoughts, man. You're sitting there, you're like, how long would I serve in prison
They really
if I
should
ended
do
you?
a social experiment just on poker players in general, because we're not mentally well.
Poker is the social experiment on poker players, Matt.
Good point.
What did you think it was? Some sort of game where money changes hands?
Yeah, I mean, if nobody's checked in recently, like, we're not well. It's not going at all according to plan.
Are you suggesting the sim is breaking down?
I think the players within the sim are breaking down.
We're here for it.
Yeah. On the grandest stage. So Tara's been a little bit conservative in these blind on blind spots. But again, with the large small blind, I think he can just by default close his eyes and limp everything. He's going to go for the raise, though. Queen 7-0.
And all of a sudden, that conservativeness that I tend to agree with you, we've observed, gives way. Might it be due to the presence of the new player?
This is dicey. New player, probably don't know much about him. He has all the chippies.
Two-way street, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's not as though he's been sitting here watching Sutera chisel.
Right, but, you know, he just gets to play his hands as they're dealt. 10-9's a clear defend versus an open. And now Queen 7 off is going to be forced to play post in an inflated pot.
And let's see how Sutera approaches that proposition against
good start.
The relatively unknown entity. Monotone texture, king high. He's got himself middle pair and the only flush draw. Seelentag with the bad side of a gut shot, no diamond, and bottom pair.
A little greedy going for bet here. I think this is a board where we can start to mix some checks. We hit so hard, but also miss pretty terribly here a lot.
And a call of 12,000. Slightly destabilizing to these queens, unimproved on this turn.
I think if I had started with a c-bet in this particular spot with his hands, I'd probably lean towards checking now. Again, this becomes one of those spots where it's very difficult to get better to fold or worse to call. Targeting a very narrow range of like Jack of Diamonds X, maybe Jack 10 no diamond.
Well, you observe the immediate implications.
Kind of just don't want to let your opposition played that
Aggressive play.
perfectly. Like 10-9 just hits the muck very easily.
Oh, looks like an easy breezy rub down taking place here for Victor. 160K in front of him. Countryman Omar Eljak, 242,000. There's Alex Foxen, the American, 356,000.
Everybody blocking me here. I don't know why. Don't know why.
Cabral knocking on the door of $500,000. Oh, and Sean Deeb quietly going about his business. 750,000. Osted, 850K. The Swedes showing up en masse.
We see it in 90 minutes. I had two choices, to roll in or to fold.
It was easy to fold.
Ace Queen now, back at the feature. Svedanov takes a sub. 12 if you do. Natal in the big blind with a pretty one to defend with. Unfortunately for him, as we can see, he's dominated.
Yeah, this one might feel a little bit enticing to just jam, but I think conventional wisdom is just call, try to flop any equity, and then be all in. It's always doom right in the door.
I'll tell you what, it's not a bad thing.
That's true.
Relative to what a queen might have caused.
Mm.
I don't know that Natal is going to be seeking further streets here, especially if they're going to come at a price, which is going to be set by an entrepreneurially minded ace queen. 16 dimes.
The big bet is...
Shop's closed.
Big bet's a little bit maybe leaving some money on the table there. I don't think you want to price out the lower equity hands that may have to continue. And the higher equity ones are obviously always going in.
Well, kind words have been issued here late in today's coverage. The only one which Berkey graced us with from one Opus Dog Poker in the Twitter streets who says, great job on the commentary. Berkey needs to do more of this.
That's a man of great taste, the Opus Dog.
What's greater, his taste or your humility?
I mean, I assume, the Opus is a reference to the wine. And
are you an
no,
Opus man yourself?
I've never drank in my life.
Wow. Now, I've never been drunk, per se. I mean, yeah, I've tasted. I just don't like it.
Mm.
Not into it.
I've never been curious.
Are you like straight edge?
I don't really know what that means. I mean...
Like no bad, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I drink caffeine like it's going out of style.
What about like sixes on the button? Do you kind of get in there with those?
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever played with me, it's tough to call me straight edge. Right? I don't exactly color within the lines.
Arai made it 10 to go. Kamoshi says, all right, let's dance. A 4 in the window is good for a pair. Pairs are hard to make.
These are all factual statements.
Kamoshi checks over. Let's see was second pair effective. The decision by Arai is to check back. Now, the 7 produces an open ender. Pair and a gutter for Kamoshi. Let's see how proud he is.
It's an interesting check back with a hand that stands to be able to bet at least once and still reach showdown. I don't think Kamochi necessarily needs to bet the turn here. You're not really extracting value from worse very often, and your hand does a pretty good job of bluff catching. That being said, betting can't really be bad. You have a pretty strong-ish holding, all things considered, from the big blind defense.
And you don't really anticipate a 7 is suddenly going to rise up.
I mean, if it does, it does. Like, you know, that's just kind of the issue is, are you when you get called, are you getting called by worse often enough? Or are you actually bluffing your hand? Because I think the hand's too strong to bluff.
Well, those are the questions we ask ourselves before we dedicate precious chips toward the middle. And how you content to just check it all the way down. I would imagine at least one street of value was available to him.
Well, he did call the turn bet. I think that that's probably about what he would have bet himself had it been checked to him. So kind of works out the same as far as like net amount of chips exchanging hands. But from a strategy standpoint, I think the 8-4 may play slightly better as a check call.
Rai did sort of allow Kamoshi to do his bidding for him.
The check back was sneaky.
A little bit.
Now, given that Texas Hold'em was developed here in these fine United States, and we say fold, but the rest of the world seems to say pass. Is that a translation thing, you think?
After the break.
Like perhaps fold isn't a part of all the other languages, you know, maybe more of an English word.
Well, I mean, fold as a word in and of itself is, although I don't know.
I mean, with the connotation that we use it.
Yeah.
You know, pass does seem to make a lot more sense.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Just another one of the things that we do differently and very likely incorrectly.
Yeah, every time I pump gas in gallons,
right.
I'm reminded of that.
Right.
Is our anti-metric imperialist
So saw the
ways and measures.
math I was doing over in Dubai.
Oh gosh.
20 kilograms on the bench. That's 44 pounds, I think.
Well, it was 10,000 in tournament chips pre-flop. It is 8,000 more of them post, and the Queen 8 defense ends in a check fold. Ceiling tags. Tenure, short-lived here on these featured table streets.
Enjoy your break. I'll take it down there.
Well, Matt, I think that's going to put a pin in things for us on the day.
So soon?
Yeah. I regret to inform you that job done.
Okay.
For you and I, perhaps, in terms of the coverage, but not for these 8 and hundreds others who will be returning tomorrow as members of Day 3, although I understand another level of play will be taking place. We're going to recap that one for you at the onset of tomorrow's coverage, where Justin Young will join me here in the booth. In the meantime, on behalf of our crew here in Razvedov and my man Matt Berkey in the booth, this is Ali Najad signing off, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the World Series of Poker Europe main